Don't you just love those extra magical stories? You know, the ones filled with stargazing, enchanted treehouses, quaint bakeries, bookshops, and steam trains. Yeah, those sorts of stories. Well, if by any chance you do, I welcome you to the world of Snooze with Sam. Settle in, get cozy, and let the world soften around you. Tonight's stories are here to keep you company all night long. Gentle words, calm moments, and nothing you need to do except rest and enjoy the journeys. Tonight's choices come courtesy of my wonderful patron, Caro. These are his personal favourites. So, thank you, Caro. Fine choices, indeed. If you'd like the chance for your own to be picked, feel free to support these stories on Patreon, where you will keep up to date with lovely wee opportunities like these. So as always, lie back, take a nice deep breath, and enjoy these stories. Sweet dreams. The rolling waves, the taste of the sea breeze, the warm sunshine on your back and face. You'd enjoyed your day paddling around the shallow coastline of the Scottish Highlands. The Scottish late summer's day tended to be cooler than most, with the prevailing westerly wind ever present, carrying with it comfortable mild air. With this breeze often came tumbling, rain-laden clouds which, surprisingly, seldom burst. They only served to create dramatic light shows when the sun danced between them. Around the little islands you'd rode, occasionally dropping your wee anchor to fish, stare down into the beautiful shallow waters, or even nap on the gently bobbing waves. With your feet up on the bow, you could watch the clouds roll on by, the sky a complex palette of greys, dark blues, and oranges as the sun journeyed from horizon to horizon. In the middle distance, the rugged and wild coastline glowed with greens and auburns when the sunlight hit it. But the distant mountains rose up into the churning clouds, disappearing from view. Now, however, with oars in hand, you notice the surface of the water getting choppier as the sunset winds wind up. It is time to head for shelter. But where to? With every passing minute, sharper gusts swirl up salty spray as the tips of the waves are broken off and carried. The spray hits your face, which you actually enjoy. The taste of the sea reminds you of just how wild this place really is. Underneath the soft evening light, your surroundings leave you in awe. Every wave catches a golden glow. The cliffs lit up beyond the sea mist, and the dark and turbulent abyss of clouds engulf the mountain ranges in the distance. There is a smell on the air, one of warm and cold air mixing together. It's telling you this night will turn stormier and more dangerous as it goes on. Casting your eyes around, searching for any or the nearest shelter, you spot toward the headland a lone island on which a lighthouse perches. You look toward the sun, which sits not too high over the horizon. The light is fading, and fading quickly. Glancing back to the lighthouse, you see a little purple glow in the corner of your eye, just out of focus. You cannot see it directly, but you know it's there. It must have been the sunlight on your retinas leaving a mark. Feeling as though you have little choice, you grasp your right oar and heave the little wooden boat in its direction. You have to aim and travel diagonally, fighting the ever-increasing strength of the wind coming in from the open ocean. Though the wind actually does as much to help you only trying to blow you a little sideways, though carrying you toward the island still. Soon, you near the steep and jagged coastline of this island. Squinting up through saltwater-stung eyes, you see the lighthouse clearly for the first time. It's a lovely, whitewashed lantern room, with its lamp spinning freely upon the top. At the base of the tower, a small quarters lies with numerous windows facing each direction. Then there is a wee iron gate and a cobbled path which leads through short, swept grass, kept as such by the strong winds. At present, you cannot see an obvious place at which to aim your boat to land. Again, a subtle, colourful glow in your periphery, this time green, pulls your gaze a little further down the coast. You see it faintly through the sea spray and waves. An ancient fishing pier, low and sloping to the water. Perfect. So with another firm tug, you wrestle the boat over the rolling waves, trying your best to keep it steady. By some miracle, on your approach, the wind seems to calm momentarily, just long enough to make a pass for the pier. You make gentle contact with the granite, scramble to reach the painter rope in the bow, and reach for a nearby iron tie ring sunk into the stone. With a firm tug, you are secure, and you leap out from the dinghy, feeling the unsettlingly stable dry land beneath your feet. Strange after a day out on the water. With a deep breath, you close your eyes and give yourself a moment to settle and compose, listening to the crashing waves, the whistling wind, the ocean spray raining down on the rocks. These sensations alone are enough to lull you into a peaceful place, let alone in combination with such relief. Turning on your heel, You stare up to the lighthouse above. It looks so very inviting, but also rather large. You hope it is comfortable and cozy inside, more so than its imposing size might suggest. Without a further pause, you scramble up the pier and toward the stone flagsteps which zigzag up the steep shore, climbing higher and higher. The view out to sea is completely mesmerizing. The same combination of sun, sea and storm in which you'd just been a part of, but viewed and felt from a calmer and quieter place. Before long, you are carrying yourself up the cobbled path, admiring the windswept grass to either side. Even in these wild gusts, the grass manages to sway softly, mimicking the air's flow. Clutching your jacket around your waist to keep out the cold, the front door of the lighthouse nears, and the dimly lit lanterns hanging from either side of the porch welcome and warm you at the sight of them. A timid knock at the big wooden slab returns no answer, and so you clunk the metal door handle downward and push the door in. Without much hesitation, you enter and push it back shut with a heavy thud. And then all is silent. You can hardly believe how serene and peaceful it is in here, whilst there is such wild weather outside. A few further steps into the house reveal a small and modest room, fitted with a petite kitchen, living room and bathroom. It seems so bizarre to you that from the outside you'd have sworn the interior of this place would be 10 times bigger than the interior is in reality. It borders on unbelievable, but given your circumstances, you are very happy it is as snug as it is. It's just what you wished for. You supposed this would be classed as a studio layout elsewhere, but this is a lighthouse, and it feels odd to label it as such. So you settle for cozy, all-in-one home. There are 3 windows to the outside, all pane. The kitchen is cheerful and comforting all at once, with solid wooden counters, blue and white tongue and groove lining the walls, and thick knotted rope adorning the window frames. The nautical theme is quite fitting. The sink is heavy porcelain, akin to that of a farmhouse. In the corner, a deep and plush sofa hides in the darkness, and beside it there is a coffee table on which a dim Edison bulb lamp hums and glows softly. The walls are a cream paint on bare brick, and evidently do well to keep in the heat, for it is lovely and cozy inside, with no draught to speak of. In the far corner, a small antique fireplace crackles healthily beneath a sturdy chimney breast. Oddly, you didn't remember seeing smoke from the outside either, or a chimney. But, alas, here lies a fire. Exactly what you need. Removing your wet, sea-soaked clothes and boots, you lay them next to the fire, warming your hands in the process. Next, you fill a copper kettle from the sink and pop it on top of the wood burner. Tea is a crucial thing at the best of times, and you are in dire need of one now, and thankfully, in a small pot beside the kettle is one of your favourite teas of all. Shortly, the kettle simmers and steams, and you pour yourself a cup of your favourite tea. Amazingly, all of the cupboards are well stocked and have everything you could possibly need. Later, you would be sure to make some lovely warm soup for your dinner. You settle into the sofa, clutching your mug, feeling the warmth from the fire slowly work its way into your body. The tingles and soothing sensation of the heat coaxing your muscles back to health is one of sheer bliss. Should you shut your eyes, that would certainly be an end to this day. Again, though, before you could, yet another colourful glow finds its way into your sight, this time in the last corner of the room. These are very strange, as you cannot look directly at them at all. They seem to vanish every time you try. This gentle pink radiance floated somewhere in the shadows near a bookshelf. With your mug in hand, you shuffle over to where you see it and begin to browse a few of the books on the shelf. One in particular catches your eye, with a bright blue spine and bronze gentian book font running top to bottom. The Lighthouse of Shetland, it is titled. Pulling it out, you blow off a little dust and turn to the front cover. The painted picture shows a lighthouse similar in appearance to the one which you are in, set atop a cliff, surrounded by stormy seas. How remarkable, you thought. But then you think of something else. The lantern tower itself. Where was it? You look around the room for a staircase or a door or anything which would lead up to the top. But there is nothing. Just this room. And then, at the very moment you turned the book over to read the blurb, you hear a shift in the wall, and then a soft friction sound. You take a step back, book still in hand, as the whole bookcase begins to move out on hinges, as if by magic. The book you are holding must have been some secret key to your total surprise. As you peer through the now open hole in the wall, you see a slim, spiraling staircase ascending to somewhere up above. Perhaps you've found your answer. When you enter, you peer up. All is dark and a little eerie. That is, aside from more soft and colourful glowing somewhere up above, guiding and coaxing you on. This comforts you deeply, for it would be pitch black without it. This lighthouse is starting to feel somewhat magical, or even enchanted. Cool iron handrails in your palm. You step up and up, winding constantly back on yourself in a tight corkscrew. Eventually, you reach another door, this time much smaller, both in height and width. Without knocking, you push the door open, revealing another small set of steps. When you climb these, you find yourself emerging out from the floor into the lantern room of the lighthouse. But this is like no other room which you've ever been in. At total odds to the room below, this room is much bigger than you thought possible. Up above, in its own wee enclosure atop the lighthouse, the lantern spins happily, casting friendly and comforting beams all across the land. Around you, an expansive bedroom sprawls, filled with beautiful antique furniture which smells wonderful. A little musty, perhaps, but in the most comforting sense. Like wandering into your grandparents' home all over again. Front and centre is a huge queen-size bed, upon which sumptuously soft cushions and throws are laid. Another small log-burning fire crackles away, filling the room with a toasty warmth. Not too much, not too little. Above your head, glass windows give way to a night sky which slowly reveals itself between the thunderous dark clouds. You can spot the odd clusters of stars which peek through to an endless night sky. Around the entire room, you have a 360-degree panoramic view of the cliffs, mountains, and enormous waves crashing against the land. These waves send enormous plumes of saltwater spray up into the air, which catch the low sunlight, making brief but spectacular rainbows against the dark cliffs. From inside, this ferocity is merely a serene whisper, one which makes you feel more and more sleepy as time passes. You sense the glows again, this time over by the mirrored dresser. They are moving, and this time you see them nearby a small record player, and appear to lift the arm onto the record which lies ready. After a few wee crackles, the soft and smooth sounds of old-time jazz begin to play. This is your favorite. And just like your own parents and grandparents used to listen to. This makes you feel all fuzzy and warm, as if you are back there with them as a child, loving being in their company. The faint melodic tunes urge you to slide into the bed as you take in these stunning views of the rolling waves and the sounds of them crashing against the island below. By now, the sky is a deep and dark blend of sunset reds mixed with the glows of the night sky above. You are feeling incredibly happy, content, and sleepy now. And as if by magic. As soon as you lay your head on the wonderfully soft and cool pillow, you sense the little glowing things lift and bring an extra blanket across from the dresser and lay it over your body. That's better. Now you are just right. You thank the little glowing things for making you even more comfortable and for helping you to safety from the rough seas. They showed you the way, guided you toward the jetty, led you into the house and up the stairs to total peace and comfort. Through very heavy eyes, you can see the wee glows float around the room, lighting wee tea lights, creating an even more relaxing ambience. You listen to the soothing music, the crackling of the fire, the lulling waves, and the gently whistling wind carrying the sea spray. As your body feels heavier and heavier. You are not sure when you fell asleep or when your eyes finally shut. But you could have sworn that before they did, you saw the soft glows of 3 wee fairies curled up on the bed with you in this enchanted lighthouse, all sound asleep. Welcome to Snooze with Sam. Scottish sleep stories, ambience, and guided meditations. This week, I want to take you on a journey through our night sky on this beautiful evening on the banks of this stunning loch. With a campfire crackling away, wee waves lapping on the sandy shoreline, and the odd hooting of barn owls were certainly spoiled for atmosphere. Now make sure you've got a nice cup of tea or cocoa, or whiskey if that's your thing. It's a chilly night, and arguably essential for a night of gazing up at the night sky. So when you are quite ready, lie back, take a nice deep breath, and enjoy this journey through our solar system. Now, before we begin, why don't you go and draw a circle in the sand just down there by the water? This circle is going to represent the sun. Now, when we look up at the sky tonight, obviously we cannot see the sun, but it's a good place to start on our journey through space. The sun, in the grand scheme of things, is just an ordinary, medium-sized yellow star located on an arm of the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way is but one of about 150 billion galaxies in the universe. Earth and 8 other planets orbit the Sun, and the Sun carries them along at 150 miles per second as it travels on an orbit of its own within the Milky Way. A trip that takes 225 million years. As stars go, the Sun may be no more than average size, but to us here on Earth, it is absolutely immense. 1 million Earths could fit into the Sun, which has a diameter of 864,000 miles. The Sun alone makes up 99% of our solar system's mass. Life on Earth is absolutely dependent on the Sun. It is the heart of the solar system, the source of all energy, heat and light. So what would happen if the Sun suddenly shut down? Light from the Sun, which is 93 million miles away, travels to Earth in a matter of 8 minutes. If this light were extinguished, it would take 8 minutes for our world to be plunged into total darkness. Since the sun warms our planet, all animal and plant life would be thrown into a terminal deep freeze. It is estimated that the sun was formed around 4.6 billion years ago, when our solar system was a mere cloud of gas, ice and dust. Gravity then caused the cloud to shrink and form into a gaseous sphere. The inner part, or centre, became the sun, while the outer part became our planets. And then, as our solar system evolved, Earth reached an almost solid state. The sun, however, is still made up of gases. It is composed largely of hydrogen, around 92%, with some helium and a trace of heavier elements. The sun's energy comes from nuclear fusion. Heat and pressure force hydrogen atoms together. This condition starts a reaction that fuses the hydrogen nuclei and creates helium atoms. The process releases completely unthinkable amounts of energy, and it is not unlike the explosion of a hydrogen bomb. The energy the sun produces comes to us as light, which travels from the sun to Earth in waves of electromagnetic radiation. And this electromagnetic spectrum contains light of every different wavelength. Some light is visible and can be seen with a simple optical telescope. The rest is invisible, such as gamma rays, ultraviolet, X-rays, microwaves, infrared and radio waves. Special telescopes can detect this invisible radiation. The sun, however, is more than just a nuclear furnace, predictably producing energy. Its sometimes erratic behavior is determined by electromagnetic activity. Like Earth, the sun has a main magnetic field with opposite north and south magnetic poles. Earth's field is formed by the movement of molten iron within our planet's superheated core. The sun's field is formed by the movement of electrically charged particles called plasma. There is a cycle to the magnetic activity of the sun. It starts with the magnetic field lines running neatly from pole to pole. But since the sun rotates more rapidly at its equator than its poles, these magnetic field lines tend to stretch. The flow of plasma drags these field lines about, creating new currents and producing more magnetic fields. This then results in varied magnetic activity in one region or another. Activity rises and falls. It peaks, wanes, and peaks again over the course of a cycle that lasts on average 11 years. Eventually, the sun will shut down. The hydrogen will burn out and the sun will begin to burn helium, increasing in luminosity as well as in size. Temperatures will rise in our solar system. Once the helium is gone, the sun will explode. Its core will collapse into that of a dwarf star, about the size of Earth. All of this will happen in about 5 billion years, so no need to worry yet. If we journey a little further through space from the sun, we come across the very first planet in our solar system. And that planet is Mercury. Why don't you go down onto the sand and make a little tiny circle about 3.5 to 4 centimeters from the sun. Yeah, that's good. That little dot will be Mercury. All will become clear in time. Mercury is the planet closest to the sun and the fastest in the solar system. Named for Mercurius, the Roman god of speed, commerce, and travel, Mercury races through space at an astonishing 31 miles per second, circling the sun in just 88 Earth days. Its elliptical orbit carries it as close as 29 million miles to the sun, and as far away as 44 million. In contrast to its speedy orbit around the sun, Mercury's rotation on its axis is extremely slow. It takes 59 Earth days for it to spin only once, and it's so slow that a full day on Mercury, that's sunrise to sunrise, takes 176 Earth days. Mercury's temperature fluctuations are also the most extreme in the solar system, a result of both the planet's proximity to the sun and the absence of a protective atmosphere temperatures on the day or sun side of the planet can soar to as high as 470 degrees Celsius or 880 degrees Fahrenheit. And on the night side they can plummet to minus 186 degrees Celsius or minus 300 degrees Fahrenheit. With no atmosphere to protect its surface, Mercury also has no defense against meteorites. Like Earth's moon, much of its surface is scarred by impact craters from collisions with meteors. Mercury has no moons of its own, and until recently was thought to have no water. In 1991, however, astronomers studying the planet using radar reported that Mercury may have water ice as its north pole. The evidence exists deep inside craters where the sun does not shine. Now the next planet in our solar system you can see tonight. So if you look over there, just above the horizon, you can see a particularly bright star. Although, that's the thing. That star is in fact the planet of Venus, and it's shining very brightly tonight amongst the thousands of other stars in the sky. Now why don't you go and draw in the sand a slightly bigger circle, about another 3 or 4 centimeters further away from the sun. Venus is situated 67 million miles from the sun, so about the same again as Mercury's distance. Now, except for our sun and our moon, Venus is the brightest object in our sky, easily visible with the naked eye, just like tonight. The Romans named it after the goddess of love and beauty. Venus is an inner rocky planet situated between Mercury and us on Earth. Because Venus is so close to Earth in size, mass, and composition, and distance from the sun, it is considered a kind of twin to Earth. But realistically it is a far different world from ours. Venus is hot, the hottest planet in the solar system, with a surface temperature of about 900 degrees Fahrenheit or 480 Celsius. Venus is even hotter than Mercury, the planet which is actually closest to the sun. Venus has no oceans, rain or wind. It has a thick atmosphere of spinning clouds that trap surface heat. This cloud layer produces a greenhouse effect, making it hot enough to melt lead. The clouds also reflect sunlight, which accounts for the vast majority of Venus's luminosity. The planet has no satellites and no magnetic field to speak of. Another dramatic difference from Earth is the intense pressure of Venus's atmosphere. Its surface pressure is 90 times that of Earth. So standing on Venus would feel as though you were 3,000 feet deep in the ocean here on planet Earth. The dense atmosphere is composed mostly of carbon dioxide, droplets of sulfuric acid, and almost no water vapor. The intense surface pressure is why probes that have landed on Venus have survived only hours before being crushed. Venus's rotation is slow, but also a little strange. It rotates on its axis only once every 243 Earth days. Most unusually, though, is the planet's backward rotation. That means that Venus spins in the opposite direction of its orbit around the Sun, which would make the Sun seem to rise in the west and set in the east. Venus orbits the Sun every 225 Earth days, but its backward rotation means that a day on Venus lasts 117 Earth days. A fascinating planet, I think you'll agree. Now, if we go back down to the sand and move another 2.5 centimeters from Venus and draw another wee circle, you can label that one or point an arrow to it and say that we are there, because 90 odd million miles from the Sun, 25 million miles from Venus, is us on planet Earth. The Greek word for land is Ge or Ga. Gaia was the goddess of the earth. She was born from the vast emptiness of the universe called chaos. Viewed from space, Earth distinguishes itself. Set against a black canvas are blue waters, brown and green land masses, and white, wispy clouds. But what is truly unique about our planet Earth is that, as far as astrobiologists can determine, this is the only planet in our solar system where life exists. Earth is one of our 9 planets in the solar system, located on a spiral arm of the Milky Way. It is the 3rd planet from the Sun and averages a distance of 93 million miles from the Sun. It's also one of 4 terrestrial planets in the inner solar system. It's the 5th largest planet, and it has one satellite, which we call the Moon. If Earth is ordinary in size and location, it is positively extraordinary because of its water and air. It is the only planet where water exists in abundance and where there is an atmosphere that can support many forms of life. Water is the foundation of all life on Earth, and Earth is the only known planet where water exists in all 3 states: solid, liquid, and gas. In liquid form, water covers more than 70% of the planet's surface. And even though we know the oceans by names such as Atlantic and Pacific, Earth really has just one big ocean. Powerful forces of wind and water combine to regulate the climate worldwide. They help keep Earth's temperatures relatively stable. Winds create daily weather patterns. Oceans have a slower, longer lasting effect on climate change. The Northern Hemisphere contains most of Earth's land, and so as a result, it heats and cools quickly, which makes for hotter summers and colder winters. The Southern Hemisphere, by contrast, has more water, which heats and cools more slowly, bringing milder weather with fewer temperature extremes. Earth's atmosphere is a layer of gases that surrounds and assists the planet. As a vehicle for our cycle of water, clouds in the atmosphere redistribute water from oceans to land in the form of precipitation, or rain. Scotland certainly knows about that. These gases also usefully serve to keep radiation from the sun both in and out. In a process we call the greenhouse effect, gases such as carbon dioxide entrap infrared radiation, thus making the planet warm enough for life to spread. In Earth's upper atmosphere, a layer of gaseous ozone, and that is molecules of oxygen with 3 atoms, acts as a natural sunblock, protecting us from the most of sun's harmful ultraviolet radiation. Our atmosphere consists of 78% nitrogen and around 21% oxygen, the gas that we are able to breathe. The remaining 1% is water vapor and other gases. It is all held together, like almost everything else, by gravity. 99% of mass of the Earth's atmosphere is in the first 40 to 50 miles above the surface. The gases become thinner and thinner with every increase in elevation. At about 37,000 miles, the atmosphere ends altogether. High above our atmosphere is a protective shield known as the magnetosphere. The Earth is like a huge magnet, which creates our magnetosphere, an invisible magnetic bubble surrounding the planet. The magnetosphere protects Earth by deflecting high-energy ejections from the Sun. These are moving through space at speeds that often exceed 1,000,000 miles per hour. These ejections of charged particles could destroy life if they all reached the Earth's surface. Occasionally, some particles break through the magnetosphere and are channeled along invisible lines of force towards the polar regions. When they hit the atmosphere, they sometimes cause it to glow, creating the famous, what we know as, northern and southern lights. Earth is the densest body in our solar system. It is made up of several layers: the crust, the upper mantle, and the lower mantle. Not only this, there is also an outer core and an inner core. The crust is a solid layer of rock that forms the continents and the seabeds. Earth's crust is thinner under the oceans and thicker on land. Most of Earth's mass is contained in its mantles. The upper mantle is hot, molten rock, and the lower mantle is more solid. While the Earth's outer core is liquid, the inner core is a solid ball of mostly iron. And this inner core is about the size of the planet Mars, temperatures at Earth's centre are very hot, hotter than the Sun's surface. The Earth's surface is very young by comparison. The crust and upper mantle are broken into 7 large and many smaller tectonic plates. Because the upper mantle is hot and mouldable, the plates can slide around, spreading apart and colliding with each other. This shifting causes earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Most earthquakes occur at the edges of tectonic plates, along fault lines or fractures in the crust. The movement of plates, along with wind and water erosion, reshapes the surface over time. For example, mountains were all formed by buckling crust. Earth is 4.6 billion years old. There are no records of its formative geology or of the organisms that may have lived in the very, very beginning. We do know that life started in single cells and then multiplied. Scientists have identified about 1.8 million species living today, most of them in the oceans. But the life forms that we do see today represent only a small proportion of those that have existed on planet Earth. Over time, most of the species that ever lived, an incredible 99%, have died out. So what if we now take another mild departure from our planet and go a little further out into space once more, but not too far this time, not just yet. Do you see over to the east horizon just above the hills the big glowing sphere of our moon? It's rising slowly, but it'll be high above us in no time. Magnificent desolateness is how men who have walked on the moon have described it. And although it is the only extraterrestrial body on which humans have landed, there is still so much we do not understand. It is a barren, cratered sphere with no water or atmosphere that orbits our Earth. Sometimes it's visible and sometimes it's vanished, but it's always mysterious. The moon is like a place that we cannot completely know, a place that always keeps some secrets. mystery and myth have surrounded our understanding of the moon from ancient times. According to superstition, a full moon causes madness. The word lunatic comes from luna, the Latin word for moon, and it literally means moonstruck. Europeans over this side of the water thought that they saw the face of the man in the moon, while Mayans believed that they saw the face of a rabbit. Through the ages, the moon has been a favourite subject for writers. For example, in the 19th century, the famous Jules Verne helped popularise science fiction when he wrote about space travel in stories such as From the Earth to the Moon. Some of the allure from the moon might be down to the shape changes or the phases. The moon orbits the Earth around once a month, and as it does so, its apparent shape changes from a round ball, called a full moon, to nothing much at all. This is known as a new moon, when the Earth completely obstructs the sunlight from reaching the moon's surface. Because the moon does not produce its own light, of course, we see only the half that is lit by the sun. And we always see the same side of the moon, the near side, because it is in synchronous rotation with the Earth. This means that it takes the same amount of time for the moon to rotate on its own axis as it does to revolve around the Earth. To be exact, that is 27.3 days. Scientists are not really sure how the moon was formed. Many believe that it was created when an asteroid or small planetary body collided with Earth 4.5 billion years ago. That collision would have thrown debris into orbit, which eventually joined together to become the moon. The moon was hot and molten to begin with, and over time, it cooled and formed a cratered outer layer, or mantle, and, just like Earth, an iron core. There are two basic types of terrain on the moon. Light, cratered highlands called terra, that's Latin for lands. They surround darker, smoother maria, meaning seas, because they were once thought to be bodies of water. The craters were probably caused by the impact of meteorites on the moon's surface, the largest of which is known as the walled plains. The moon has no atmosphere, and its gravity is weak, about 1/6 of Earth's. This means that a person who weighed 82 kilograms, or about 180 pounds, on Earth would weigh no more than 14 kilograms, or 30 pounds, on the moon. This proved to be a big help to astronauts who went to the moon because of their spacesuits, equipped with life-saving support systems, which were obviously very heavy. On the 20th of July, 1969, only 66 years after the Wright brothers first flew, the American spacecraft Apollo 11 landed on the Sea of Tranquility, and famous Neil Armstrong became the first person to set foot on the moon. That's a nice pausing point, don't you think? Because that takes us pretty much as close as we can to our own planet before we venture out into the deepest depths of our solar system. I would suggest we make a mark in the sand for our moon, but you would be making a tiny pin dot only a couple of millimeters away from the Earth, so I don't think we'd even know it was there. The gaps between the further planets are about to get a lot bigger, because they all seem clustered near the sun just now, don't they? But before we continue our journey, how about a wee top-up? Tea? Or whiskey? Whatever it is that you fancy. Let's just listen to the night sounds and enjoy the millions of stars above for a wee while. Let your mind wander and imagine what else is there in the vastness of space. There really is so much we don't know. But what we can see from here is just how beautiful our solar system really is, even with our naked eyes. From horizon to horizon, the great ocean of the Milky Way spans. It really looks as though it never ends, don't you think? Which I guess it doesn't. We'll continue our journey soon. But again, I will give you a hint. The gaps between your dots in the sand are about to get a lot bigger. Hello everyone. My name is Sam, and I have a wee question for you. Have you ever been so tired, so exhausted, so achingly weary that all you could ever wish for was a cozy, comfortable place to rest? I thought so. Can you imagine if that place was somewhere magical, secret, and tucked away in the Highlands of Scotland? Oofed. Now we're talking. What if this place contained everything you could possibly dream of to lull you into a state of relaxed bliss? No stress, no needless worries, just pure comfort and soothing balms for your weary body. Well, in tonight's story, you are in for such an experience. So, as always, lie back, take a deep breath, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. Holy Scotch eggs, these boots weigh a ton, you mutter, kicking loose a stubborn stone from your soul. The worn leather protests with every step along the crumbling coastal path. Scotland's west coast sprawls ahead, an untamed quilt of jagged cliffs and moody sea that swallows the horizon whole. Salt spray stings your cheeks. The Atlantic's breath carries the sour tang of seaweed and distant rain. Your backpack digs into your shoulders, stuffed with damp maps and dubious trail mix as you scan the coastline. Something about the light here feels ancient, filtering through fast-moving clouds to gild the heather and fleeting gold. Fatigue settles deep in your bones after hours of stumbling over slick rocks and boggy patches. Blisters throb on your heels, a sharp counterpoint to the dull ache in your calves. The relentless wind tugs at your jacket, whispering promises of hidden coves just around the next bend. Promises it never quite keeps. You pause beside a gnarled gorse bush, its yellow flowers defiantly bright against the grey-green landscape, and you shrug your pack higher, wincing at the fresh bite of the strap against damp wool. This coastline feels less like a path and more like a living, breathing entity resisting your passage. Every step is a negotiation with ancient stone and grasping roots. The sheer wildness strikes you anew. Raw cliffs plunge into churning foam. Seabirds scream overhead like rusty hinges. And the path itself seems to dissolve into thickets of bracken and loose scree. Below, waves explode against jagged teeth of rock, throwing up spray that tastes like cold iron. Your fingers brush loosely against weathered granite, slick with lichen, rough and primal under your touch. It is utterly alien, this Scottish coast, a far cry from any map you've pored over back home. The sheer scale humbles you. You are merely an ink blot on a vast, indifferent parchment written by glaciers and storms. Still, the legend whispers in your tired mind. Find the place that appears only to the bone-weary. After another hour's plodding, the sky remains obstinately undecided. Great bruised clouds jostle overhead, occasionally leaking a few fat, cold drops that splatter on your hood before the wind whips them away. At the same time, sunlight flickers weakly through gaps, illuminating patches of bracken like spotlights before vanishing again. It feels like watching a celestial toddler throwing a tantrum with its paintbox. You focus on the rhythm of your boots crunching on the mix of gravel and wet earth, the relentless push of the wind against your back, the dull aches singing through your legs. The landscape blurs into a hypnotic grey-green smear. Then, through the shifting curtain of mist and drizzle, clinging to the headland, a shape begins to coalesce. It is not imposing in grandeur, not at first, just a loose, uneven silhouette emerging from the gloom ahead, a crumbling suggestion of towers and walls and dark stone against the storm-washed sky. It seems less built than grown, erupting from the cliff edge like a geological outcrop worn into fortifications by centuries of wind and salt. One tower leans precariously seaward, as if nodding off mid-thought. Could this ragged, half-swallowed ruin be the place whispered about? It looks less like a refuge, and more like something the coast has coughed up reluctantly. A weary grin tugs at your lips. Of course it would look like this. No gleaming citadel for the completely knackered. As you draw nearer, disbelief softens into a peculiar warmth. The coarse, lichen-splattered stonework itself seems to breathe out a soft, internal light. Not a blinding radiance, but a gentle, pervasive glow of old ivory held near a naked flame, emanating from every pore and fissure. It seeps into the mist, clinging to its flanks, turning the damp air around it into luminous vapor. The biting wind inexplicably softens against your face, carrying now a scent like sun-warmed dust and dried heather. Your aching shoulders relax fractionally. The pack straps feel less like torture devices now. This isn't magic, surely. Just exceptionally good stonework, having a very good day. A narrow bridge, surprisingly intact, arches over a deep, seaweed-choked cleft where the sea roars far below. As you hesitate before its worn threshold, a capricious shaft of sunlight, the first real sun you've seen in hours, punches through the shifting cloud blanket. It lands squarely on the heavy, iron-studded door, nestled within a mossy archway. The wood, ancient and dark, drinks in the light and then radiates it back, outlining every knot and grain as if outlined in liquid gold. It isn't just illuminated. It looks lit from within. An undeniable, silent invitation etched in sunlight and shadow. The door seems to sigh faintly, a settling of ancient timbers, or perhaps just the wind finding a new hole to whistle through. Either way, please come in, feels written in the air. The bridge itself feels treacherously slick underfoot, the stones polished smooth by centuries of rain and salty spray. You shuffle across, hugging the low parapet worn down to nubs, acutely aware of the chasm yawning beneath and spray misting your face. Yet, the closer you get to that glowing door, the more the pervasive ache in your feet seems to dull, replaced by curious lightness. It is as if the stone beneath your boots is actively absorbing the fatigue, leaving only a pleasant buzz of anticipation. The wind, previously a relentless bully, softens to a gentle nudge at your back, carrying that persistent scent of warm dust and ancient parchment. Your blisters stop complaining. Your backpack straps cease their vicious digging. Even the dubious trail mix in your pocket feels less like a regret and more like a future snack once more. Reaching the moss-furred archway feels strangely ceremonial. You pause, breathing in the sudden stillness within the protective curve of the stone. The roaring sea sounds muffled, distant. Tentatively, almost self-consciously, you lift a hand and rap your knuckles against the ancient iron-studded wood. The sound is surprisingly resonant, a deep thump that echoes faintly within the thick walls. This feels absurdly formal. Who exactly are you expecting? A butler in tweed? A disgruntled ghost, perhaps? You chuckle softly at the thought, your breath momentarily visible in the cool and luminous air. The knock hangs unanswered in the quiet, met only by the soft sigh of the wind through unseen cracks of the stone. Then it surfaced, the memory crisp and sudden. The brittle pages of that forgotten Gaelic tome in the Edinburgh library, read mere days before, its ink faded brown. The precise curling script had described a place, woven from weariness, a refuge that belonged to the footsore soul who found it. More importantly, it proclaimed, Sure and dachet, dong niech a lorgas e agus ver e da na huin ag shan ag sheen. Or words to that effect. This is the home of whoever finds it, and lends to them whatever they need most in that moment. The rough translation had seemed poetic whimsy back then, surrounded by dusty shelves and the clatter of city trams. But standing before this glowing door, breathing air that smells like forgotten summers, that whimsy feels as solid as the granite beneath your boots. Closing your eyes tight, you embrace this message, thinking of everything you might need most. Oofed, a roaring hearth or stove, deep, soft silence, a sumptuous chair that doesn't feel like a rock. Oh, a bath, dry socks, good heavens above, dry socks. Something, anything other than the damp wool clinging to clammy skin. And a cup of tea. Just a really good, hot, steaming cup of tea. The sheer simplicity of your desires surprises you. Not treasure maps or eternal youth, just comfort. Basic, profound, dry comfort. Suddenly, realizing just how numb from exhaustion you really are. Every muscle a leaden weight, every nerve dulled to static. You push against the ancient wood. It yields silently, astonishingly light for its size, swinging inward without protest. How could this be? Opening your eyes, you pull the door fully open and blink. Withered stone arches and dripping moss, gone. Instead, a single, impossibly comforting room sprawls before you, bathed in that same gentle, internal light. Vaulted ceilings arc above, dancing in candlelight shadows. Yet the walls themselves, they curve gently inward, only a few paces away. Shutting the heavy door behind you with a soft thud that echoes strangely in the stillness, you realize the impossible truth. Inside this immense coastal castle is one sole room, beautifully furnished, yet impossibly smaller than the exterior. Is it a trick? Magic? Physics throwing in the towel? The outside had promised crumbling towers leaning drunkenly over the sea. The inside offers coziness. Deep, bewildering coziness. You step fully onto wide, smoked oak floorboards that feel smooth and warm beneath your battered boots. The air hangs thick with luxurious scent, the heady sweetness of lilies floating in a vast, freestanding copper bath near a wall of arch-paned windows, mingling with the dry, herbal curl of incense smouldering gently beside a low-lit lamp. Those windows, impossibly clean and clear, frame the stormy coast outside like living paintings, yet the howling wind is utterly silenced. Fresh-cut wildflowers perch cheerfully on each sill. Splashes of yellow gorse and purple heather against the muted sage-green walls. The ceiling arches overhead in earthy terracotta, while plush, inviting furniture dots the space. A deep mauve armchair piled with velvet cushions beside a reading nook overflows with familiar spines. Your absolute favourite fiction titles, all worn and loved. A tea corner beckons nearby, porcelain gleaming beside jars of loose leaves. Across the room, a fat-bellied iron stove glows warmly, radiating blissful heat, the perfect distance to and from everywhere in the room. Your gaze snags and then holds. Against the far wall, nestled beside a tall bookshelf, stands a sturdy chest of drawers crafted from the same warm oak as the floor. The top drawer yawns invitingly open. Inside, impossibly deep, lies a seemingly endless cascade of socks. Not just any socks. Thick, chunky knit wonders in every conceivable shade of woolly grey, cream, oat and deep forest green. Softly ribbed cuffs promise snugness. The sheer volume is absolutely and absurdly delightful. Enough pairs to probably outfit a small army perpetually plagued by cold feet. It is the drawer you've dreamed of during every soggy, blistering mile. A quiet chuckle escapes you. Of course, the profound need of the utterly spent traveller boils down to warm, dry feet. A whimsy feels utterly perfect. The softest whisper of sound catches your ear, a delicate, almost musical ambience woven through the stillness. Is it real? The gentle chime of distant glass? The melodic sigh of steam rising from the copper tub? Or perhaps just your own weary brain finally relaxing its frantic pace, filling the gaps between the muffled roar of the stormy weather outside and the profound quiet within. Who knows? It doesn't matter. The effect is pure serenity. The bath beckons like a beckony thing. You're too tired to think of any convincing similes. With swift, grateful motions, you peel off layers. Damp jacket, scratchy jumper, clinging thermals, sodden trousers, until you stand naked on the wide oak boards. The wood is deliciously warm underfoot, radiating comfort upwards. Nearby, plush rugs promise deeper luxury, sinking your toes into their deep pile with pure, tactile bliss. Stepping towards the tub, you inhale deeply. The air is thick with the comforting scent of lilies floating serenely atop the steaming water, mingled perfectly with lavender oil and the mineral tang of bath salts. Wisps of vapour curl invitingly upwards, and so, testing the water with a toe, confirms it. Blissfully hot, but not scalding, just the right side of intense. You slide in slowly, a sigh escaping your lips as the heat envelops you, pressing against aching muscles and numbed skin. The water embraces you like a warm, fragrant hug. The oils tingle pleasantly, the lavender scent soothing your wind-chafed senses. You sink deeper, letting the water lap at your chin. The sheer relief radiates outwards from your core, melting the persistent chill from your bones. Outside the clear arched pane windows, the Highland storm rages, unseen and unheard, like a chaotic painting of grey sea and bruised sky, rendered utterly irrelevant. Ah, the bliss, pure, unadulterated, bone deep, bliss. The steaming water isn't merely hot. It's a liquid embrace engineered by benevolent gods specifically for overworked calves and wind-numbed skin. Every muscle surrenders instantly, dissolving into the fragrant cocoon. Your blisters stop throbbing accusations. They float, suspended and mute, in the lavender-scented haven. Outside, the storm performs its chaotic ballet against the impossibly clean panes. Grey waves hurl themselves at cliffs. Rain slices sideways. Yet, inside, silence reigns supreme, thick and velvety. Only the soft, rhythmic plink of condensation dripping from the copper bath's rim punctuates the stillness. A metronome marking the passage of luxurious nothingness. Time loses its sharp edges. Minutes, maybe an hour, flows past like a gentle current lifting stray lily petals around your knees. The heat seeps deeper, unlocking knots you hadn't even known existed along your spine and shoulders. Tension doesn't just ease. It evaporates, leaving behind a pleasant, buzzing emptiness. When the water cools just enough to hint at the world beyond the bath, the thought surfaces. Tea. Proper, steaming, soul-warming tea. The lure is irresistible. With a sigh deeper than the chasm outside, you haul yourself from the water's embrace, dripping fragrant droplets onto the warm oak floor. A plush robe, impossibly soft and smelling faintly of rosemary, hangs waiting nearby. Slipping into its folds feels like being hugged by a cloud. Then, feet padding silently, you cross to the sock drawer. Choosing is a delight. Your fingers trace the thick, yielding wool before settling on a pair in the soft purple colour. Ribbed cuffs promising snug perfection. Pulling them on is pure tactile joy. Dry warmth encasing feet that had known only damp misery for days. Hydration still beckons. A natural spring bubbles cheerfully in the room's corner, crystal clear water tinkling over smooth stones into a mossy basin. You scoop up a handful and splash your face before scooping the cold, pure liquid into a waiting copper kettle. Its surface gleams dully in the soft light as you marvel at the effortless perfection of it all. No trudging to a distant stream, no filtering murky water, just hillside purity conjured somehow indoors. The kettle feels satisfyingly heavy, cool against your palms as you carry it to the low-lit lampstand beside the fat iron stove, its gentle heat radiating precisely where needed. Tea awaits. Jars line the shelf above the stove, filled with fragrant leaves. Smoky lapsang souchong, sharp bergamot Earl Grey, minty leaves, grassy green sencha. Your fingers hover before settling on a blend labelled simply Highland Mist. Its pure heather, honey and distant pine scents irresistible. You spoon a generous measure into a stout porcelain pot patterned with thistles. Setting the kettle atop the stove's flat iron plate produces a promising hiss as droplets meet the heat. The anticipation itself is a luxury, the promise of warmth spreading from fingers to core. Pouring feels ceremonial. Steam curls upwards like smoke signals announcing peace treaties as the deep amber liquid fills the wide cup. You settle onto the plush window seat cushion, knees drawn up. Outside, the storm has gentled. Rain gives way to a soft but persistent drizzle that silvers the sea. Waves crash against the rocks below in long, rhythmic sighs. Hypnotic, endless. You trace their path with your eyes, the swell gathering far out, building momentum, cresting white, then dissolving into frothy chaos against the basalt teeth. A sip of tea floods your senses, earthy, floral, restorative, its warmth pooling low in your belly, chasing the last lingering chill from your bath-soaked bones. Movement catches your eye near a cluster of slick, seaweed-draped rocks further down the coast. Sleek brown heads bob, whiskers twitching. Otters. A small family, perhaps. One hauls itself onto a rock, rolling vigorously, scrubbing its fur against the wet stone. Another dives, vanishing into the churn, reappearing moments later with a silvery fish clutched in its paws. They move with effortless grace, utterly absorbed in their watery world. You wonder idly, cup warm between your palms, if they ever glance up towards the cliffs. Can they see this impossible beacon glowing softly against the grey? Or is this castle just another unremarkable fold in the ancient, indifferent rock face to them? Or is this whole place simply a product of your imagination, all myth and legend? The thought was oddly comforting, a secret shared only with the wind and the weariness. Watching the otters vanish around a rocky outcrop, you drain the last earthy sweet dregs of Highland mist from your cup. The lure of the armchair, that glorious cushion-cocooned expanse of deep mauve velvet, becomes irresistible. Dry socks, blissful bath, restorative tea. Now, surely, deep, uninterrupted reading. You pad across the floorboards, savouring the faint warmth radiating upwards. The journey feels absurdly short, perhaps 10 steps, yet crossing the room feels like traversing continents compared to yesterday's coastal slog. The armchair beckons like yet another beckony thing. Who's counting? Piled high with cushions in jewel-toned velvets and warm, soft linens. You sink into its embrace with a groan that is pure gratitude. The cushions yield instantly, moulding to your weary contours, supporting your lower back precisely where yesterday's pack has dug the deepest. bliss, utter, unadulterated bliss. Fingers still tingling pleasantly from the tea's warmth, you pull your favourite volume from the shelf nestled beside the armchair. That worn copy of A. Milne, its spine softened by countless readings ever since you were young. Settling deeper into the velvet embrace, you crack open the familiar cover with a soft sigh that feels like shedding the last layer of damp coastal chill. Instantly, the scent of old paper and ink is comforting as wood smoke, and mingles with the lingering lavender from the bath oils. Your gaze softens a little, drifting into the 100-acre wood. Not with frantic scanning, but with the unhurried pace of visiting old friends after a long journey. The gentle cadence washes over you. Pooh Bear, considering a little something at 11 o'clock in the morning. Eeyore's tail pinned back on. Christopher Robin's quiet pronouncements. It is pure distilled childhood comfort, yet seen anew through the lens of utter adult exhaustion. The worries of heffalumps and woozles feel refreshingly simple compared to navigating treacherous cliffs and damp socks, even. You linger over Pooh Bear's honey-seeking expedition near Rabbit's door. Milne's wry narration paints the scene with effortless charm. Pooh's hopeful calculations about how long it took to get small inside a hole. The inherent dignity of a bear with very little brain, puffing and straining. It mirrors your own trekking absurdities. The weight of your boots, the elusive promise of coves, yet rendered utterly painless and infused with gentle humour. You trace the illustrations with your eyes, the familiar ink lines of Pooh Bear wedged firmly, Rabbit all flustered, and Christopher Robin's sensible solution. The sheer uncomplicated kindness of fetching a book to read aloud during the long wait resonates deeply. Here is a world where problems are solved with patience and storybooks, not weary endurance. Your aching shoulders ease further against the cushions, tension dissolving like honey stirred into hot milk. The light deepens subtly. Outside, the drizzle has settled into a soft grey curtain, blurring the jagged edges of the coast beyond the window panes. Inside, the room's soft glow intensifies, emanating warmly from the stone itself. Nearby candles flicker on low iron stands, their flames casting long dancing shadows that climb the sage green walls, highlighting the soft cracks in the paint. The light mingles perfectly with the fading storm grey panorama. Orange gold warmth against the wild, wet rock and churning pewter sea. The flickering patterns trace arcs of soft gold across the rug, over your sock-clad feet tucked neatly beneath you. The scent of beeswax mingles with the lingering lavender bath oils and the comforting dustiness of the old book's pages. It is a visual lullaby, the candlelight softening the harshness outside into something almost painterly and abstract. Your eyelids grow pleasingly weighty. The words on the page beginning to blur slightly. Winnie the Pooh's dialogue softening into murmurs. A deep, bone-melting drowsiness descends, heavier than the Highland mist outside. It isn't a sudden drop, but a gentle, irresistible sinking. Your head nods forward slightly. The spine of the house at Pooh Corner resting loosely against your chest. The rhythmic sigh of the distant waves, still audible despite the thick silence within, becomes a slow, hypnotic drumbeat. Each sigh seems to pull you deeper into the velvet embrace of the chair. Your breathing deepens, becoming slow and regular, matching the ebb and flow of unseen tides far below the cliffs. In reality, it isn't long before the dreamy castle of yours pulls you into another dream, one where all your other dreams come true. And one of those dreams in particular takes you to a place that you hold closely to your heart. Would you care to join me on a wee walk to the Lochside bakery? Perhaps we could enjoy a coffee, a chat, and maybe a wee cheeky cake together. I thought so. Great. Let's enjoy the wonderfully temperate spring weather after a long winter. Oofed. It's even north of 10 degrees out there. T-shirt weather, if you ask me, but suit yourself. Let's see what sights, sounds, and tasty treats we encounter. So, as always, lie back, take a nice deep breath, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. There you are. How are you doing? Thanks for coming with me today. I really enjoy getting out for a morning walk especially. And you don't have to twist my arm to have coffee and kick. How are you today? All good? Great, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, this bakery is one of my favourite places to go, actually. It's an especially nice walk from where we are just now down through the woods, and then after the woods it gets a little flatter, and then the trees open out to the loch itself, and then it's maybe only 5 or 10 minutes, tops, to the village. It's such a lovely, lovely place. I can't wait to show you, more to the point. I know you know what Scotland looks like, because yes, we've all dreamed of being here. Excuse me. I think I'm still half asleep. Definitely gonna need that coffee. Where was I? Yes, we've all dreamed of what we think Scotland feels like, but there's still nothing quite like experiencing it firsthand on such a beautiful spring morning specifically. It'll be just the two of us. I hope that's okay. We can maybe have a wee chat with people in the coffee house, if you feel like it, but there's no pressure to. The locals are lovely, and actually the bakery sells a lot of cakes and other baked goods made by the people of the village, which I've always loved. It's such a wonderful little community that exists down here. Anyway, that's enough babbling. Shall we get a move on? Otherwise all the cakes might be gone. Don't you just love spring? It's impossible to pick a favourite season, really, isn't it? They've all got so many benefits, each, and yeah, it's tricky, eh? But I think personally, whichever season you are experiencing in the moment tends to be my favourite, which is a total cop-out answer. Excuse me again. I'm definitely going to need that caffeine. Ooh, the fresh air does it as well, or maybe that's a myth. We're supposed to feel invigorated and awake and full of energy when in the clean, fresh air, but is it just me who finds themselves yawning uncontrollably sometimes? Maybe it's also the sunshine, which is out today, thankfully. Somewhere up there. We can just about see it through the trees, which is nice. It's kind of one of those nice in-between days, you know? The kind of day that it could only be a spring day, where it's not as warm as summer, obviously, but there is a heat there, and it's not only a heat you can feel, it's a heat you can smell. It's like all the flowers have finally given up their scent, like they've been holding on to it all winter. And then just as enough sunshine pokes out, poof, there they go. And the air is suddenly rich with pollen, the sounds of the birds, and the bees. Actually, yesterday I saw my first bumblebee. I never fail to make a point of spotting the year's first bumblebee. They're very, very welcome. They do such a good job of hibernating. It must be tough being a bumblebee. Let alone the world's a tough place for bees just now anyway, but it's a long winter to stay tucked away trying to stay toasty. And it's so nice to see them out and about when they do come out. Look at all the daffodils over there. I love that, don't you? Daffodils are the most spring-esque flower to me. I love how the different varieties all seem to emerge from the one place. There's always the typical full yellow on yellow flowers, where the petals are the same as the central portion. I forget the name of it. My biology teacher would be rather disappointed. Stamen, is it, perhaps? I think they were pollinating parts. Let's just call them the daffodil cone. The cone in the middle. But yes, you get the yellow on yellow, so they are a completely yellow flower. Then there are those with orange centres or cones with yellow petals. Then there's the orange centres with yellow petals too. Then there's the other very common orange centres with excuse me, orange centres with white petals. They are pretty. I think you get yellow on white too. Haven't seen any of them this morning though. Oh, they're my favourites anyway. I love to pick a couple and just put them in a wee vase in the centre of the table. Or wherever needs a little brightening up. What else can we see from here? Oh, did you see the squirrels over there? There were two of them chasing each other up the tree trunk there. They're mischievous wee souls, aren't they? Always on the bird feeders. But there's no point scaring them away. All wildlife is good wildlife. Doesn't matter if it's for the birds. I'm just glad that we can give them any sort of snack. They're sitting on that branch at the top now. Can you see that? Oh, there's a wee robin over there. Wee robin redbreast. Typically the bird of the winter. The postcard bird. But equally is home throughout the rest of the year too. Bless him. They've got big lungs for a wee bird, don't they? Might not be the most tuneful of songs, but they sing it with a lot of heart, nevertheless. And they always come up quite close, to be fair. They're not too shy. Sociable birds, perhaps. It's a nice little walk this down the path, don't you think? Yeah, it's kind of steep in places, like you need to put your legs into it, but other times it flattens out too. It's such lovely diverse woodland. Not forestry, not loads of pine trees of the same variety, which are lovely too, but old-fashioned native Scottish woodland, where there's oak and birch and larch trees. And then there's those, like the twisted willows. They're pretty, very pretty, like something out of a fairy tale because of just how densely The branches and the twigs intertwine with each other. It's so nice. Yes, the air is warm, yet still fresh. The sun is sort of out. The woodland is alive. You can hear the sounds of the lambs and the sheep baaing away to themselves, probably. I never know who else they're baaing at, because they don't seem to be baaing at their friends or their lambs, because they don't seem to pay any attention to each other. But maybe it's because I don't speak sheep. Maybe they are scheming something between themselves. Or in deep intellectual conversation, of course. Who am I to put them down? Yes, springtime. I'll change my mind come the summer, but I still think it's my favourite. It's just something about the Easter feel. The dawning of a new year, in a way, where the frost has thawed, and now the whole of nature just comes to life. Are you excited to visit the bakery and the cafe? Me too. So what are you gonna get? They do a lot of different cakes, to be fair. Do you have any favourites? All very good choices, certainly. Good question. I think my favourite is... Call me traditional, but then I suppose most cakes sold in this little bakery are fairly traditional British things, or Scottish, but I do love a little Empire biscuit, which is mostly shortbread, but kind of, I don't know actually. Soft shortbread is my preference when it comes to an Empire biscuit. But some of my friends prefer crisper, more crunchy shortbread at all times, including in an Empire biscuit. Either way. My favourite Empire biscuit is a fairly soft shortbread with a lovely blob of jam in the middle. And I don't know where this part came from, but a little jelly tot on top. That seems to be the only way Empire biscuits come these days, and I'm not complaining. But I'm not sure where that originated from, because jelly tots, or little gems, or they've not been around forever, have they? So perhaps a new edition. But no, you'll not see me declining an Empire biscuit, so... What else? Millionaire shortbread. Rarely walk past a piece of that without snuffling a few. Needs to be a good ratio though, if you know what I mean. Sometimes millionaire shortbread is just a lot of biscuit or cake base and then a little bit of caramel and chocolate on top. However, a really good, and this place does really good, millionaire shortbread. It's all equal, beautiful, delectable ratios of base to caramel in the middle and a lovely thick layer of real chocolate on top. It is to die for. It really is. Then again, there's always something new available too. Whether it's someone who baked scones that morning and just wanted to share that they made too many. Or sometimes there's this lovely lady down the road who makes the most incredible coffee and walnut cake. A traditional combination, of course, but something about the fresh eggs that she uses from our chickens, actually, because she buys some. Well, sometimes she buys them. More often than not, we just give her some because it's nice to be nice. But I think it's perhaps the eggs that make such a difference to that sponge. It's beautiful. Ooh, my tummy's nearly rumbling. Maybe we'll just see what's there, eh? How about coffee or tea? What are you feeling this morning? Well, yes, I'll be having a coffee for sure. Excuse me. I was about to say the yawns have stopped for now, but there they are. That's what happens if you think about them. Coffee for me, yes. There's a very talented barista that works at this little bakery. They make phenomenal coffee, so I'll perhaps have a flat white. But don't ask me what the difference between all of them is, because as far as I can tell, it's just different ratios of milk and coffee. That's no bad thing to me. Not far to go until the water now, I don't think. The path's got a little steeper downhill now, as you can feel. The gravel is fairly loose, but the path has a lot of old autumnal mulch still there, so it's not too slippery, which is good. The sun is still streaming down from up ahead. I don't think it'll disappear behind the clouds today, not really. I mean, actually, it's never great to speak too soon, and perhaps I have actually. Do you see that over there? We'll see it more clearly in a moment when we come out of the woods, but that looks an awful lot like a dark cloud that's blowing this way, so maybe we'll see rain. There you are, spoke too soon. You can never too easily predict the weather here, so a foolish move on my part to even try. Here we go. This is the loch. Look at that. Wow. This is Loch Catrin. And it's one of my favourite lochs in the whole of Scotland, really. It's easy to see why. From here it doesn't look very big, but it's just a perspective thing. The loch actually curves quite far, maybe even 7 or 8 miles in a northwest direction over that way. But the headlands, about 1/3 of the way up the loch, make it seem as though that's where the loch ends, but it really does continue round. Yeah, I do love it here. Isn't this road just amazing? The way it winds, following the coastline exactly, and that little stone wall that's right on the water, where you can hear the waves just lapping up against the stones. I wish roads were still built like this one, actually. But obviously it's not practical for the modern day, but I'm so glad that this one still exists. It's like a winding worm. Tight twists and turns, but when you walk or cycle along it especially, you've got the water just inches away from your feet. Thankfully roads like this can stay because it's a loch after all, it's not the sea, so the height of the water hardly changes. Okay, let's go that way then. Enough of my babbling. We're only 5 minutes away from the village or so. Yes, let's go and get a coffee. Let's go and get a coffee, I know. Yeah, this loch isn't too far from Loch Lomond actually. It's very similar scenery. You know, here is surrounded by these incredible glens on all sides. Most of them are covered in the same woodland that we've just walked down through. But those ones just there to our south, just over that hill, is Loch Lomond and the little village of Balmaha. It's beautiful there, but I prefer where we are and where we're going. It's a little quieter, a little more homely, and just has a more genuine feel about it. You might have actually heard of Loch Katrine before. There's a famous poem, I think. Do you know Sir Walter Scott, the poet? Yes, of course you do. There's the Scott Monument Tower in Edinburgh. You may have seen pictures of it, or even been, actually. But Sir Walter Scott wrote a poem about Loch Katrine, or at least it was based here. The names slip my mind, but remind me to tell you about it later if it comes to me. I have a feeling it will. Now that we're down by the water, isn't that breeze off the top of it just so nice? You're right, actually, it is a little chilly, but nothing the top portion of your zip can't do on your jacket. There's just another difference in the air now, eh? A difference in scent. We can't really hear the forest birds now, but there's a few freshwater waders flying around. Even the chirping of the oyster catchers, actually. How are your boots, by the way? Comfy? Good. I wasn't sure what to give you, actually. Exactly. I would say it depends on whether it's rained or not. I've been known to climb mountains in casual trainers just because if it's dry, it can often be the most comfortable and supportive thing to leap up them in, but yes, as soon as it does rain, You're as well having flip-flops on instead. Good, I'm glad they're comfy. It's impossible to know what to wear, even on a short walk like ours. Oh, look up there, look. Do you see it? See, that to me looks like a golden eagle. Yeah, it is. Look through the binoculars. You see the wingtips and just how much they fan out in individual fingered feathers. Yeah, that's the main sign. It's so hard to get perspective, isn't it? Actually, see if you look just over to the left, slightly further down towards the glens, you can see two buzzards circling. See the size difference between them? It's about the only perspective you can get in the sky, is when you see an eagle flying near anything else, otherwise it could just be any other bird. That's okay, you're welcome. I'll take them back. Put them back in my bag before we lose them. I've lost so many pairs of binoculars. Ah, that's cool. It's always a good sign when you see a golden eagle, I think. Well, it usually means the weather's fair enough, but is that a spit of rain in the air I can feel? It's just typical. Yep, here's the grey clouds. That wind's picking up a bit as well. Oh well, just get a little wet, I suppose. It's not a very big cloud, it'll probably pass quite quickly. Okay, yeah, let's keep going now. Not far to go. Thankfully these trees that hang over the road are acting almost as a natural umbrella, so we won't get too wet. I love how they just reach from the bank here and almost hang directly over the water's edge. So pretty. Yeah, I said there was a poem, didn't I? Sir Walter Scott wrote. The Lady of the Lake, that was it, yeah. That was the one. The Lady of the Lake. What was it about? Good question. It's been a while since I read through it. I think it was at school, actually, the last time that we read it. I think we actually studied it. To be honest, it's a huge poem, if you could even call it a poem. It is by literal definition, but it would take me many hours to read it to you. It's more like a book, to be honest. But yeah, I think Scott began writing The Lady of the Lake in 1809, whilst holidaying with his wife and daughter. I think they were called Charlotte and Sophia, in the Trossachs, which is where we are now. This is part of the Trossachs. That word never gets easier to say. I know we're here now, but that's one that will tie the tongue of any Scot, the Trossachs. Anyway. Yeah, so they were here and enjoying the shoreline and the islands of Loch Katrine, which is where we are just now. And these are the very scenes that would have provided the poem's setting. Apparently with that new poem at the time, though, Scott wished to depend less on the local colour and spectacular action, and to gain greater psychological depth in the characterisation, apparently. So he worked on the poem, and Scott felt that in this respect it would only be a small success, which is fine. Allegedly, while he was confident that he had brought King James V and the clan chieftain Roderick Dhu vividly to life, he feared that the romantic hero Malcolm Graham would remain a perfect automaton. That was his words. Although initial progress on the poem was quite quick, the work was delayed when his children, Walter, Charles and Anne, I think, fell really ill with the fever, which was sad. But only when they had fully recovered was he able to complete the poem, which was then published about a year later. But that's over 200 years ago, isn't it? Yes. To be walking in their very footsteps is pretty cool, isn't it? And it's easy to see why he wrote such a piece. Sorry, you asked what it was about. Here's me rambling on about how it came to be. If I can remember, the main narrative of the poem concerned the struggle between King James V and the powerful clan Douglas. The king had banished the entire family from his realm, including James of Douglas, the Earl of Bothwell, I think, who had been his protector during his youth, by the way. The Earl and his daughter Ellen took refuge with Roderick Dhu in his castle on an island in Lochside. At the beginning of the poem, a mysterious knight calling himself James Fitzjames arrived at the castle and is granted hospitality. During his brief stay, he fell in love with Ellen, but found rivals for her affections in Roderick himself and in Malcolm Graham. He was a young knight loyal to the king, but moved after by sympathy of the Douglases. It was Malcolm, I think, that Ellen favoured, and so facing attack from royal forces for sheltering Douglas, Roderick gathered his clan. Douglas, though, was loath to bring disaster upon his host, and set out for the royal court at Stirling, determined to surrender. Fitzjames then returned and offered to take Ellen to safety, but was told that she loved another. He nevertheless pressed on her a ring, which he said would obtain any favour from the king. Travelling to Stirling then, Fitzjames met and quarrelled with Roderick, and in the ensuing fight, Roderick was mortally wounded and carried to Stirling as a captive. Ellen then presented herself at court and, showing the ring, pled for her father's pardon. But then she discovered that James was none other than the king himself. So the king and Douglas were reconciled, and Ellen and Malcolm were married after that. I think it goes something along those lines, but no doubt Walter Scott's poem itself would be much more beautiful. I'm pretty sure that was it. But forgive me if I may have got a few bits the wrong way round. It's been a while. You know how the memories become blurry over time. It's so important to make new ones. I like to read, to try and exercise the mind and keep travelling as well, you know. Anyways, that's enough about poetry. We're not at school anymore, and we're here exploring the Loch now, for ourselves. I think this next corner in the road is the last corner before we can see the village. Look at that. There it is. It's only small. It's only a few houses. But it's busy with locals, which is always so nice to see. Did I mention it's a nice community here? Look at all the people outside enjoying the weather. Huh. Speaking of which, it stopped raining when I was telling you the story. I didn't even notice. Happy days. I'm only a little bit wet. How about yourself? You okay? Good. Yeah. I think the sun will warm us back up now. Look at those people over there. They've already got the ice creams out. Always an excuse for an ice cream. Whatever the weather, actually, if you ask me. Look, those people have got fish and chips from the chippy around the corner. That's Douglas's business. Oh look, there's a wee band playing over there. They might be busking. I'm sure they'll make a good collection today. It's quite a busy one. Weather's fair, people are out. There's so many people cycling around, enjoying the village. It's just amazing to see, isn't it? Look, over there, can you see the sign? And then there's the road which goes up to the castle and the gardens. We should go there one day, actually. The castle's the most beautifully ruined building, but it's been completely overtaken with ivy and all sorts of plants that they've made it their home. And then there's the gardens themselves, which are full of every kind of flower you can think of, from all around the world, actually. It's one of my favourite places to be. Here you can see the top of the ruined castle just above the treetops there. Oh wow, look! Look out to sea. Can you see the steamer boat? Oh, I'm so happy we were able to see it. You'll never guess what that steamboat is called. And I'll give you a hint. It might be named after the guy we were just talking about. Yes, that is the Sir Walter Scott steamer. That beautiful white steamboat has been sailing the loch for over 100 years. It was launched in the year 1900, and she was Loch Katrine's 4th steamer, I believe. And the first one was actually called the Gypsy, which was introduced in 1843. And that provided competition for another boat called the Water Witch, which was actually just a galley powered by men and oars. Then the Gypsy was sunk under mysterious circumstances about a week later. It was allegedly by the ferrymen who thought the steamer's arrival threatened their jobs. The Rob Roy and the Rob Roy II steamers followed that, obviously weren't sunk, and then the Walter Scott was introduced after them. Anyway, there you go, that's the boat out there. Isn't she beautiful? It's a lovely sized thing, little paddles going on each side. If you listen closely, you can just about hear the wee chuff chuff chuffs. And of course the paddles slapping the water's surface. Right, it's about time we get that coffee. We've been talking about it for ages now. Look, over here, just on the high street to your right, there it is, the sign just above the door, the Lochside Bakery. Please, allow me, after you. Morning everyone, hi there. Hello, how are you getting on? Hello dogs, nice to see you. Hello. Oh. Shall we have a look at the menu above the counter? We can order and then get ourselves sat down. Morning, how are you doing?
Morning, how are you?
Not bad, thanks, you alright?
Very good, thank you.
Could we have, what are you gonna have? Okay, yeah. Could we have, tea, please?
Tea.
Maybe tea for 2, and also for me just a coffee.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, what's that cake, by the way?
That's our carrot cake.
Carrot cake, lovely.
Yes.
Okie dokie. I'll have a piece of that, please.
Of course.
And, because I'm a pig, a bit of millionaire shortbread too.
Ooh, good choice.
And what would you like?
Okay, no problem at all.
Perfect, thank you very much.
No problem.
Great, okay, after you. How about that seat over there by the window that's free? Yeah, good shout. Oh, that's better. What a beautiful wee cafe, isn't it? The beautiful flowers on the table. Rows of plants scattered around the bookshelves. That wall over there is a lovely shade of pink, which really complements the green plants, don't you think? It's light and airy, with a warmth to the ambience, but it's also clean and uncluttered, which is nice. It allows you to enjoy the views outside and feel like you've got a sense of space. Oof, but these chairs are nice and squishy, aren't they? It's like all the benefits of a lovely spring day with And a really simple atmosphere in here, but with the cosy, squishy comfort of like a wintry study on a cold winter's night. We can have our cake and eat it too, forgive the pun. Oh look, there's a map of Scotland there. It's huge, it's like nearly 4 feet tall and probably 3 feet wide. Don't countries look so enormous when you spread them out on large scale? Scotland is not a particularly big country, but when you put it on a wall like that, it seems huge. Yes, like 1 inch on the map, you could probably walk in half an hour, but maybe not half an hour, maybe an hour. It's just so detailed. And we are right about here. Yep, so there's Loch Lomond, just north of Glasgow. And then over these Campsie Hills to the north-east, you've then got this loch here, which is Loch Katrine, and we're in this little village right here. I love looking at the map, knowing all the places I've been fortunate enough to explore. It really brings back so many lovely memories of the Highlands and road tripping even further north up to the high northwest, up to Durness and Caithness and Sutherland. Places that until recently weren't that explored, but as I'm sure you know, the North Coast 500 is very, very popular these days. We're sat right next to this lovely bookshelf too. It seems like most of these books have been sat for a long time. They've got just a light covering of dust on them. Though what would a bookshelf be without dusty books? It's almost essential that they are, is it not? It feels right. Over there is a picture of the East Point Lighthouse. I recognise that by the cliffs and the lovely long peninsula and the sunset. It's a very famous picture. Yes, that's East Point Lighthouse, just off the north end of Skye. I've been there many times. You may have been yourself, actually. It tends to be high on the priority list of visitors. Over there is another photograph. Or is that just a very accurately drawn painting? Painted painting. Hard to tell from here. But that looks like Bamborough Castle, actually. Do you know about Bamborough Castle? It's been used many, many times in film and TV, and Outlander if you've ever seen that. But it's a stunning example of lived in to this day castles. It's so imposing on the east coast, just south of Edinburgh, near the border with England. It's positioned on a huge stretching coastline of the whitest sand, right next to beautiful rolling dunes, and it's plonked right on its own, rising high into the air, a castle of such intense red brickwork. It looks like ever the stereotypical medieval coastal fortress. What else are we seeing in here? It's just full of lots of people enjoying their own coffee and cake. I love coffee shops, don't you? Just the gentle tinkling of teaspoons on china. The rich aromas of light and dark roast coffee, mixing with sweet, nutty and indulgent scents of all the baked goods mixing in the air. Occasionally the little bark of a cheery dog who didn't read the no barking sign, but no one minds really. I'm very relaxed. Are you? Good. Oh, here we go. Here's the lovely lass with our coffee and cake.
Okay, there's your coffee, and I'll just get your cake in that one there.
Fantastic, thank you. Oh, look at that. Coffee looks amazing.
And there's your cat cake and your millionaire shrimp.
Lovely, thank you. Oofed. They look phenomenal.
And we need some potatoes.
Lovely.
Right, and milk and sugar is just on the table. If you need anything else, just let me know.
Beautiful, thank you very much.
Enjoy.
Will do. Look at that. Lovely. There we go. Cheers. Chin chin, slancha, whatever your chosen pre-sip saying is. Absolutely delicious. Oh, I needed that. Desperately. That fresh air hits me like an anvil. Oh, and would you look at those cakes? Unreal. Well, if you don't mind me, I'm going to dive straight in. We've worked up a fair appetite with that walk, I'm sure you'll agree. That is beautiful. Oh. Don't tell my parents. I've developed rather a keen sweet tooth in my adulthood. As much as I pretend, I probably don't. Dessert's still my favourite meal, I guess. Oofed. That's better, I've got some energy now. Look at that view. It's just so much to feast our eyes on. It makes me happy seeing families out together, you know that? It's like the purest form of enjoyment and company. Or even the people who are out by themselves walking, simply taking in the atmosphere. Everyone sitting on benches, soaking in the sunshine because it's so precious. sunglasses on, but also a woolly hat not too far out of reach either. Everyone out walking their dogs. The dogs themselves are happy to see other dogs. Kids playing in the parks. Yeah, this is simple life done right. Sometimes we don't need fancy holidays or more expensive toys just to make ourselves feel like we're having fun. It really is just the simple things like this. Tea and coffee and cake with a good friend, around good people, in a good and simple place. Nothing more. That's what I like anyway. And I think you agree too. How's your drink? Are you enjoying it? What about your cake? I am a little jealous of it, I will not deny. Then again, all cake is good cake to me. I'll keep my hands off, it's all yours. Do you see that in the sky? That wee plane up there. What a lovely day to be flying around in a little microlight plane. I know I just said we don't need toys, and we don't need toys. But that would be fun, wouldn't it? A little fun fact for you, and this is just between you and me. But that, flying up there, is a man called Mr. Westman. Now, Mr. Westman is a remarkable man, and he holds a place very dear to me in my heart. Now, I don't know much about his middle life, I confess. Though when he was a young man, he served in World War II as a pilot. And a few years ago, when I was an older boy, perhaps, maybe 11 or 12, he offered to take me up in that very plane of his. Now, at the time, he was 87 years old. That was one of the most amazing memories of my childhood. And even then, I distinctly remember thinking, this is incredible. A man of his experience and wisdom and age to still be flying happily, as switched on as he ever was, sharp as a tack, right up until the day that he couldn't anymore. He let me fly. It was the first time I ever flew a plane. Thankfully not the last. But it was all thanks to him that I was able to experience it. And he planted a little seed inside of me as someone who wanted to be a pilot, and he's the reason. And you may be wondering, Sam, you just said that man up there is Mr. Westman. That's why, just between you and me, I like to think that every little plane I see flying around is Mr. Westman enjoying what it is that he loved the most, right up until he was no longer with us. But you can keep that a secret, can't you? Thank you. Something I loved was the views from being up at a realistic altitude. I can't imagine how beautiful this part of the world would be, with the rolling glens, but not only the mountainous areas, but to see the real shape of the lochs around here from a completely new perspective. It would be stunning. What did you want to see most when you came to Scotland, by the way? Was it the North Coast 500 route, which I have to say is worth it? It's incredible. It takes in such a diverse range of scenery, all the way from the departing point in Inverness, and whichever way you decide to go, whether it's the clockwise or anti-clockwise route. But the lochs from Carron over to the famous Applecross, ascent and descent. And then the landscape gets really rugged and really rural very quickly as you venture towards Ullapool, Kinlochew, and then even higher up to where would be next. I always forget the names of places between Ullapool and Durness at the top, which is easy to remember. But in a way, that's the real beauty part. So in my opinion at least, north of Ullapool, south of Durness, anywhere on that western coastline is where I feel most at home in Scotland, in a way, despite having never lived there. It just embodies everything that I love about what Scotland can give. It's still easy to feel rural. It's still easy to feel like you're on your own. When you want it, at least. But when you happen across communities, they're so genuine and willing and thankful that you're there to visit. And you can get fresh hen eggs and just pick up local produce from all corners and people selling it outside their houses. And it's certainly one of my favourite parts. But yes, what else brought you here? What about Loch Ness? Very famous, also very pretty. Quite a feat of geography and geology, because really it runs almost in a perfectly straight line for, actually I don't know how far or how long the loch is, but when you look at it on a map, it appears as though it goes for the entire diagonal length of Scotland, but it's just that the Loch Ness itself is part of the greater Ness Valley, or Glen Ness, which does run all the way from just northwest of Glasgow up to Inverness itself. How about even further up north, like the Orkneys and the Shetland Islands? Really interesting places then. Shetland is really its own other world. It's so far north of Scotland it sometimes feels like its own country, and that it has much more in common with its Norse roots in a way. Because of its position in the North Sea, once upon a time it was very much inhabited by the Vikings. The same can be said for the Orkney Islands further south from Shetland and just north of mainland Scotland. These places are very flat, very beautiful and fairly barren in a stirring sense. It's easy to imagine how life would have been hundreds of years ago, because in some incredible ways life still is like it used to be. Sure, the roads are better and people are many more than there used to be, but so many of the original walls, farmland, is as it was. Especially when you venture out of the towns like Kirkwall and head out to the smaller islands which are only accessible by boat. Those like Rousay and Stronsay, Ede and Westray, and all of them, they're so remote, and so few people live on them these days. But just, if you do ever get the chance to visit, please do. It's like a world you'll have never felt before. More cake for me. Almost forgot about it. So maybe those have given you a few ideas about where you would like to visit. Pardon me, I shouldn't speak when I'm eating. I almost forgot to mention Skye, of course. It's easy for me to endorse it because I'm from there, but it really is a rather spectacular place with its own very genuine reasons for visiting. I think it's described as Scotland in miniature sometimes, although a few of the West Coast islands are also described as Scotland in miniature. I think Mull is, which is a lovely place, but much less populous than Skye. Equally is pretty though, but just less diverse when it comes to the sheer range of geography, because down the south end of Skye the landscape is a little flatter and more floral. I'm sure there's a better word for it than that, but it's known for its biodiversity and plant life. The Garden of Skye, it's called. So much woodland and rolling moors and the brackens and the forests. It's a great place to explore. It's got lovely pubs and hotels, and you've got views that span out to the mainland and from the north coast of the South Point, if that makes sense. If you're on the north of the south, you can see the Coolins at the most amazing vantage points, because you are low and flat, and you are looking into the middle of the island, which is so dramatic and mountainous. Yeah, that's right, the Coolin Mountains. I forget just how impressive they are until I go back and then They are just leaping out of the ground. Not even from the ground, they're leaping out of the sea. Because that's where they stem from. You just have to see them for yourself. I always get a tinge of homesickness every time I talk about them. Because not only have I seen them from the ground, I've been up the top of so many of these mountains. So there's a full picture in my head. And there is nothing like having climbed for hours up grueling scree slopes, getting battered by the ever-changing weather. It's screaming sunshine, and then the rain comes just like it did before, which ruffles your hair and gets you a little soaked, but then that cloud passes by and the sun comes back out, and then you feel too warm, so the layers come off again. And then the cloud comes back over and the wind gets chilly, so you put the layers back on. All the while you're climbing and climbing, until you finally reach what you think is the summit. But it's not. It's a false summit. And so you dig your heels back in, keep climbing, until finally you reach the top. And you'll be lucky if you get a clear view, because it's never guaranteed. However, most of the time I ever went to the summits of the Highlands, I was fortunate to at least be able to see some of the view of the ground. Occasionally the cloud does swallow everything above a certain altitude, but if it's not raining and there's a fast enough wind, the chances are you'll get some clear sky. I loved plane watching from the summits, you know that? Because you felt that little bit closer to those airliners at 40,000 feet that were going all the way around the world. Even if you were only 3,000 feet nearer than if you were at sea level, it would be at 37,000 feet. They seemed closer. I suppose they would appear 10% larger. Look out the window there, actually. You can see one just about flying over our head. There you go. Where do you think it's going? It looks as if it's flying northwest, like so many of the planes do from Europe. They all fly over to America and Canada, perhaps even to the Southern Americas, or Iceland. The contrails are pretty. The way that they paint a line of white steam across the sky, and it just seems to ever expand. And then slowly the high atmospheric winds blow it and spread it and wash it gently away. Those planes are like humans' paintbrushes. I was going to say nature's, but they're not, are they? Man-made creations. Yeah, travelling, eh? I could reminisce and talk about travelling forever, really. Where have your favourite travels ever been? They don't need to be far. Some of my favourite places I've ever been are about as close to home as home is. Yeah, you think about that. Think about where your favourites have been and why. Just let those memories flood back as if it was happening in the present. Because as long as we give ourselves the chance to do that, it's amazing what does come back that you think was forgotten. All it needs is just a moment, and you can re-experience many things that you thought were once had left you. But they're not really that far away. My favourite travels? Good question. Well, starting further away, I loved Australia. I couldn't really get much further away from Skye in Scotland, but where we are just now, of course, at Lochside. Australia was interesting because I didn't actually have very high expectations for me and what I enjoy when I go somewhere. Not to say that I didn't presume its beauty or its own unique qualities, but I love lush and fresh places because they make me feel like I belong. And in some ways Australia has a similar culture to parts of the UK and the US, so I never really felt drawn to it. But perhaps it was also to do with the company I was in and what we did do when I went. As we started off on the west coast, I'd always seem to talk about the west coasts of everywhere. Maybe there's something about the west coasts of places. Having the sea on your left, if you're facing north. Sam logic there. But there really was a peace and tranquility about parts of Australia that I never thought I would experience. When you disappear into the real rural parts, miles from anywhere, even further than I thought I could ever get from city civilization, hundreds of miles, where you have blue waters and diverse sea life and quiet, sleepy little villages everywhere. On such a huge continent, I did feel like I belonged in these places. I loved it. Closer to home. Well, there was also Japan for its culture shock. That was incredible. The rice paddies and the blend of working class and thrumming city life driven people all sharing the same space. That was always a fascinating enigma. Still is now. But yes, closer to home, I loved the south coast of Spain, actually. That's another of my favourite places. I most recently visited there when it was a dark and cold Scottish winter. And perhaps I was in need of just a little winter sunshine because, as you know, Scotland in winter can be quite a grim place if the weather isn't kind. So yeah, just probably in need of a bit of sunlight, and went to Alicante on the south. Very cheap flight. And the weather was delightful. It was only a week or two before Christmas, and back home it was minus temperatures and frosty and... Oof, yeah. And then went to Spain and it was just full of Spanish people on holiday themselves, rather than it being a kind of like a tourism hub for the UK and Germany and Russia. A lot of these places tend to be. But it was just full of Spanish people enjoying their own place. The food was exquisite, the wine stunning. I would go back in a heartbeat. And of course the culture there was phenomenal. The architecture, the buildings, the connection to their roots. Yes, Alicante was a very special place. Dream global travels, as in places I've not been yet. Yeah, another good question actually. Well, show me a map, and anywhere that I've not put a pin in is probably up there in its own way. I have always wanted to go to the Himalayas in Nepal. Ever since reading about great Everest expeditions, the successful and the failed attempts, and the tragedies as much as the triumphs. It's always been a fascinating place, so if I could pick only one place, I think I would maybe like to go there. Probably only hike to base camp, if possible. I think anything beyond that you need a lot of training for, and a lot more money. What's the point? But the idea of losing yourself again in kind of the middle of nowhere is very appealing. But we can say the same about here, where we are, because only a few miles further up the coast along Lochside here, you'll have the entire place to yourself. You can walk for hours and never see another soul. Oh, I hope you're enjoying your coffee and your cake, and feeling a little snoozy and cosy. I won't judge you for having a nap, by the way, if you feel like it. It's quiet enough in here that you could. People are just drifting in and out, quietly, tables being cleaned up, the crumbs occasionally falling onto the floor, and the odd sneaky dog getting a wee treat it didn't expect it would get. Yes, the soothing smells and the sounds of the coffee machine hissing away, and teapots getting filled, and fresh cakes being pulled out of hot ovens. Meanwhile, the whole time, the birds are singing outside and soothing everyone with their sweet song. I could spend all day in here, you know. Anyway, don't mind me. I think I'm just going to read a little of my book, if that's okay. I'll probably end up people watching for the most part, with only a couple of pages read in 10 minutes. But let's just enjoy a moment of quiet whilst we sip away at our coffees and teas and nibble on our cake. But do let me know if you fancy another coffee or tea, by the way. I'm not sure about you, but I am in no rush to leave. Good evening, my dearest friend, and welcome to this story all about a cosy bookshop in the heart of Edinburgh's tiny cobbled streets. Now, I know Edinburgh very well. I used to live there, for one, and I still pay very regular visits to this place, because despite having been a neighbour of it for most of my life, and despite having seen vast areas of the world, it is still a place that encompasses everything I adore about incredible architecture, wholesome people, and just this feel. A feel that all cities wish they had. History runs deep, yet it wears it very much on its sleeve. It's a place full of character and stories. So tonight, bring with you your most vivid imaginations as we venture through the beautiful and historic fairy tale Edinburgh together. So as always, lie back, take a deep breath, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. You saunter through the dimly lit streets of Edinburgh, a gentle evening breeze playing with your hair. The cobblestone pathways stretch out like a silent maze, whispering little secrets of centuries past. The buildings, dressed in shades of grey and brown, lean against each other like old friends sharing tales of yesteryear. The occasional street lamp flickers, casting a warm and amber glow that dances with the shadows, hinting at a mischievous grin painted on the walls. You've just left the confines of Waverley Station, where the air lingers with the scent of diesel and the echo of a few hushed conversations. But now, as you venture into the heart of the city, the urban timbres fade into a quiet lullaby of distant laughter and the soft hum of the city's heartbeat. The moon peeks shyly from behind the clouds, a fading spotlight for the night's performers, the pigeons, who've decided it's time for an impromptu midnight flight, their wings flapping a gentle applause against the velvet sky. You meander onto the grand stage of Princess Street, a boulevard usually thrumming with tourists and locals alike. Tonight, however, it is a deserted runway for the fashion show of your imagination. The shop windows displaying their wares like silent models waiting for the spotlight. You stroll along, feeling like the sole VIP at a ghostly gala. The street lamps, those lanterns of light, stand tall and proud, their flames now mere whispers. Yet they manage to cast long, dramatic shadows, turning the empty street into the theatre of the absurd. The moon, now a shy spectator behind the thick cloud curtains, occasionally peeks through, throwing a soft, spectral glow that bathes everything in a surreal palette of blues and greys. It's as if the city has donned a masquerade mask, hiding its usual vibrant self beneath a mysterious allure. You can't help but feel a tingle of excitement, as if you stumbled into a fairy tale where the only character is you, the intrepid explorer. You wander through the labyrinth of alleyways that lead you to the old town, a place where the bricks and stones seem to hold whispers of battles and brawls, poetry and passion. These ancient buildings lean in so close, it's as if they're eager to share these stories. Their facades, a tapestry of history, boast intricate brickwork that tells the silent story of craftsmen long gone. Each cobblestone seems to be a stepping stone into the past, each one laid down with a chuckle and a pint of ale or Scottish stout, a part of a grand, never-ending narrative that has no beginning or end, just a delightful middle that you are currently strolling through. The air here is thick with scents akin to those of history, a mix of soot and whiskey, and the faint aroma of haggis, naturally, from a time when it was the food of the gods, kind of, and not just a tourist trap. You can almost hear the laughter of children playing hide and seek in all of the alleyways and the closes. In the shadows of these storied walls, their giggles echoing through the ages. The windows of some buildings, boarded up with age, wink at you with a twinkle of forgotten treasures, hinting at the lives that would have once thrived within. As you amble towards the castle, Arthur's seat looms in the distance, a giant's tooth poking through the velvety sky. It is rather like the city has placed its crown jewel atop a throne of rock and dared you to come and claim it. A rather absurd image of Sir Lancelot wearing a kilt, riding a unicorn, and sipping an iron brew crosses your mind. Anything is possible. The cobblestone path seems to wiggle underfoot, as if it's had one too many drams of its own, and is attempting to do the Highland fling. The silhouettes of the castle's spires play a game of peekaboo with the clouds, creating a scene that would make even the most stoic historian giggle. The castle, with its stern facade and storied past, appears to have had a bit of a makeover for the night, donning a party hat made of moonlight and shadow. It's like a gothic Gatsby, throwing a soiree for the ages, but the guest list got lost in the mail. Yourself, the unexpected +1, feel a strange kinship with these ancient stones that have seen so much, yet tonight remain quiet in the silent cityscape. Your journey takes you through the archway of the University of Edinburgh, where the buildings stand tall and proud, their ivy-covered faces nodding off to sleep. The Gothic architecture speaks of academic duels and secret societies, of hallowed halls that have held many a hootenanny of sorts. The air here is perfumed with the scent of knowledge, a bouquet of old books and chalk dust that tickles your nose. You can't help but wonder if the statues of philosophers, poets and scholars come to life after dark, holding debates on the meaning of life and the best bake of shortbread. Now you find yourself in the grass market, a square that's seen more of its fair share of public hangings and livestock sales, but nowadays is more akin to hosting a rugby party or two. The cobblestones, polished smooth by centuries of footfall. The pubs, their windows glowing like welcome campfires, all sit cosily dotted around the square. You can faintly hear the ghostly clinking of glasses and the chuckles of invisible patrons, sharing jokes and pints that never empty. Heading up Rose Street, you notice its peculiar, curved shape, like a grinning Cheshire cat, inviting you to explore its whimsical wonderland. The buildings lean in so close, it's as if it's asking for a quick and quiet but meaningful blether. The street is a canvas painted by the moon's soft strokes. Each shop and pub a frame in an ever-changing art gallery. You spot a quiet little alley just off a wide bridge that arches gently over the Cowgate. The alley beckons with its faint but welcoming glimmers of light. It's like stumbling upon a speakeasy in the middle of the Prohibition, except instead of a password, the only requirement is the willingness to get lost in the pages of a good book. The light you see turns out to be the welcoming glow of a tucked-away bookshop. Its windows display a tableau of literary greats with a dusty charm that could rival the Bodleian Library in Oxford. You can't resist the allure of its glow, so you press a gentle hand to the wooden door and walk inside. The scent of aged paper and ink fills the air, a delightful aroma that wraps around you like a warm blanket. The bookshop is a treasure trove of wonder and whimsy, with volumes piled high to the ceiling in a way that would make a librarian's heart flutter with a mix of terror and excitement. You weave through the narrow aisles, feeling like a tiny ant navigating a colony of literary giants. You pluck a random book from the shelf, titled 101 Uses for a Kilt, chuckling as you thumb through the pages, each suggestion more endearing but ludicrous than the last. The floorboards creak underfoot, adding a soundtrack to your comedy of errors as you tiptoe through the maze of shelves. You come across a section titled Mythical Scottish Beasts. A dusty book titled The Unfortunate Tale of the Haggis Who Thought He Was a Dragon catches your eye. You imagine the poor creature, breathing fire, made of mashed neeps and gravy, reducing the Highlands to a soggy mess. Feeling a sudden chill, you're drawn to a cosy corner of the bookshop, a quiet nook tucked away like a secret hideout for the literary rebels of old. The warm embrace of a crackling, wood-burning stove greets you, casting a cheery glow on the surrounding books and a couple of armchairs that seem to have been plucked straight from your grandpa's favourite reading spot. You sink into one, the plush cushions feeling just about the softest thing you've ever felt on your backside. The heat kisses your face, reminding you that even the most magical of places, a little warmth is always welcome. Above the stove, an ancient-looking clock ticks away the moments with a rhythm that seems to synchronize with your heartbeat. Its pendulum swings hypnotically, the only reminder that time marches on, even in this timeless sanctuary. You pick up a book titled The Misadventures of a Leprechaun in a Scottish Whisky Distillery, and you begin to read. The leather-bound pages whisper to you of a pint-sized rascal causing havoc among the barrels, turning a serious craft into a giggle-filled escapade. The words dance before your eyes, painting a picture so vivid you can almost taste the smoky whiskey and hear the echoes of laughter bouncing off the copper stills. In this particular tale, the leprechaun, named Jiggery O'Flaherty, had stumbled upon the distillery during a particularly nasty game of hide-and-seek with his fairy brethren. His usual hiding spots of four-leaf clovers and rainbows were in short supply in this land of bagpipes, so he thought the barrels of golden liquid would make a fine stand-in. Little did he know that the whiskey fumes had a magical effect on his mood, making him as tipsy as a kite on a windy day. The book recounts his shenanigans, which included turning the whiskey into a fizzy potion that had the distillers scratching their head for weeks. Jiggery's antics don't end there. He discovers a love for the Scottish pipes, and with the help of a wayward spider, manages to weave a set of bagpipes out of spider silk. The sound is said to be so terrible it could wake the dead, yet so hilarious that even the most straight-laced of ghosts couldn't help but chortle. His impromptu concert sends the whisky spirits into a fit of laughter, and their merriment infuses the liquor, creating a batch of whisky that leaves everyone who drinks it with a permanent grin and a sudden urge to break into a jig. You turn the page to find him accidentally starting a barrel race down the cobbled streets of Edinburgh. The chase is on, with burly Scotsmen hot on his heels, their kilts flailing like the sails of a Viking ship in a storm. The town's cats, usually so aloof, are now his loyal companions, jumping from roof to roof, leading the pursuers on a wild goose chase. Putting the book down, you begin to browse some more shelves to find something very remarkable. It's a book titled The Secret Recipes of the Royal Mile, a collection of bizarre and bonkers concoctions from the kitchens of the city's most illustrious residents. You open it to a page that holds a recipe for Queen Victoria's unbearably spicy haggis scones. The instructions are written in a flowery script that dances around the paper like a court jester. You read it aloud, imagining the Queen herself actually concocting these things. Take 1 part haggis, 2 parts scone mix, and a pinch of dragon's breath. Stir in the laughter of a Scottish summer's day, and bake until the aroma brings tears to the eyes of the bravest souls. The first droplets of rain begin to tap dance on the cobblestones outside. A soft whisper that hardly grows. The windows of the bookshop, now smeared with rain, blur the world outside into an impressionist painting come to life. The droplets chase each other down the panes, leaving streaks of light from the distant street lamps, like a Jackson Pollock masterpiece in the making. You wander over to the little kitchenette, feeling like a secret agent discovering a hidden compartment in a Bond film set. The kettle sings a merry tune as it boils water for your cup of tea, and you select a blend titled Highland Mist from the eclectic assortment of teas. The scent of heather and peat fills the air, a cosy embrace from the Scottish countryside. You pour the steaming liquid into a chipped mug that looks like it's been around since the time of Rabbie Burns. perhaps even older. You settle back into the armchair, the warmth of the tea seeping through your fingers as you gaze out at the rain's performance. It's as if the city has been given a gentle bath and now gleams under the street lamps, each droplet a diamond in the night. The rain continues to whisper sweet nothings to the cobblestones, turning the quiet evening into a hiss of pitter-patters. The lights of Edinburgh play tag with the raindrops, creating a dance of reflection that could put any Broadway show to shame. With a contented sigh, you reach for a candle on the small table beside you. The match strikes with a sharp snap, the flame blooming like a shy flower in the night's embrace. You light the candle, and its warm glow casts a cosy halo around you. The bookshop feels even more like a wee haven now, the flickering flame playing shadows across the floorboards that seem to waltz in time with the rain's rhythms. The candle's soft glow illuminates the shelves, revealing a delightful assortment of odd titles, tags dangling from the books like bells on a cat's collar. You stand on your tiptoes to reach for one titled The Enchanted Life of a Scottish Thistle. The spines of the books around you seem to lean a little closer, eager to hear the tale of the thistle's journey from prickly outcast to national emblem. But that one doesn't quite tickle your fancy. You'd like something more adventurous, like some lesser-known Edinburgh history, or tales of discovering the Highlands, or amazing hidden gems of places to visit in Scotland. Your gaze flits to the next shelf, landing on a book titled The Loch Ness Monster's Guide to Proper Table Manners. You can't resist the urge to crack it open. As it turns out, Nessie's quite the socialite, preferring to dine on salmon with a side of wit and sarcasm, rather than the usual tourist offerings of doubt and camera flashes. The book is filled with illustrations of the creature in a tuxedo, sipping tea with a pinky in the air, while discussing the latest gossip from the depths of the loch. You chuckle at the thought of the monster hosting dinner parties for all the mythical creatures who have gone into hiding. But the real treasure comes into view as you spot a book titled Scotland's Best, Your Perfect Travel Companion, Edition 6. It is a guidebook, but not like any you've ever seen. The cover boasts a map of the country, with each location marked by a cartoonishly exaggerated landmark. You flip through the pages, and it's like opening a treasure chest filled with laughter and adventure. The writing is witty and light-hearted, the kind that makes you feel like you're chatting with a cheeky local who's been everywhere and seen everything. The book is a love letter to Scotland, with each page revealing a new quirky fact or anecdote that you just know will make you the life of the party. One page talks about the unicorn, Scotland's lesser known and appreciated national animal, don't you know? And how it's not just a pretty face. Apparently, its horn is said to have the power to purify water and heal any ailment. You imagine a unicorn gallantly charging into a Scottish river, its horn glowing like a neon sign advertising its services. Another page details the curious case of the Falkirk Wheel, a giant Ferris wheel for canal boats that's more amusement park ride than practical engineering feat. You imagine the look on the first sailor's face when they saw their boat ascending into the air as if by magic. The book then suggests a visit to the Isle of Skye, where the fairies are rumoured to throw the most epic raves. You envision a night under the stars, the throb of fairy bass echoing through the hills, while glowing mushrooms lead the way to a hidden disco under a waterfall. You can almost hear the laughter of the tiny partygoers, the beat of their wings drowning out the sound of the water's dance. Another page reveals the secret of the Kelpies, the shape-shifting horses that lure unsuspecting tourists into the lochs with promises of the best selfies ever. You snort tea through your nose at the thought of a tourist, phone in hand, being dragged into the water by a grinning water horse. The book even includes a guide on how to spot a Kelpie in disguise, with handy tips like checking for seaweed in their hair and looking for a telltale sign of mischief in their eyes. All very factual, of course, depending on who is reading it. The warmth of the stove, the candle's gentle flicker, and the sweet whispers of the rain outside lull you into a delightful drowsiness. The book in your hands starts to feel heavier, as if the stories within are begging you to let them play out in your dreams. You nod off, the words on the pages blurring together into a kaleidoscope of Scottish adventures. In your slumber, you conjure up an epic tour of Scotland, setting off from the cosy confines of the Bookshop. Each day unfolds like a whimsical chapter in a fairy tale. You imagine the sun rising over the Firth of Forth, painting the Forth Rail Bridge in hues of gold and pink as you board a train north to Inverness, the capital of the Highlands. The journey is filled with clacking sleepers, all through the glens, as you appreciate the wildlife, the deer, and what seems to be a theme here, Nessie sightings, with each occurrence more ludicrous than the last. The train's whistle echoes through the glens, urging you deeper into the heart of this mystical land. On the second day, you find yourself in the shadow of the mighty Ben Nevis, the highest peak in the British Isles. The air is so crisp, the kind that makes your nose tingle, and you swear you can hear the big mountain laughing at you as you attempt to scale its heights. It's one of those with a continuously evolving summit, where you think you're nearly there, and you crest the hill only to find you're about a third of the way up. You are, of course, equipped with a kilt and a trusty walking stick, advised by the cheeky book that is the best way to conquer a Scottish giant. With a mix of style and stubbornness, you are unstoppable. The trail is lined with heather and vibrant yellow gorse flower, each step releasing a burst of sweet honey fragrance that boosts you with a sense of adventure. You then eventually stop for lunch at a charming village, where the locals greet you with a hearty slanchava and insist you try their special raspberry Cranachan stovies. Do your homework there if you want to know what that is. You're not quite sure what that means, but you take a bite anyway, and the flavour explosion is nothing short of revelatory. It's like the universe decided to pack all the joy of Scotland into one delicious dish. You sit on a bench, watching the world go by, and a cheeky squirrel comes up to steal a crumb. Fishing around in your pockets, you toss him a little nut, and he does a wee jig, as if he's been waiting for a spot in the Royal Edinburgh military tattoo all his life. On the third day, you are off to the Outer Hebrides of Lewis and Harris, the land of myth and majesty. You catch the ferry from the north, feeling like a Viking sailing into the unknown, except with toilets and a decent cup of coffee. The sea spray kisses your face, and the salty air fills your lungs with life. When you arrive, you are met by a landscape so stark and stunning, it could make a statue laugh out loud. In the distance, looking across to sky, the Coolin Mountains stand tall, like a row of proud kings, each with their own personality. You transport to the island and spend hours wandering the fairy pools at the foot of the Coolins, dipping your toes into the icy water and giggling at the thought of wee folk splashing around just out of sight. The next morning, you wake up in a quaint bed and breakfast, where the owner, Mrs. McDingle-Dongle, serves you breakfast of sausage, eggs, and a side of her own brand of Scottish humour. She tells you tales of local fauna, including a particularly cheeky otter who's been caught stealing fish from the local pub's kitchen. You set off to the Isle of Staffa, where the hexagonal basalt columns look like they've been laid by a giant with a real enthusiasm for geometry homework. The waves crash against the shore, playing the music of the sea. You stand at the edge, the wind playing a tune through your hair, and you can't help but feel like you are on the set of a romantic film. one that paints a picture of just how everyone says they want to feel. Total silence, a wild landscape, fresh scents of sea salt and moorland and heather. Feeling at peace and at one with your surroundings. Feeling alive, in tune with yourself, relaxed and free of stress. You close your eyes and breathe deeply, sensing and savouring every passing second. With the wind and waves, the only sounds, you could stay there forever, content, happy. And back in the bookshop, as you snooze quite contentedly, the faint glow of Edinburgh's beautiful lights still doze themselves. The rain lulling everyone and everything into a total state of calm. Everything lies still. Hardly a sound is chirped. Scotland's beautiful city sleeps soundly, and within it, so do you. Good evening, my friend, and welcome back to Blackhill Farm Cottage, the home of Morag the Sleepy Cat and friends. My name is Sam, and I am here to comfort you to sleep on this wonderful night. In tonight's story, Morag goes on a special adventure by herself. She's been promising herself some quality alone time for a long time. But, as usual, mishaps and many a shenanigan ensue as Morag's world unfolds before her. So will she end up alone after all? When you are quite ready, lie back, take a nice deep breath, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. What a fine day it was on that summer morning on Black Hill Farm. The early morning sun was wrestling with some wispy clouds on the horizon. The chattering finches and blue tits had been awake for hours already, and were probably onto lunch by that point. And all of the farm animals were busy doing whatever farm animals really do. As Morag, the sleepy cat, popped her head out of the cat flap, she sniffed the air for a few moments, reading things, pondering, deciding. Yes, as it turned out, for it was just as likely to not be the day for it. Such was a cat's temperamental temperament. Today was the day. Morag was going to have a big day out. The night before, she'd decided that she fancied a wee break to herself, to gather her cat thoughts, mull on some cat ideas, and experience some, well, maybe not so cat things. She didn't know what, or where, or how even. But she had decided that, in the morning, she would definitely maybe go on another adventure. But she couldn't know if it was the right day for it until she had woken up. Sometimes these things are just decided for a cat. She would always try to explain to Isla the cow, Patch the other cat, and Gammy the deer and Fox the fox. She had also carefully explained to her human family, in a series of articulate and complex meows, that the morning to come she would likely be out for the day and would appreciate either a packed lunch or snack of some kind to be prepared in her little cat backpack. And should they care to have it ready by the cat flap at dawn, it would be greatly appreciated. All fine and well, she thought. However, her family had no clue as to anything Morag had said. They just smiled and laughed over how chatty and full of beans she had been. Finding nothing by the cat flap, she sighed a cat sigh and set about locating some small biscuit pouches and managed to paw them into her backpack after prizing the broom cupboard open with a great effort for 6:30 a.m. Now that she'd given the day a right good sniffing, half in, half out the cat flap, Morag was satisfied. Today was, in fact, the day. She let the back half of herself flop out of the cat flap, and the breeze ruffled her soft ginger fur. She made for her usual lookout on top of the stone wall at the bottom of the garden, which burst with summer flowers and rang with sweet nectar. Butterflies, dragonflies, and bees hummed in the steadily warming morning. Morag headed through the long wheatgrass toward the main barn of the farm, of which the door was slightly ajar. She snuck her head in, with the smell of hay and coo schmoo smothering her sensitive nose, but soon forgot all about that, as she saw her friends gathered at the back of the barn, beneath the dusty sun rays coming through the rear window. Everyone was there. Fox, Patch, Gammy, and of course the riot that was Isla the Highland cow. They tended to meet there each day these days, as it was nice to catch up and share stories over a drink of fresh water from the trough. She didn't hang around too long, though, as Morag had big plans. She explained and described to her pals, who all nodded appreciatively, wishing her a fun day out. Well, all except for Isla, who sulked a little. You see, she wanted to come too. Isla didn't like missing out on anything, but the others, especially her wisest friend Fox, explained to Isla how important it was to be able to spend some quality time alone now and again. She kicked a hoof around in the straw and reluctantly allowed Morag to head out of the barn and on with her day. About 20 minutes later, after galloping through the swathes of grass and fields of tatties, Morag arrived at the village train station. Peering up at the arrivals and departures board, she could see the time was 6:57 in the morning. There were only a few minutes until the first train of the day arrived. She was very excited. She'd watched the trains pass from the window of the sitting room for years, but had never actually been on one. The chuff, chuff, chuff sounds and the rhythmical clacks of the rails had always fascinated her, and so long had she wanted to ride it. She trotted up to the top of the platform to see it first, and only moments later was the train creeping along towards her, big steam plumes billowing up high in the air. It was so big and loud. It rumbled past her, shaking the ground beneath her paws. A giant steel mammoth of a thing, glistening under the sunlight. Its deep marine blue and forest green paintwork were rich and thick, and looked just as heavy as the train itself. 5 whole carriages passed her, all just as pretty. When the train finally stopped, she was sat immediately opposite the rearmost door. She glanced up the platform to see a few busy-looking commuting people scurry on, some on the phone, some reading books or newspapers. Some apparently even in elaborate costume. There was even someone dressed up as a Highland cow. And it was then she realised something. This train was to pass through Edinburgh, and the Fringe Festival was on. The Edinburgh Fringe was a festival that happened each year in summer, and was full of all sorts of entertaining acts. Music, comedy, theatre, and even circus. That would explain some of the strange sights she'd see, no doubt. That was it decided too. Morag would go to Edinburgh for her big day out. She couldn't wait. Morag waited patiently for the rear door to open, which it eventually did, as the conductor peered up and down the platform from within the train. She saw her chance and scurried aboard. She was immediately greeted by smooth lino flooring and the smell of roasted coffee. There were loads of colourfully trimmed seats, all set out in rows. There were quite a number of people already inside. Perhaps a few too many to remain unseen. So, she kept moving up the carriages, sneaking past the feet of the passengers and through the loud thresholds as the train blew its whistle and swept back up to speed effortlessly. Eventually, she reached what must have been the final carriage, if she'd counted correctly. and it was pleasingly peaceful inside. Slipping quietly along the floor, she went as forward as she could before reaching the last table, at which there were 4 seats facing each other. In one of them, there was a large coat of some kind scrunched up in the corner. It was huge, but looked like a good wee hiding spot behind which she could see the views of the countryside that raced past outside. As Morag pulled a paw around the edge of the jacket, the pile underneath moved. Morag jumped across to the other chair in fright, but then fear reached a definite crossroads. Hang on a second. Isla, is that you? Morag said, alarmed. The lump behind the jacket moved even more, and from underneath sprouted the distinct ginger locks of her Highland cow friend. But she didn't look her usual self. She was, in fact, wearing the jacket somehow, and to complete her outfit, she wore a comical but surprisingly stylish tartan flat cap and wayfarer's sunglasses combination. Morag thought she looked like she'd come straight from an audition for a Highland detective TV show. Shh, I'm in disguise, Morag. I needed to sneak onto the train. I know you wanted to go on your own, but I just couldn't help myself. I want to come with you. Is that okay? Morag rolled her eyes, knowing that it was never going to be easy to shake this wee cow, bless her. She admired Isla's commitment, really. That's fine, Isla. Happy to have the company. But the only real question is, where on earth did you get the clothes from? Isla looked proud as they come, turning her big wet nose up high. One of the farmers keeps some gear in the barn. I've been eyeing it up for ages. I knew it would come in handy one day. So the pair settled down and enjoyed the rolling scenery of East Lothian as the great steam train puffed and chuffed its way along the coast. First, there were jaggy, rocky cliffs that disappeared straight down into crashing waves of the North Sea. Then, the cliffs smoothed out to fields of barley and old stone stables near the town of North Berwick. Soon after, they passed the prestigious golf grounds surrounding Gillen and Aberlady, where they saw many pairs of colourful trousers and silly patchwork woolens. Their fashion sense even made Isla in her outfit look sober. The vast sandy beaches of Preston Pans Longnidry, and Musselburgh were next, and the morning sunshine bounced off the breaking waves. Morag and Isla were loving every minute of their journey. They never wanted it to end. But the train began to slow, and their excitement built once more. "Have you ever been to Edinburgh, Isla?" Morag asked, grinning, if a cat could grin, knowing that she fully hadn't been before.
I don't know, Morag. Well, what's an Edinburgh?
The train pulled up to a stop, releasing a huge hiss of compressed steam, and the doors of the carriages flew open to the hustle and bustle of Waverley Station. "Allow me to show you, Isla. Follow me and try to keep a low profile." Actually, forget that. Let's just go and have some fun. This was a whole new experience for both Morag and Isla, and they didn't even know where to begin. They threaded their way through the crowds of Edinburgh's largest train station, trying to find a way out. They did eventually locate an escalator, on which, truth be told, Isla stood out like a sore thumb. Despite her very excellent disguise, should one happen across a cow riding an escalator, it is rather hard to miss. But the two wee-ish animals were oblivious to all the pointing, cheering and joyous laughter, for they were drinking in the madness that was the city of Edinburgh. The escalator plonked them out onto Princess Street, and they marvelled at their surroundings. Everywhere they looked, there was something beautiful, striking, tall, old-looking, or very loud. Their eyes were wide with overwhelm.
"What do we do now, Morag?"
Isla asked, sheepishly, as she tried to hide behind the small ginger cat for protection. Feeling a sudden urge to show the little cow a bit of confidence and leadership, despite feeling a bit swamped herself, Morag comforted her.
"There's so much we can do, Isla.
Don't worry, I'll make sure we're okay. I've read a lot of magazines in the house. We could visit the castle, the gardens, we could see a French show. We need to go to the Royal Mile, find a whiskey tour. We could see the dungeons, the grass market, Calton Hill. Isla, there's so much to do."
Now, what I think would be best would be...
But Isla was already wandering off in the direction of something she found interesting, suddenly full of fizz.
Come on, Morag, let's go.
Morag raced to try and catch up. The wee cow could certainly shift, and Morag was going to have a hard time keeping up, she thought to herself, as she bounded off after her, dodging trams and buses and the stampeding feet of Edinburgh's citizens. She distinctly thought to herself that she hoped they would survive this day together. The first thing they came across was a gorgeous little farmer's market in a little village square, all covered and shaded by trees. The streets were cobbled, and a river ran not too far beneath an old iron bridge. A banner proudly stated Stockbridge Farmers Market. They crept in, trying not to be noticed, but it was no use. Not long had they appeared in the area before a few children started laughing with glee at the sight of two ginger animals milling around the fine foods and local fare. But yet again, they were fairly oblivious. All the sights and smells consumed them, and it wasn't long before they were feasting on some gifted Spanish paella and some nice coffee. The nice barista had said to them it was a special cappuccino. Morag and Isla looked at each other, not having a clue what that meant, but happily lapped up the sweet, warm, and milky drink. As they gazed upon all of the tweed jackets and the Sunday dresses, they felt all nice and posh with their artisan delicacies. They liked this Stockbridge place, they decided, but they did have a lot to do in their day. So Isla and Morag saw some people standing at a little open barn-looking thing, and then a huge boxy car came along and scooped them all up. Isla described it as a train without the tracks. They decided to wait at the open barn too, and, just like those before them, after a few minutes, another big train without the tracks stopped and the doors opened. The driver looked at them, jaw dropped, as they walked on without blinking and sat at the front seat. Speechless and dumbstruck, the driver of the 29 bus whizzed off up the cobbled hill, taking the pair back into town. They then got off the bus at Princess Street Gardens, trotting through the delightful park filled with lots of friendly and happy people. Some were relaxing and sunbathing already. Others were chatting over a cup of that cappuccino stuff. But all were enjoying the rich atmosphere and scenery of the lush trees and sweet flowers beneath the enormous ancient castle which loomed high above on the cliffs.
Ooh, let's go up there, can't we? Please?
Isla begged Morag with puppy dog eyes. Not that she had much choice. Morag nodded and ushered them both up a narrow cobbled street which climbed the hill up toward the castle. They emerged in a dense crowd of people, dressed in all sorts of weird and wonderful clothing. There were fantastic dresses, marvellous costumes, crazy cabaret, and so many others doing all sorts of performances. Music and art, theatre, shows, magic. Suddenly, a Highland cow dressed like a detective and their cat accomplice were the least weird things in the whole picture. No one batted an eyelid as they slowly stepped up the Royal Mile, the castle ever present at the brow of the hill, seen between Gothic buildings and cathedrals. A lone kilted piper played at the corner of George IV Bridge, which pleased many an onlooker, especially the Americans. But Isla caught wind of a different sound somewhere else through the crowd. She pushed her way through, Morag following close behind. They finally saw the source of the music. A young, long-haired man playing an upturned steel drum thing that looked like a spaceship. The sounds it made were soft, resonant, and rather soothing. A hang drum to the rest of the world, a soothing sound pebble to Isla and Morag. Off to their right, a huge giant person on top of leg extensions, dressed in colourful, flappy, slim clothing and a hat, wandered by. Isla was engrossed. It was the tallest thing she'd ever seen. She mooed in glee and trotted up to the person on stilts, who waved back. Wanting a better look, Morag hopped up onto Isla's back. It was hard to see over all the people when you're only 12 inches tall. But then Morag was scooped up by someone and handed to the person on stilts, who then popped Morag on their shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the world was suddenly so very high up. She could see everything, but she didn't so much like heights, and it was all too far down. The wee cat got the fear, eyes wide and claws finding grip in the stilted clown's clothing. Isla was loving it, laughing in her own cow way, as the tall person walked along with an uncomfortable face, whilst Morag glued to their shoulders. Morag was not so amused. Once Morag was down and a little more settled, the pair of them stumbled across a line to a whiskey tour place, the Whiskey Experience. Following their noses, noting the sweet smells of roasted barley and yeasted malt, which to them was like the lovely farmy smells they were used to, but smothered in honey. They found themselves in one of the most beautiful buildings they'd ever seen. Every wall was covered in priceless old bottles of whiskey, and the place shone like an indoor sunset. Copper stills, antique bars and lounges, milled steel banisters. The whole place was regal, fancy, and very Scottish. Isla had fond memories of whiskey, for once upon a time some tourists had hopped off their bus to give her a tipple. She'd never slept better in her life. They followed a tour around the place and loved learning about the history of the brew. They ended up at one of the bars, and the nice man offered them a wee tipple of their choice. Not to decide too hastily, they browsed the top shelf and respectively mooed and meowed at a pair. Taking a stab, the barman poured what fell to hand. One, a Glendronach 12-year-old single malt from Huntly in Aberdeenshire, which had a deep amber red gold colour. It was moderately sherried using second fill casks, and it had aromas of sweet, creamy vanilla and hints of ginger. He then also took down a Glenkinchie 12-year-old, which shone brighter and lighter, with less sherry but a more subtle palette of tropical fruits and honey. Morag was the first to give hers a couple of safety sniffs. However, despite enjoying the aromas which lingered on the air in the building, the whiskey itself made her gag.
Isla had already finished hers with a couple of big licks from her tongue, and, without invitation, wasted no time moving onto Morag's. Soon after, the queasy cat and tipsy cow were stumbling up the mile, trying not to trip on the cobbles, until before them lay the majesty of the castle that they'd set off to reach in the first place. There was no denying its presence. Wonderfully original and lived in, it was every bit the postcard window into 1,000-year past. Morag strolled up to the ticket booth and meowed at the man in charge. He looked down at her, and then slightly less down at Isla.
You pair want to go in, do you? Ha! Well, if that's so, it'll be 2 tickets. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules, but visitors are visitors, no matter how many legs you have.
At that point, from somewhere behind, came another elaborately dressed gentleman who had a few words to say about that. He had long, grey and unruly hair, dark round sunglasses, a slightly purple beard. He was also wearing a kilt. Isla and Morag didn't know who he was, but some people in the crowd murmured, and someone beside them said, "Look, it's Billy Connolly."
Excuse me, young man. This Highland cow is a national symbol of Scotland, and her friend is the correct colour too. Now, you best be letting them in, or I shall be weaking up my tartan skirt to scare the lot of these paying tourists away. Know and respect your nation's treasures, laddie. Now, if you'll excuse me, my country awaits. Cheerio.
The ticket man didn't argue with Billy, who patted Morag and Isla gently as he left. A moment later, the nice bearded man in the colourful skirt was gone. Over the next hour or so, they roamed the old royal corridors, offices, and drawing room, learning all about the history of the 900-year-old castle. Isla, at this point, was getting tired and a bit grumpy from her achy hooves. So Morag thought they should do something more energetic. Morag led them to the entrance of the Edinburgh dungeons, and upon entering the dark, spooky buildings, Isla was already on her tippy hooves with excitement and anticipation. They learned all about the gruesome and frightening past of the capital's underground city, which they found fascinating. And then someone dressed up as a bedraggled prisoner jumped out at Isla and gave her the fright of her life. She barreled for the fire exit, bursting through the door into the daylight of Mary King's Close. It was very famous, as it had a reputation for hauntings since at least the 17th century, with several paranormal investigations taking place. Morag didn't have the heart to tell her about it. She tried to keep pace with the stampeding and scared cow, who kept on running and running all the way down Coburn Street to Market Street and beyond, where she accidentally ran right through the doors of a big bus carrying loads of chanting people dressed in blue and white. Morag followed her on just before the doors shut. The bus eventually stopped at a place called Murrayfield Stadium, and after the doors flung open, the massive crowds flooded off, carrying Isla and Morag, who clung to Isla's back, with them. They were swept through ticket booths, ushered along aisles, and into a massive sports stadium where someone showed them to a spot along the pitch and then handed them a Scotch pie. The place was full of 60,000 people, all singing and cheering as two teams of rugby players ran onto the pitch. Somehow, in the blink of an eye, they'd ended up on the front row view of a Scotland versus Ireland Six Nations semi-final game. It was two halves of electric gameplay, with both teams clashing like titans of the sport. Morag and Isla cheered for both teams, as they didn't really know what was going on. At 79 minutes, a glance at the scoreboard showed 41 to Ireland, 39 to Scotland. But Scotland had a penalty kick from 59 metres out. The crowd went quiet with nerves and excitement as the chosen player to kick visualised it and calmed himself. He took one step, 2 steps, and then buckled, clutching his leg as the crowd gasped, heads in their hands. He was injured, unable to take the kick. They were out of substitutions, and no one else was volunteering to make that range. It looked like defeat at home for Scotland. Morag noticed Isla shifting beside her in the stand, and then she was up. Isla had seen her chance. Without even thinking, she was already on the field, galloping as fast as she could towards the teed-up ball. The wee orange cow ran and ran, pursued by a sea of yellow high-vis bibs, who dived for her and slipped this way and that, as she evaded their tackles. But then she got there, and the crowd cheered with all their lungs' might. Eyes focused, tongue out, Isla literally hoofed the ball as hard as she could. The stadium held its breath. You could hear a pin drop. The ball soared high, spinning backwards, moving forwards fast. It arced a long trajectory, then finally started to fall. Every player from Scotland and Ireland looked on, speechless, eyes fixed on the ball. The shot was a perfect punt between the posts, but would it make it over the crossbar? Time stood still. There was no sound. No one even whispered. That was right up until the moment 60,000 people burst into a cheer of crazed madness and applause as they watched Isla, the Highland cow, win the game for Scotland. The Scotland international players' coach was a frenzy of chanting and madness as the players celebrated with Isla and Morag. They were having the best day ever. The coach drove them all back into Edinburgh before dropping them in the historic market square below the castle, Grassmarket. This place was so utterly picturesque, it was scarcely believable. With the castle looming high above, the long yard was filled with old pubs, casual vendors, antique gift shops, and, of course, classy restaurants. There was outdoor seating everywhere, and the most beautiful of trees adorned with string lights that shone in the late afternoon glow. The players ushered the cat and the cow into the Black Bull Inn, in which they were treated to a lovely lunch of haggis, neeps and tatties, and a few pints of local ale. It seemed like the whole city had descended into the pub. It was crammed with joyous sports fans, all of whom joined in the celebration with their nation's team and the two new rugby superstars, Isla and Morag. They sang the flower of Scotland at the top of their lungs. After a while, Isla and Morag were in need of some peace and quiet. They were knackered, so they said their goodbyes and left the people to party the night away. Oofed. I don't know about you, Isla, but I am pooped. Shall we find a nice quiet place to relax for a bit? Morag asked. Yes, please. I am so sleepy. It's been such a busy day, and I've not even had one single nap. The tired cow replied. They snuck through the quieter streets of Old Town Edinburgh, passing through Cowgate, and seeing the model cow on the wall that Isla thought was very funny, and down past the Palace of Holyrood. They loved it down there. It was so spacious and green. They then noticed an enormous hill up to their right, and a slightly lower set of craggy cliffs right in front of it. It was as if it was plunked there on purpose, as the world's biggest ornament. It didn't seem to look like it belonged, but it definitely looked fun to climb, so off they went. Panting hard and putting their hind legs to use, they climbed and they climbed up Arthur's Seat, feeling their muscles ache, but loving the fresh air which blew softly around them. The sun was leaning toward the horizon at that stage, and the clouds in the sky started to smoulder and spark with orange. Finally, they reached the top, panting, but were instantly blown away by the stunning view. Ancient Edinburgh was sprawled out below them. The castle hung high on its perch in the middle of the city. The beautiful bridges spanning the Firth of Forth far in the distance. The great North Sea flanked the land to the east, and in the foreground, the top side of the craggy cliffs hung there like nature's park bench. And then, of course, the golden light from the setting sun bathed everything in a sleepy glow, like nothing either Isla nor Morag had ever seen before. All alone, finally at peace in the bustle of Edinburgh, Isla curled up on the summit, and Morag snuggled up in a cosy gap as the whispering wind danced through their fur.
This was the best day ever, Morag,
Isla whispered down to Morag. Morag replied under her breath, hardly able to keep her eyes open a moment longer. I'm glad you came, Isla. It wouldn't have been the same without you. Hello there, my sleepy friend. Are you ready to be transported through a stormy story that is more than meets the ears? One that twists and turns like the tumultuous clouds of the very storm we lie beneath. I thought so. I really did. So before we begin, let us enjoy a few simple affirmations together. Besides, it'll mean we have more fun on tonight's sleepy adventure together. So when you are quite ready, lie back, take a deep breath, and embrace these with me. 10. I am grateful for the many blessings in my life. I am grateful for the many blessings in my life. 9. I look for and appreciate all the good. I look for and appreciate all of the good. 8. I welcome joy into my life. I welcome joy into my life. 7. I am in tune with the abundant nature of the universe. I am in tune with the abundant nature of the universe. 6. Wealth comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. Wealth comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. 5. My body knows what is best for my health and well-being. Listen to myself. My body knows what's best for my health and my well-being. Listen to myself. 4. I attract the perfect people at the right time. I attract the perfect people at the right time. 3. I deserve happiness and success. I deserve happiness and success. 2. Something wonderful is always happening. Something wonderful is always happening. Number 1. I am worthy. I am enough. You are worthy. And you are enough. I mean it. You are. Oh, and of course, welcome to Snooze with Sam. Relax and sweet dreams, everyone. You deserve it. You stand atop the ancient cliff, your boots firmly planted on the rugged, mossy stone. The wind whips around you, carrying the scent of the distant sea, hinting at the vast world that stretches beyond the horizon. The sun, a fiery orb, kisses the distant peaks goodbye, its warmth retreating as shadows creep over the landscape, painting it with a soft, amber glow. The Highlands of Scotland, a place where the whispers of history and the whispers of the wind are one and the same, stretch out before you in all their untouched glory. Your heart races as the first droplets of rain tap dance on your hood, a rhythmic prelude to the symphony that is about to unfold. The clouds, heavy with wet, pitter-pattery secrets, roll in from the west, cloaking the land in a shroud of mystery. You can feel the anticipation in the air, as if nature itself is holding its breath in anticipation of the coming storm. Your eyes widen as a bolt of lightning streaks across the sky, briefly illuminating the jagged cliffs and the dark lochs below, creating a stark, dramatic contrast against the deepening gloom. The wind picks up, turning from playful to urgent, as it tries to tug you off balance, whispering tales of the brave souls who once roamed these lands. You lean into it, feeling a strange kinship with the warriors of old, their spirits echoing in the gusts that whip through your hair. The rain begins to fall in earnest now. It feels like a cool embrace that seems to wash away the worries of the world below. Each droplet feels like a tiny benediction, connecting you to the very essence of this wild and untamed place. With a big yawn that could swallow the moon and a sleepy smile, you unzip your backpack, your eyes squinting against the rain. You pull out your trusty tent, which unfurls like a stubborn dragon from its hibernation. It's a dance, really, this delicate ballet of fabric and poles. You've done it 100 times before, but today the wind has other ideas. It snatches the material, playing keep away, turning what should be a straightforward setup into a comical battle of wits and will. You chuckle to yourself, imagining the amusement of any onlookers, if there were any to bear witness to your soggy performance. The tent seems to have a mind of its own, flapping wildly like a clown in a hurricane, refusing to conform to the shape you know it's capable of. Your limbs feel heavier with each failed attempt, the weight of the day's hike and the approaching storm making themselves known. However, you are not one to be outwitted by a few rogue gusts and a stubborn piece of outdoor gear. You stand firm, your laughter mixing with the whispers of said wind as you tug and coax the fabric into place. The rain taps a lullaby on your forehead, trying to lull you into a nap on the spot. But you resist, driven by the daft challenge before you. With a final grunt and a flourish, the tent surrenders, standing tall and proud, a tiny cocoon of dryness in the face of the encroaching tempest. You crawl inside, the rain-soaked fabric clinging to your clothes like a second cold skin. The floor is a little wet, but you are too tired to care. You spread out your sleeping bag with the grace of a soggy accordion, the sound of your teeth chattering, providing the perfect background music for your little shelter. Your gas stove, a trusty sidekick on countless adventures, emerges from its watertight pouch with a hiss of protest. You give it a comforting pat, whispering sweet nothings about hot tea and dry socks. The blue flame flickers to life, a tiny nugget of warmth in the dampness. You hold your breath as you balance the precarious tower of pot, water, and hope over the dancing flame. It is a delicate operation, one that would make a tightrope walker blush with envy. The water begins to bubble, and then frolic, eager to transform into something warm and comforting. You watch the steam rise, twisting and contorting into shapes that tell tales of warm fires and cosy evenings spent in the embrace of the wilderness, much like tonight. Your nose twitches at the scent of the brewing tea, a blend of mint and chamomile, the perfect potion for a night like this. The rain's crescendo outside is your personal orchestra, pitter-pattering and occasional crescendos of thunder. With the tent zipped tight, you sigh contentedly into your mug, the warmth seeping through your chilled fingertips and up your arm. The rain patters a tune against the fabric, a gentle lullaby for those brave enough to seek refuge in the arms of nature. You take another sip, the liquid gold sending a jolt of life through your veins. The storm seems to approve of your choice, as the wind plays a cooing melody with the guy lines as they stretch and hum with the gusts. You prop yourself up on one elbow, peering through the mesh window at the world outside. The sunlight, a stubborn streak of gold, refuses to be completely overpowered by the advancing storm. It pierces through the clouds, casting a surreal glow on the waves below, turning the raindrops into a glittering veil of diamonds. It is a show of Scotland's character, a dance between fire and water, light and dark, that plays out just for you, high on your rocky stage. With a soft smile, you take another sip of your tea, the minty warmth tickling your nose as you watch the rain's performance. The droplets look like tiny acrobats, somersaulting through the air before plunging into the sea loch with a splash that sends ripples scurrying to the shore. The storm is a reminder that even the most majestic of views come with a side of drama, and you wouldn't have it any other way. The sky above you is a mass of darkening blues and purples. The clouds swirl together in a dance of shapes and shadows. You squint, your sleep-deprived mind playing tricks on you as you make out a dragon here, a pirate ship there, and maybe, just maybe, a slightly soggy unicorn galloping across the heavens. It's a show that would make even the most seasoned cloud watcher drop their jaw in amazement. Or perhaps it's just the chilly air playing tricks on your weary eyes. The thunder rumbles, a low, grumbling belly laugh from the bowels of the earth, shaking the very cliff beneath you. You sip your tea, now lukewarm, but no less comforting, and watch the light show unfold. The lightning is an artist, painting strokes of white-hot electricity across the canvas of the night, briefly illuminating the bizarre menagerie of cloud creatures in a stark, stark relief. Each flash reveals new faces, new forms, new secrets in the ever-changing tapestry of the storm. It's like watching a silent, celestial cartoon full of slapstick and drama, directed by Mother Nature herself. You've got to take your damp hat off to her. She does put on quite a show. So you do, actually, removing it and hanging it up, trying to coax the rain out of its wee woolen cave. Now drier and much cosier, you slip into your sleeping bag, which is less a bag and more a warm, snug burrito of nylon. You lean against your backpack, which has the surprising firmness of a brick wall. It's a comforting weight, though, like a loyal dog that's decided you are its favourite human for the evening. Your eyes wander down to some soggy sheep who have closed in not too far from your tent, peering in with expressions that are half curiosity, half accusation. "How dare you," they seem to say, "have a cosy, dry shelter when we must endure this soggy symphony?" But you know they're just jealous of your hot tea and the fact that your feet aren't cold and muddy like theirs. Feeling a little sorry for them, you must admit, you give them a knowing nod and a wee wave, almost apologetically. But they seem to care not, and continue to leer and lurk at you. They'll be fine. you're sure it's not their first thunderous rodeo. You close your eyes. The sound of the rain, now a gentle serenade rather than a taunting challenge. But as you start to drift off, a particular thought occurs to you. Maybe I could count sheep, you murmur to yourself, the words almost lost in the rain outside. But these aren't your average, run-of-the-mill sheep. The idea tickles your thinker. They are Highland sheep, probably with their own tartan and bagpipes. You chuckle at the absurdity, your chest rising and falling with the rhythm of your giggles. If I'm going to count them, they might as well be doing something more interesting than just standing there looking wet. So you imagine the soggy flock performing a synchronized swimming routine in the sea loch, their woolen coats puffed up like water wings. The thunder is now their dramatic background music, each boom punctuating a perfectly timed splash. The lightning flashes, illuminating their woolly figures in a strobe-like fashion, highlighting their furry little dance. It's a ludicrous, delightful scene, one that has your eyes fluttering open with mirth. You take another sip of your tea, now fairly cool but still strangely soothing, and then watch the real sheep outside, who seem utterly unbothered by the storm's sonic booms. They huddle together, a woolly wallflower gathering, looking like they've got better things to do than swim a performance for you. With a yawn that could rival the width of the loch, you decide to give it a go. 1, 2, 3, you murmur, counting each sheep as it leaps over a non-existent hurdle in your mind. By the time you reach 50, your thoughts are less about counting and more about the absurdity of it all. The storm outside seems to be getting the hang of your game, the thunder now applauding your efforts with a booming round of golf claps. The sheep, of course, are unfazed, continuing their silent judgment from the safety of the rain-soaked grass. But then, a distraction. Your eyes catch a glimpse of a speck on the horizon, a tiny dot that seems to bob and sway with the whims of the sea. A lone fishing boat, a mere smudge of grainy colour against the steel grey waves, dances with the tempest. What in the name of Neptune are they thinking? You whisper to the sleeping bag, which is now a warm cocoon around you. It's a ridiculous sight, one that tickles your funny bone more than it does your fear. You prop yourself up on your elbows, squinting into the rain. The boat seems to be playing a game of hide and seek with the waves, now visible, now swallowed by the swells. They must be absolutely mad, you murmur, or incredibly skilled. You lean closer to the mesh, as if getting a better view will reveal their secrets. The rain beads off the fabric, creating tiny rivers that trace patterns down the side of the tent. It's like watching a microcosm of the storm itself, right there in your hand. Your imagination, never one to be confined by the boundaries of reality, leaps into the fray. You are now on the boat, a modern-day pirate with a pair of binoculars instead of a spyglass. The wind is in your hair, the salt spray stinging your cheeks, and you are grinning like a lunatic, because, let's face it, who doesn't want to be a pirate at least once in their life? The sheep, now an audience of wet wool, seem to cheer you on, their bleats turning into laughter in your sleepy brain. The fishermen are your hearty crew, faces lined with the wrinkles of 1,000 storms, but their eyes are young and bright, full of the thrill of the chase. They are not after treasure, but something equally as precious. The perfect catch to share with their families back in the crofts, nestled in the valleys below. They hoist the sails with a heave-ho that would make even the sturdiest of pirate ships proud, and the boat leaps forward, eager to play in the storm's frothy waves. You are at the helm of the boat, your imaginary hat held firmly to your head with an invisible chin strap, steering through the chaos with a grin that could outshine the moon. The rain lashes at your face, but it's not cold, it's just invigorating. Each drop feels like a tiny cheer, a high five from the universe for choosing adventure over comfort. The waves, those mighty frothy beasts, try to knock you off course, but you're nimble, dodging and weaving like a waltzer at the fair. The crew, those grizzled fishermen, now transformed into your band of merry marauders, laugh in the face of the storm. They are not just men with nets and rods. They are jesters of the sea, juggling buckets and mending ropes with a flourish that could put any circus performer to shame. They spin tales of mythical creatures lurking beneath the waves, their voices rising and falling with the rhythm of the storm. You can almost see the kraken's tentacles rising from the depths, a sea serpent's tail slapping the surface, leaving a trail of bubbles that sparkle in the lightning's embrace. But then, reality crashes in like a rogue wave, and you are back in your tent. A bolt of lightning has ripped through the sky, so close you can feel the electricity in your teeth. Your eyes fly open, heart racing like a rabbit's in a greyhound's dream. For the moment, you are disoriented, your pirate hat askew and your sea legs wobbly on the solid ground of the cliff. You blink, the after image of the lightning dancing across your retinas like a mischievous fairy, leaving trails of sparkling colour. The thunder quickly follows, a boisterous belly laugh that shakes the earth. All right, you murmur to the storm. I get it. You're the boss around here. But as quickly as it woke you, sleep tugs at your eyelids again, a siren's call lulling you back into the embrace of your sleeping bag. You close your eyes, trying to recapture the whimsical pirate adventure that was so rudely interrupted. But that's like trying to stuff a genie back into a bottle. The Highlands have other plans for your slumber. And so, you march across the moors in your dreams, your feet barely touching the spongy peat, as if you are a giant in a world of miniatures. The wind plays a tune with the heather, whispering a melody that seems to shrug off the very idea of the storm's wrath. The castle on the headland, a stoic beauty against the raging sea, beckons you closer. Its walls are a patchwork of grey stone, mottled with lichens that whisper secrets to the gulls that dare to land. This is a place where kings and queens of the past would have felt right at home, you think, as you stride through the heather, your imaginary cloak billowing behind you like a royal flag. The bridge to the castle, a narrow arch of ancient stone, stretches over a chasm that yawns like a sleepy dragon. You tiptoe across it, your heart fluttering with the thrill of the approach. Each step echoes in the quiet, the rain's lullaby replaced by the distant roar of the sea. You can almost feel the ghosts of the castle's former inhabitants peering out of the windows, curious about the soggy traveller who's come to visit them in their watery slumber. You reach the castle's grand door, a wooden behemoth that looks like it's seen more storms than a ship's captain. It is adorned with intricate carvings of mythical beasts and knights that seem to wink at you, sharing in the absurdity of the moment. You raise your hand to knock. The coldness of the iron knocker sending a shiver down your spine. But before you can make contact, the door swings open with a dramatic creak that would make any horror movie director weep with joy. But this is not a nightmare. The inside is a surprise. A warm, cozy haven in the midst of this raging tempest. The walls are lined with tapestries that tell tales of love and valour, their threads glowing with the light of 100 candles that flicker and dance in the drafty air. The floor is a mosaic of stone, depicting scenes of battles and feasts. Each stone a storyteller in its own right. The ceiling, high above, is a work of its own, painted with the night sky, complete with twinkling stars that wink down at you. It's like stepping into a giant's teacup, all cozy and snug, with the storm outside playing the part of a rowdy tea party. You shake off the rain like a wet dog and scan the great hall for the perfect spot. It's a toss-up between the grand fireplace, with its welcoming embers, and the plush chair in the corner that looks like it's been waiting for you since the dawn of time. The chair wins, hands down, and not just because it's the colour of a fine whiskey, but because it seems to whisper sweet nothings about warmth and comfort, and you're feeling a tad dramatic. You sink into it, feeling the cushions mould to your weary body like a loving hug from an old friend. The chair's arms are adorned with carvings of grinning goblins who seem to cheer you on as you make yourself at home. The storm outside has turned into a gentle snorer, the rain now a steady pitter-patter that's more comforting than the world's most expensive white noise machine. You're so tired, you could probably sleep through a bagpipe solo. But your mind is a whirl of pirate ships and woolly acrobats. You close your eyes, willing sleep to come, but instead you find yourself floating in a sea of sheep. They're all around you, bobbing and weaving in the waves like tiny fluffy icebergs. The fishing boat has turned into a floating fortress, its mast a beacon of light in the storm. And then you stand atop an ancient cliff, your boots firmly planted on the ground. The wild wind whips around you, carrying with it the scent of the sea, hinting at a huge and vast world that stretches beyond where you can see. It's such a wonderful night, isn't it? With the stars shining brightly above, the moon just peeking behind the mountains over to the east. The Milky Way galaxy spread out above our heads like a painted watercolour. And the whole expansive night sky all to ourselves. And we're lying here on this Lochside beach, staring up at the sky, with the water lapping away and soothing us, combined with a little warm cup of tea. There's nothing quite like it, is there? But we won't get cold either because we've got our campfire. We'll keep it nice and stoked, don't you worry. We've got a wee while to go yet on our journey through the solar system. So how about we continue where we left off? Now just look again down in the sand. You can see where you drew the big circle for the sun. And then not too far from there, only a couple of centimetres, you made a little dot for Mercury. And then another 3 centimetres beyond there, you made a slightly bigger dot for Venus. Then another 3 centimetres beyond Venus, you made a little dot about the same size as Venus for us here on Earth. Now those wee dots are all very equally spaced out, because that's the arrangement on the innermost planets in our solar system. We then explored our own moon, as you can see tonight, right in front of us. So now let's journey a little further out into space. So why don't you measure about 5 centimetres from our Earth in the sand and make a little dot a bit smaller than our Earth. This dot is Mars, and it's 142 million miles from the Sun, or about 50 million miles from our Earth. With its red hue and proximity to Earth, Mars has fascinated man across the centuries. It is the fourth planet in our solar system, and the last of the rocky planets orbiting close to the Sun. The Babylonians associated the planet with war and bloodshed. So did other civilizations. The Romans named Mars for their god of war. The astronomer Giovanni Schiaparelli observed strange markings on the planet in the year 1877. He called them canali, which means channels in Italian, but was translated incorrectly as canals. This sparked the Victorian misconception that Mars was populated by an alien race of innovative canal builders. The focus on current exploration has been water. Water is so important because it offers the tantalizing possibility of life as we currently understand it. In 2004, the Mars exploration rovers Spirit and Opportunity found proof of past liquid water in various surface features. The bedrock of Gusev crater indicates an ancient body of salt water. Evidence of a body of water larger than the Baltic Sea exists in the Terra Meridiani region. Every single rock has shown signs of alteration by liquid water, said lead investigator Dr. Stephen Squires. Three-dimensional images released from the Mars Express spacecraft in early 2005 show evidence of past gigantic waterfalls, huge glaciers, and grand outflow channels. Near the equator, along the Elysium Plains, a photograph taken shows what appears to be a 5 million year old frozen sea of water that has been protected from vaporizing by a layer of volcanic ash. Comparable in size and depth to the North Sea, the area features large, irregular plates, similar in pattern to the pack ice at Earth's poles. Following the water trail away from the sea leads to a series of fissures known as a Cerberus fossae. These fractures in the surface were the source of both lava and water floods millions of years ago. In fact, lava plains from the floods are located in eastern Elysium. The find is particularly captivating because, on Earth, microorganisms have been found around deep-sea thermal vents. If the Elysium seawater was warmed by past geothermal energy, perhaps it provided the environment for life to develop in a similar form on Mars. The recent detection of small amounts of methane in the Martian atmosphere is further intriguing evidence for living microorganisms on the planet. Methane is a common byproduct of life on Earth, but it can also be produced by non-biological processes. Volcanoes could be one source, but there is no proof of active volcanism on Mars today. Still, all other possible causes must be ruled out before concluding that methane is a biotracer of present-day life on Mars. The atmosphere on Mars is thin, composed mainly of carbon dioxide gas. There are clouds, mist, and fog, but the atmosphere lacks the insulation to prevent wide temperature swings, as much as 180 degrees Fahrenheit or 100 degrees Celsius from day to night. Because of this tenuous atmosphere, water on Mars behaves like carbon dioxide on Earth. Frozen water doesn't melt. It goes directly from ice to vapor without any intervening liquid state. This process, known as sublimation, poses a dilemma for scientists in explaining what appears to be considerable erosion on the surface. If water flowed, it must have been at a time when the atmosphere was much denser. The weather report for Mars is cold. Surface temperatures average minus 65 Fahrenheit or minus 53 Celsius. And even during the summer, rarely rise above the freezing point of water, 0 degrees. Variations in temperature across the surface produce very strong winds, often stirring massive summer dust storms that engulf the planet. Summers are warmer and shorter in the southern hemisphere than in the north, and the seasons are influenced by the polar ice caps. The main reservoir of water on the planet is concentrated in ice at these north and south poles. Although enormous quantities of water ice may exist underground at low latitudes, the Martian hemispheres are a mismatched pair. The southern terrain is more ancient and heavily cratered, with obvious valley networks possibly formed by past rivers. Along the equator is Valles Marineris, grander than the Grand Canyon. It is a system of deep canyons that spans an extraordinary 2,500 miles. The younger northern plains show indications of former lake beds, and volcanoes dot the landscape. The north's most imposing feature, Olympus Mons, is the largest volcano in our solar system, 100 times larger than even Earth's biggest volcano. Mars's changing seasons, ice caps, clouds, volcanoes and canyons make for similarities with Earth. But that is where the similarity ends. Mars is rocky, cold and barren. It has 2 moons, Phobos, meaning fear, and Deimos, meaning panic. The entire Martian planet is about the size of Earth's iron core. Mars's red colour is derived from the presence of olivine and iron oxide on its surface. It is as if the whole planet is coated in rust. Now let's leave the planet Mars behind and venture even further out into the depths of our solar system. But the next stop isn't the next planet. Why don't you measure about 15 centimeters in the sand from Mars, and with that small twig over there, dot lots of teeny little holes in the sand in one big line, kind of scattered around loosely. This is the asteroid belt, and this lies approximately 150 million more miles beyond Mars, 300 million miles from the Sun. Now, most asteroids orbit the Sun in this gap between Mars and Jupiter, our next planet, and this is known as the asteroid belt. Asteroid orbits are usually stable for millions of years. However, because asteroids are so small, and there are so many of them, their orbits are not confined to a single elliptical plane like those of planets. Asteroid orbits span a large range of inclinations due to the long-term effects of the gravitational pull of Jupiter, Mars, or other nearby asteroids. Asteroids are basically space rubble. Dark rocky fragments created during the formation of the solar system almost 5 billion years ago. This orbiting debris is the leftover material that didn't quite come together to make a planet or a moon. Asteroids come in irregular shapes and sizes. Some are larger than the length of Italy, whilst others are less than a few city blocks in diameter. So these asteroids tumbling through space, have asteroids ever hit Earth? It is believed that a huge asteroid or comet slammed into what is now the Yucatan Peninsula 65 million years ago. Asteroid hits are rare, but meteoroid hits occur almost continually, adding tons of material to our planet every day. Meteoroids are often the offspring of these asteroids or comets. Okay, now back down onto the sand we go for our next visit to the next planet. And this planet is, of course, Jupiter. So down in the sand, measure another approximate 20 centimeters further out than this asteroid belt. This deserves a big circle because Jupiter is the biggest planet in our solar system. Named after the Roman god of all gods, Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system. Second in brightness after Venus, as viewed from Earth, Jupiter could be filled with over 1,000 Earths. Yet it measures only 1/10 of the Sun's diameter. The planet is like a bustling metropolis with many satellites, a colourful ring system, turbulent storms, and streaks of lightning. Like the hub of a great city, Jupiter is big, bright, and commanding. In the year 1610, Galileo discovered Jupiter's 4 largest moons: Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, all of which are now called the Galilean satellites. Today, though, we know that Jupiter has at least 63 satellites, the most of any planet in our solar system. Scientists speculate that many of the outer moons may be asteroids caught by the planet's intense gravity. Jupiter is one of the 4 gas giants, along with Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus. In composition, Jupiter is very similar to a star. In fact, the gas giant sends out into space more than 1.5 times the heat it receives from the sun. Yet, even with all the right stuff, Jupiter falls short of the weight requirement for a star to ignite. The planet needs about 80 times more mass for fusion to commence in its core. even though Jupiter has no solid surface, its designation as a gas giant is strangely misleading. The majority of the planet is made from hydrogen under such supersize pressure that it has turned liquid and metallic. Jupiter is divided into 4 main layers: a thin outer envelope of gaseous hydrogen, a deep sea of liquid hydrogen, an even deeper sea of liquid hydrogen acting like molten metal, and a hot core of ice and rock. Jupiter has a strong magnetic field generated by electrical currents deep in the planet's liquid metallic hydrogen layer. Within the magnetic field, there is an abundance of charged particles. These particles create dangerous amounts of radiation, which bombards Jupiter's rings and moons. The planet's strong magnetic field interacts with the solar wind to create a magnetic tail that extends as far as Saturn's orbit. Now, when most people think of Jupiter, they think of its most defining feature, and that most notable feature may be its great red spot, a huge storm system more than 12,500 miles across, or about twice the width of Earth. It is, in fact, the largest storm in our solar system, and it has been there in Jupiter's southern hemisphere for at least 350 years. That is since English naturalist Robert Hooke first reported it. But it is now only half as big as it was a century ago. The Great Red Spot is a vortex of high and cool clouds, driven by strong winds of up to 250 miles an hour. Scrunched in between 2 jet streams in the upper atmosphere, this mass of clouds twirls upwards and rotates counterclockwise every 6 days. It is anticyclonic, that is, a high-pressure system unlike the low-pressure cyclonic hurricanes on Earth. Storms like this one last so long on the gas giant because there are no solid surfaces below to break them up. Along with smaller cloud systems that act like thunderstorms, the Great Red Spot is located in Jupiter's kaleidoscopic cloud lanes. When one sees an image of this big spot, the lighter bands are rising gases called zones, whilst the darker bands are descending gases called belts. Perpetual strong winds, steady alternating jet streams, and the fast rotation of the planet all contribute to these atmospheric stripes. And the day on Jupiter, by the way, is just under 10 hours. Perhaps lesser known than the neighbouring Saturn's rings. Did you know that Jupiter also has rings? Jupiter's ring system was first discovered in 1979 by NASA's Voyager 1 spacecraft. We now know that the planet's ring is made up of 3 major sections. The main ring, approximately 4,000 miles wide, is encircled by the orbits of 2 small moons. These moons are called Adrastea and Metis. Its inner border merges into the faint and thickest ring called the halo. This donut shape extends halfway from the main ring to Jupiter's cloud tops and may be caused by the electrical charging of particles that spiral inward. Neighbouring the main ring on the outside is a pair of faint gossamer rings. One of the pair is contained by the orbit of the moon Amalthea, and the other by the moon Thebe. The gossamers are thicker than the main ring due to the inclined path of the 2 moons as they circle Jupiter. The Jovian ring system is highly tenacious and uniform, composed of tiny dust particles, only a few microns in diameter. Astronomers speculate that the rings may be formed by dust kicked up as an interplanetary meteoroid smashed into the planet's inner moons. It is now that time again where we must take to the sand by the Lochside and draw another relatively large circle. Not as big as the Sun, obviously, but slightly smaller than Jupiter's one. Because we are travelling another 400 million miles out to space, or 40 centimetres from Jupiter, to visit the most stunning and iconic shape that is the planet of Saturn. When we have actually seen that great arch swung over the equator of the planet without any visible connection, we cannot bring our minds to rest, wrote a Saturn-struck James Clerk Maxwell in the 1850s. The ringed planet continues to fascinate as the most exotic in our solar system. It is also the second largest, 75,000 miles in diameter, and the most distant planet, easily visible to the naked eye. I myself can recommend to everyone, should you have access to a telescope, to track down Saturn and see it for your very self. Because to see the rings, iridescent as ever, with your own eyes is a truly remarkable experience. The hundreds of thin, wide rings can be seen with a small telescope. They change in appearance relative to the tilt and the position of Earth and Saturn, sometimes opening wide, other times narrowing to almost nothing, edge on. They consist of billions of particles of ice and rock, caught in the planet's gravity as in a fisherman's net, then sent spinning in a majestic hula hoop motion. Although the other gas giants also have orbiting rings, Saturn's are the biggest and brightest. With the exception of the Cassini division, an expanse of 2,900 miles, they are relatively close to one another, reinforcing the halo effect as seen from Earth. Named for the father of the god Jupiter, Saturn has at least 33 moons, most discovered since the year 1980. The largest, Titan, is bigger than Mercury. Saturn spins on its axis in just 10 hours and 15 minutes. But due to its distance from the Sun, nearly 1 billion miles if you've been counting on the sand, Saturn takes 30 times as long as Earth to complete its orbit. One of the 4 gas giants, Saturn is composed mainly of hydrogen and helium gases, with a hot, rocky core and a south pole that, amazingly, is the warmest place on the planet. Atmospheric pressure is sufficient to cause Saturn's gases to condense into a sea of liquid hydrogen about 250 miles below the cloud tops. The planet's density is the lowest in the solar system. Its specific gravity less than that of water. If there were an ocean large enough to contain it, Saturn would float. The atmosphere is composed of 3 layers of clouds, white, orange, and blue, and capped with a thick layer of haze. Storms more forceful than Jupiter's occasionally climb through the haze and appear as white clouds of ammonia ice. Winds in the upper atmosphere reach speeds as high as 1,100 miles an hour as they whirl around the equator. The winds, in combination with the heat rising from the planet's interior, account for the yellow and gold bands visible in Saturn's atmosphere.
The synergy of high-speed rotation and the planet's gaseous makeup produces its characteristic flat poles and a bulging equator, the plumpest planet in our solar system, so to speak. In the year 2004, after 2 billion miles and a 7-year journey, the Cassini-Huygens spacecraft entered Saturn's orbit to give the planet some close-up photographs. Saturn's ringscape is like a mini solar system where the planet, the moons, and ring particles are balanced in a collaborative display. The inner satellites play a key role as they choreograph particles to clear gaps, create waves, and form little ringlets. Even though there are a multitude of ringlets, the ring plane is divided into 7 main rings, designated by letters. They go in order of D, C, B, A, F, G, and E, in order from the planet. The closer rings orbit Saturn at faster speeds. Density waves within the rings are the result of nearby passing moons. The revolving moons disturb the orbits of particles, and density waves are formed as particles move closer together. The Cassini division between the B and A rings is the largest apparent interruption of Saturn's grooves. The inner boundary is formed by particles located on the outer edge of the B ring. They orbit Saturn twice for every time the moon Mimas goes around the planet once. This process is called orbital resonance. One of the smaller gaps, the Inca division, is located in the outer portion of the A ring and is formed by the orbital path of the tiny moon Pan. Wee Pan acts like a rotating broom, sweeping away debris as it moves through the gap, causing rope-like braids and wakes along Inca's edges. Satellites Prometheus and Pandora perform a different role by shepherding the F ring into a narrow strand. Prometheus is on the inside of the ring, Pandora on the outside. The gravitational forces of these moons corral any material trying to escape. Little brooms indeed.
And just like that, it's back out to space we go. This time, even further away. Up until now, you might have assumed the distances we were working with are enormous. But this is where perspective really comes into it. Our solar system is not big on the scale of our galaxies and of our universe. But already the next planet is another 900 million miles, or 90 centimeters on our sandy beach, from the previous planet of Saturn. The distances seem to get larger and larger as we venture further out into our solar system. The next planet is, of course, Uranus. On the Voyager project, we used to call Uranus a featureless blue tennis ball, said planetary scientist Dr. Ellis D. Minor. In fact, it is anything but. Uranus is the third largest planet in the solar system, and seventh from the Sun. It was identified as a comet by British astronomer William Herschel in 1781. Others, including his own son, were the first to recognize that it was, in fact, a new planet. The rings of Uranus, however, were not discovered for another 2 centuries. Named after the Greek god of the heavens, Uranus has 11 rings, some of the brightest clouds at the far edge of the solar system, and 27 known moons. Most moons were named for Shakespearean characters, including Portia, Cordelia, Oberon, and Puck. Miranda, the heroine of The Tempest, features steep cliffs and winding valleys that scientists think may be evident of the partial melting of the moon's interior. Uranus is another gas giant with no solid surface. 80% of its mass consists of a liquid core made up mainly of icy materials. Those are water, methane, and ammonia. Hydrogen, helium, and a small quantity of methane make up its atmosphere. Methane gas above the cloud layers of its upper atmosphere give the planet a distinctive blue-green colour. In the year 2004, observations conducted at the W.M. Keck Observatory in Hawaii identified at least 31 cloud features that changed quite dramatically between viewings. These cloud features are massive storms that could encompass a nation the size of the United States. The clouds, at varying altitudes, are probably made of methane crystals that condense as gas bubbles during their rise from deep inside the atmosphere. Perhaps most interesting is the unique polar orientation of this planet. Uranus orbits the Sun with its axis nearly horizontal to the elliptic plane, like a top spinning on its side. A collision with a planet-sized body early in its life probably explains its tipped rotation, which results in the two poles of this very cold planet receiving the greatest exposure to the Sun in the course of a long orbit of 84 years. It's now time for another nearly 1,000 million mile journey further out to space, to the planet of Neptune. So down on the sandy beach just now, we're another 90 whole centimeters from the previous planet, Uranus. That makes a total so far of nearly 3 meters from the original place of the Sun. Named after the Roman god of the sea, Neptune is the most distant gas giant in our solar system, and the 8th planet from the Sun, a vast 2.8 billion miles away. However, because of Pluto's elliptical orbit, Neptune is actually the farthest planet from the Sun for a 20-year period every 248 Earth years. Neptune was the first planet discovered as a result of mathematical calculation rather than astronomical observation. Studying irregularities in the motion of Uranus, scientists posited the gravitational pull of a larger, then unknown planet. Because of Neptune's distance from the Sun, its orbit takes 165 years. That means the planet has only just completed a full circle since its discovery in 1846. The distance also makes it impossible to see with the naked eye. Neptune and Uranus are essentially twins in size. Neptune is slightly smaller in diameter, but slightly larger in mass. Neptune's interior is also similar to its twin, composed of the melted ices of water, methane, and ammonia, with a rocky core about the size of Earth. Hydrogen, helium, and methane gas make up its atmosphere. The methane absorbs red from the illuminating sunlight, giving Neptune its blue colour, similar to Uranus. The planet's winds are strong, the fastest in the solar system. Neptune has a ring system and 13 known moons. Triton is not only the largest of Neptune's moons, it is also the largest moon in the solar system, with a retrograde orbit. Now, last but certainly not least, it's time to get down onto the beach again and draw a teeny tiny little dot way out. Another 80 centimeters from Neptune. That takes us a grand total of 3.7 meters away from the Sun. Now, it's always sparked controversy. Is it a planet? Is it not? On this occasion, let's just leave that up to you to decide. Why not? We are, of course, talking about Pluto. In Greek mythology, Pluto was the god of the underworld. This god of darkness was able to make himself invisible. The planet Pluto, the outermost in our solar system, can also be described as dark and elusive. Pluto has one satellite, Charon, discovered only in 1978. Half the size of Pluto, Charon shares its orbit, and they are sometimes considered a double planet. Since its discovery in 1930, Pluto has been known as the smallest, coldest, and most distant planet from the Sun. However, we know very little about it. Since the late 1970s, most of what we know has been learned from ground-based observations, an infrared satellite mission, and the Hubble Space Telescope. We know that Pluto takes 248 years to circle the Sun. We also know that the planet revolves in a peculiar orbit, which is influenced by Neptune. Pluto plays a kind of cat and mouse game with Neptune. For a 20-year period, during its long elliptical orbit, as we said, Pluto is actually closer to the Sun than Neptune is. The last time that Pluto was in close orbit to the Sun
was from 1979 to 1999. About 2/3 the width of our moon. Pluto may be composed of a rocky core surrounded by an icy mantle. Its mass is also less than our moon's. The planet's surface appears to have a bright layer of methane, nitrogen, and carbon monoxide. This layer thaws when Pluto moves closer to the Sun. During the thaw, a fragile atmosphere develops, with pressure of just 1/1,000,000th of that of Earth's. When Pluto moves away from the Sun, the planet's atmosphere probably freezes and then shrinks as the atmospheric pressure drops. Although this is uncertain due to recent observations that seem to indicate Pluto's atmosphere is still growing. Today some astronomers think that Pluto is among the largest of a group of objects orbiting beyond Neptune in what is called the Kuiper Belt. This belt is filled with small icy bodies of up to 600 miles in size, some of which may be comets, all formed in the early days of our solar system. Some have gone so far as to say that Pluto may not be a planet at all. You seem to have nodded off there for a wee while. My apologies. I certainly do not want to be the one to keep you awake. Just let the sounds of nature do the rest now. You've heard plenty enough from me and our solar system. Although it's fascinating, isn't it? We've got this diagram in the sand before our feet, painting a very colourful picture of our small little world, as it were, in this vast galaxy, in this even vaster universe. It really does boggle the mind. What else is out there? Are we alone? Again, you can decide that. But it's so easy to get carried away on that train of thought. So for now, to bring you back to Earth, tune back in to the crackling campfire, the gently lapping waves, and stargaze to your heart's content on this beautiful night. As interesting and fascinating as it is to take our mind out of this world and into outer space beyond our own world, sometimes it's wonderful merely to observe what we can from here on our little planet. With the moon above,
the Milky Way painting itself across our sky, and the nearer stars twinkling away and glistening. We are truly blessed to have this. Sleep well. Oh, this one's going to be lovely. Sleepy? Oh yeah. Soaked in single malt Scottish goodness? You betcha. We're going full old school Snooze with Sam with tonight's story. So pack your wee backpack. Pop on your comfiest walking shoes and let's visit a place that's very real to me. Where I used to live at the foot end of the island of Skye is an amazing place, and many times in my childhood we walked down as a family to the Point of Slate. This is where tonight's story takes us, only with an extra sprinkling of snoozy goodness. Just before we begin, I would like to thank you all for not only listening, but continuing to support me and Christine and my family as we all sort of adjust, I suppose, to life now, because it's changed a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean a lot bit. So I just want to tell you that I appreciate you massively. So thank you is all. I just wanted to tell you that. Ready? Good. In which case, as always, lie back, take a nice deep breath, and welcome to the Lighthouse of the Northern Lights. The old farm gate creaks open on rusted hinges, and you step through onto the rocky track, leaving the last patch of broken tarmac behind. Your boots crunch on loose shale as the path tilts upwards, steep and sudden. It winds through tufts of wiry heather, clinging to cracks in the ancient rock. Far below, beyond the fields of bracken, the sea stretches out, a vast, shifting grey-blue plain stitched with white caps, where waves meet hidden skerries. The air tastes clean and sharp, carrying the scent of the ancient boggy moors and salt. Up here, the breeze tugs playfully at your jacket, whispering wee secrets only the hills know. Reaching the crest feels like stepping onto the roof of the world. The view unfolds, immense and humbling. Islands scatter across the horizon like sleeping giants, their silhouettes softened by the low sun filtering through the banks of mist. The light does something special and magical. It paints the cloud edges gold and lavender while shafts break through, spotlighting patches of restless ocean far below. You pause, catching your breath, letting the sheer scale of it sink in. It's impossible not to grin, feeling absurdly small and wonderfully alive all at once. This is exactly why you came. The frantic buzz of the city, the endless screens, the low-grade hum of constant doing. It all evaporates here. Scotland's wildness isn't just scenery. It's a soothing balm. The ancient rock beneath your boots, the wind's insistent push, the sheer, untamed openness, it all scrapes away the clutter. Every lungful of that sharp, peat and salt air feels like hitting a reset button deep inside. You're not just relaxed. You are unspooled, the tension leaching out into the vastness. The descent begins, as steep as the climb. Your boots slide slightly on loose grey, a controlled skid that makes you laugh aloud, a sound instantly snatched by the wind. Below, the path snakes toward a hidden bay, glimpsed only as a crescent of pale sand between dark headlands. The sea looks different from this angle, darker and deeper, the white caps like scattered diamonds flung across velvet. The silence isn't empty. It's thick with the crunch of stone, the sigh of the wind through stubborn heather, the distant, rhythmic boom of waves finding caves. Each downward step feels like shedding another layer. The frantic pace of yesterday, the inbox demanding attention, the low thrum of traffic. It dissolves, replaced by the simple, grounding physics of placing one foot securely before the other. Your breath evens out, matching the unhurried rhythm of the coast. Thoughts are slow as they untangle. Worries shrink, becoming insignificant specks against the vast, ancient land. It's not forced calm. It seeps into you, mile by mile, carried on the salt-scoured air. The path flattens briefly beside a boggy hollow choked with bright green sphagnum moss. It's here that you encounter the locals, a small herd of Highland cattle, their shaggy, russet coats thick against the breeze. They watch your approach with deep, liquid brown eyes, framed by long, sweeping lashes, utterly unperturbed. One massive bull, horns curved like ancient cymbals, lowers his head to tear at a clump of tough grass, soft steam puffing gently from his nostrils in the cool air. You give him and the rest of his hairy coo family a nice wide berth, respecting their quiet domain, sharing a silent moment of mutual curiosity before the track steepens again, winding down towards the sea's murmur. Then, suddenly, the hillside falls away completely. The steep, heather-clad slopes curve protectively around a perfect crescent of sand so startlingly white it glows against the dark water. You stumble to a halt, boots sinking into softness. Tropical? Here? It feels like Scotland's best-kept secret, a pocket of paradise smuggled into the rugged Atlantic coast. The sea isn't the brooding grey blue of the cliffs above. It's transformed into luminous teal, impossibly clear over pale sandbars, shimmering like polished jade, even as the early evening sky softens overhead. A startled laugh escapes you. Did you accidentally walk through some sort of hidden portal? The descent ends abruptly at the water's edge. Without even thinking about it, you kick off your boots, peel off slightly damp socks, and sink your toes into the sand that's finer than sugar, cool and yielding. It's ridiculously clean, untouched by seaweed or driftwood, stretching in a flawless crescent hugged by steep, heather-clad hillsides that plunge directly into the sea. The hills form a natural amphitheatre, sheltering the bay from the wind's full force. Up there, the breeze was playful. Down here, it's a gentle sigh, warm enough to make you shrug off your jacket. The air holds a surprising warmth, radiating from the sun-baked sand, mingling with the cool kiss of salt spray. Wading in ankle deep feels like stepping into liquid glass. The water is shockingly clear, revealing every ripple of pale sand beneath. Tiny silver flashes dart between your feet. Sand eels, no longer than your finger, moving in quicksilver shoals that vanish and reappear like ghosts. You stalk them, shuffling barefoot through the shallows, trying to predict their zigzagging patterns. It's a ridiculous, utterly pointless pursuit, chasing phantoms that slip through your toes like the water they swim in. Each time you think you've cornered a shimmering cluster, they outsmart you and dissolve into nothingness, leaving only a faint cloud of sand swirling lazily in the luminous teal. You laugh at your own futility, the sound swallowed by the gentle lap of waves against the shore. Further out, the water deepens to a cooler turquoise. You wade deeper, feeling the soft tug of the tide swirling around your calves. The sand shifts subtly beneath your soles, creating miniature underwater hills and valleys. You pause, letting the coolness seep through your skin. That gnawing worry about next week's presentation, it dissolves faster than the sand eels. The unpaid invoice for that thingamajig that's needed for the doodah, washed away with the next gentle swell. The pointless argument over basically the square root of hee-haw, utterly meaningless against the rhythmic sigh of the sea breathing against this hidden crescent. You wiggle your toes deeper into the yielding sand, anchoring yourself firmly in this moment. The only inbox demanding attention now belongs to the hermit crab scuttling sideways past your foot, dragging its borrowed shell apartment like a tiny, overburdened commuter. Eventually, reluctantly, you turn back towards the shore, shaking droplets from your legs. You scan the curve of the bay. There, perched defiantly on the furthest rocky finger of the headland, stands a lighthouse. It's a sturdy, stubby tower, painted a cheerful, slightly peeling white, topped with a jaunty black lantern house. It looks less like a stern maritime guardian, and more like a friendly, slightly eccentric uncle who's wandered off and found a nice view. Right, you mutter aloud, the sound small against the vastness. Objective acquired. The scramble begins immediately. Boots hastily tugged back onto sandy feet, jacket shrugged on, and a determined glint in your eye. Paradise is lovely and all, but a lighthouse? That promises proper adventure. The lighthouse beckons like a stubborn mark on the wild coastline. Its cheerful whitewash, slightly peeling in the salty air, stands out boldly against the dark, seaweed-strewn rocks of the headland. The scramble begins properly now. Boots crunching on barnacle-crusted boulders, hands finding purchase on wind-smooth granite warmed by the low sun. It's less a path and more a suggestion offered by the landscape, demanding careful footwork and the occasional undignified crab crawl over a particularly slippery hump. You chuckle at yourself, imagining how utterly ridiculous you must look to the disinterested gulls wheeling overhead. Each awkward lunge feels like a silent negotiation or plea with gravity, a bargain struck solely for the promise of seeing what's around the next jagged corner. Finding your inner mountain goat, or perhaps just embracing sheer, stubborn curiosity, hastens your pace. The rhythm settles, Scan, step, test, and breathe. The rock feels solid, ancient, reassuring beneath your palms. The sea swirls and churns below, a mesmerizing dance of turquoise deepening to sapphire where the depths plunge away from the headland's base. Spray kisses your face, cool and damp. Before long, the final obstacle reveals itself. A narrow, deep-cut channel separating you from the lighthouse's rocky perch, and spanning this gap is a small iron bridge, weathered to a deep rusted ochre. It looks improbably delicate, a spider's thread flung across the chasm, yet somehow as utterly sturdy and strong as said spider's thread. Its arched ribs speak of Victorian engineers who clearly understood drama. You pause at the bridge's threshold. The wind whistles faintly through its lattice work. A small, equally rusted sign is bolted crookedly to the handrail. The lettering, once crisp white, is faded and flaking, but still legible. It reads, "Caution, troll enforced after sundown. Payment accepted in singed scones and bad poetry." Beneath, in smaller, slightly wobbly script, someone has added, "P.S. Dave retired. Bring biscuits instead." The startled chuckle escapes you. The sheer absurdity of the sign, perched here above the wild Atlantic, feels perfectly Scottish. A dash of whimsy sprinkled onto the wild and sublime. Dave the Troll, demanding baked goods. Now you'd heard everything. You glance towards the dipping sun. Plenty of time before that particular toll comes due, should he still be lurking here even well after his retirement. Maybe he still volunteers for all you know. The bridge feels surprisingly solid beneath your boots, despite its delicate appearance. Each step rings a soft, hollow thump that echoes faintly against the rocks below. You cross deliberately, savouring the sensation of suspension above the churning channel where seawater surges and retreats, carving deep grooves in the dark rock. Below, emerald fronds of kelp dance wildly in the currents, like underwater banners celebrating your passage. Halfway across, you lean against the cool iron rail, peering down into the swirling turquoise depths. A flash of silver, a fish darting through the kelp forest, and then gone. The air tastes even sharper here, pure salt and ozone mixed with the faint metallic tang of the bridge. It's exhilarating, this little thread of human ingenuity stitched onto the raw coast. Reaching the lighthouse base feels like stepping onto a tiny, wind-battered island. The stonework is rough-hewn granite, cool and slightly damp beneath your palm. Centuries of salt spray have painted intricate, abstract patterns of lichen in whites and ochres across its surface. The heavy wooden door, thickly painted in peeling white, stands slightly ajar. You wedge your fingers into the gap and pull. It groans open reluctantly on stiff, salty hinges, revealing a dim, circular space smelling of damp stone, old wood, and something faintly oily. Dust motes dance in the single shaft of late sunlight slicing through a high, narrowly slit window. The air inside is still, thick, and rather hushed, a stark contrast to the buffeting wind outside. A sturdy-looking spiral staircase, wrought iron painted black, coils upwards into shadow like a promise. The climb is steep and narrow, each iron step ringing softly under your boots. Your hand slides along the cool central pillar as you ascend, the only sound your own breathing and the distant muffled boom of waves far below. Light filters weakly through occasional slit windows, illuminating swirling dust and the worn edges of the metal steps curving tightly upwards. It feels like climbing inside a giant seashell. The air grows warmer, drier, the scent of oil stronger. You count the steps idly. 37, 38, until abruptly the stairs end. You emerge onto a circular platform beneath the lantern house itself. A heavy trapdoor lies open at your feet. Stepping out onto the gallery, is like stepping onto the prow of a ship sailing the sky. The wind hits you instantly, a playful, insistent shove that snatches your breath. You grab the sturdy iron railing, chilled beneath your fingers. The view is breathtakingly panoramic. Below, the hidden bay is revealed in its entirety. That impossible crescent of white sand glowing against the deepening teal water like a polished moonstone. Beyond, the sea stretches out, a vast tapestry woven from shifting blues and greys, stitched with the white lace of waves breaking on unseen rocks. The islands you admired earlier now look like drowsing leviathans wreathed in misty veils. The wind whips your jacket, flapping it like a sail, and you feel deliciously exposed, a tiny speck clinging to this stone finger pointing skyward. Yet, instead of fear, there is pure exhilaration. You are untethered, suspended between sea and sky. A wild grin spreads across your face, utterly ridiculous and completely necessary. Who needs solid ground when you can perch like a slightly clumsy seabird? Then you spot it, tucked into a sheltered curve of the gallery wall, shielded slightly from the wind's full force, sits a deck chair. It's absolutely ancient. Its faded canvas striped in bleached blues and yellows. Its wooden frame weathered silver by decades of salty spray. It looks improbably comfortable, an artifact of pure optimism left behind. Beside it, neatly folded on the dry stone ledge, lies a thick cable-knit woolen blanket in a reassuring shade of navy blue. It feels like stumbling upon a secret gift left just for you. Dave's retirement package, you murmur aloud, the words snatched by the wind as usual. The sheer ridiculousness of finding such domestic comfort perched on this wild Atlantic outpost feels once again perfectly, wonderfully Scottish. "We chilly toes be gone," someone must have thought once before. You sink gratefully into the chair. The canvas sighs softly beneath you, surprisingly sturdy. You pull the blanket around your shoulders. Scratchy, thick, smelling faintly of damp wool and ozone. And instantly, the wind's playful bite softens to a cool caress, then gently warming as your own body heat cuddles you with caring haste. Bliss. Peace settles over you, just like the blanket itself. The frantic scramble up the headland, the precarious bridge crossing, the dusty climb. It all dissolves. You are anchored here, suspended between the sky and the sea. The only sounds are the wind's low hum through the lantern house framework above, and the rhythmic boom of waves far below, echoing faintly against the stone, and your own slow, steady breath. The sun sinks lower, painting the western clouds in bruised shades of peach, lavender, and deepening rose. The sea below transforms into molten gold where the light touches it, fading into deep indigo velvet where the shadows lengthen. You watch the colours shift, mesmerised. The frantic buzz of inboxes and obligations feels impossibly distant, irrelevant even. Here, there is only the ancient rock beneath you, the vast sky above you, and the endless sea stretching to the horizon. Your shoulders finally drop, truly unknotted for the first time in months. Bliss squared. Then movement catches your eye. Not the frantic darting of gulls or the rolling waves, but something slower, more deliberate, out where the molten gold meets the deep blue. A smooth, dark curve breaks the surface, glistening wetly in the fading light. Then another, a few hundred yards further out. Then another. They surface silently, gracefully, like polished stones rolling through velvet. Minky whales. A small pod, perhaps 4 or 5, cruising parallel to the coast. You watch them, utterly captivated, as their dark backs arch rhythmically above the water, the low sun catching the sleek curve of their bodies before they slip soundlessly beneath the surface again, leaving only a faint swirl. They move with an unhurried purpose, giants fishing in the twilight. One surfaces closer, exhaling a soft puff of vapor that hangs briefly in the cool air before vanishing. You imagine their deep, rumbling conversations about the best herring shoals, debating the merits of this bay over the next, probably complaining about the water temperature. Bit parky today, Donald. Pass the krill, would you? The wind, sensing the sun's final descent, gives one last playful shove before suddenly dropping away. It's as if someone flicked a switch. The frantic flapping of your jacket ceases within about 5 minutes. The low hum through the lantern framework quiets to a whisper. Silence settles, thick and profound, broken only by the deep, rhythmic lapping of waves hitting the rocks below you, a heartbeat echoing through the stone beneath your seat. The air, though still sharp with salt, loses its bite. Wrapped snugly in Dave's scratchy blanket, cocooned in the canvas chair, you realize you are perfectly, unexpectedly toasty. The residual warmth of the sun-baked stone platform radiates upwards, mingling with your own heat trapped by the thick wool. It's like being hugged by the island itself. What are we on now? Bliss cubed. Time for reinforcements. Why? Just because. With a grunt of effort against the suddenly reluctant canvas, you lean sideways and rummage in your pack. Triumphantly, you extract the battered thermos flask. Dented, reliable, smelling faintly of countless past adventures, and possibly that time you forgot to wash it properly after lentil soup. Unscrewing the cap releases a fragrant plume of steam that dances briefly in the cool twilight air before vanishing. The scent is pure comfort. Strong Assam tea, a hint of bergamot, Earl Grey, the adventurer's choice, and the faint, reassuring ghost of the sugar lump you dropped in hours ago. You pour carefully into the flask's little cup, the dark liquid steaming furiously against the deepening indigo sky. The ceramic warms your fingers instantly. You cradle the cup in both hands, letting the heat seep into your chilled palms. The first sip is pure liquid bliss. Hot, strong, perfectly brewed against all odds. A minor miracle achieved somewhere between the Boggy Hollow and Dave's Bridge. It floods your mouth, warming you from the inside out, chasing away the last clinging whispers of coastal chill. You sigh, a long, contented exhale that mingles with steam rising from the cup. Below you, the molten gold on the sea has cooled to a deep, velvety purple, stitched with slivers of silvery moonlight where the waves break softly against the hidden bay's shore. The whales have long swum away, leaving the vast expanse to the stars, which are now pricking through the darkening dome overhead like scattered salt on slate. To Dave, you murmur, raising the cup slightly towards the heavens. Fine taste in biscuits, wherever you are. The wind, now just a gentle sigh, ruffles your hair in agreement. Then, as if the night is saving its best performance for last, you begin to see everything you've read about this place. Over the islands to the north, where the sky is darkest, veils of faint light begin to fall from the heavens. Not dramatic Hollywood-style lasers, but soft, hesitant strokes, like a celestial painter testing brushes on a vast indigo canvas. First it's just a faint, ghostly smear above the horizon, easily mistaken for cloud or wishful thinking. You squint, tea halfway to your lips. Then, slowly, almost shyly, it deepens. A ripple of pale green unfurls across the stars, lazy as silk dropping from a great height. It shimmers, gains confidence, and suddenly the whole northern sky is alive with silent, drifting curtains. The northern lights put on a show, not a frantic rave, mind you, more like a dignified, slightly tipsy waltz. Emerald ribbons twist and curl above the sleeping islands, pulsing gently as if breathing. They flirt with violet against the edges, then blush a soft pink where they dip low over the sea. You half expect to hear faint tinkling music, something involving harps and politely clinking teacups. Instead, there's just the deep hush of the ocean below and the faintest crackle in the air. It's like static electricity dancing on your skin. The troll's blanket suddenly feels very wise. You raise the thermos cup again. Encore, you whisper, and the lights oblige, swirling into a slow spiraling vortex directly overhead. It's one of the most beautiful things you've ever witnessed, almost rude in its perfection, like finding a Renaissance masterpiece casually propped against your garden shed. You lean back in the chair, the canvas sighing beneath you, and watch the sky paint itself alive. The stars haven't vanished. They've merely become glitter scattered across the swirling gowns of the dancers. You try tracing constellations, but lose them instantly. Orion's belt swallowed by a glimmering jade ribbon. The plough dissolving into violet mist. Ah well, it doesn't matter. Up here, the old maps are useless anyway. This is celestial improv, and you've got the front row seats. The air tastes sharper now, cleaner, like licking frost off a starlit window pane. You breathe deep, filling your lungs with stardust and silence. Sleepiness doesn't announce itself. It sort of sidles in like a friendly cat. One moment you're marvelling at a particularly ambitious swirl of chartreuse. The next, your eyelids feel pleasantly weighted, as if someone's draped them with velvet. The thermos cup, still half full of lukewarm Earl Grey, rests sort of forgotten on your knee. Dave's scratchy blanket becomes a cocoon, trapping the day's warmth and the lingering scent of salt and iron. The rhythmic boom of waves far below transforms into a lullaby, deep, resonant, ancient, in sync with your slowing heartbeat. Even the aurora seems to soften its dance, the colours blurring at the edges like watercolours left in the rain. Your last coherent thought is a vague appreciation for the bridge troll's foresight. Blankets, genius. Retirement, even smarter. You drift, not into oblivion, but into a Scotland distilled into pure, whimsical delight. You're suddenly wading through a river of iron brew, its electric orange fizz tickling your ankles. Highland cattle graze peacefully on the banks, their shaggy coats woven from tartan scarves, chewing thoughtfully on shortbread biscuits the size of dinner plates. One looks up, fixing you with gentle caramel eyes. Och, mind the midgies, it rumbles kindly, before returning to its biscuit. The sky above is a patchwork quilt stitched from different clam tartans, shifting gently in a breeze smelling of peat smoke and freshly baked scones. Sleep wraps around you like Dave's scratchy blanket, only softer. The rhythmic boom of the distant waves becomes the steady pulse of Nessie's heart beneath you. The tartan sky quilt dims, stitching itself into constellations shaped like teacups and bagpipes. That scent of peat smoke and scones deepens, mingling with the faintest whiff of ozone and damp wool. Your limbs
feel pleasantly heavy, anchored not by gravity, but by pure, undiluted contentment. The swirling lights overhead soften into a gentle, pulsing glow, like a nightlight designed by a particularly artistic cloud. Thoughts drift away like dandelion seeds on a lazy breeze. No inboxes, no emails or invoices. Just the quiet hum of a perfectly tuned universe, where the only deadlines involve catching the next tide. With any luck, you will catch a glimpse of your minky whale friends once more. And maybe, just maybe, Dave the Troll might say a wee hello. Good evening, my friend, and welcome to this delightful tale of a waterfall to a magical land. My name is Sam, and I am here to comfort you to sleep with the help of a truly magical adventure into Scotland's hidden treasures on this wonderful night. In tonight's story, you are wandering around the Highlands, tired and fatigued from many days exploring the beautiful country of Scotland. In time, you stumble across a hidden path which leads to somewhere rather special. But it's what happens beyond your perceived reality that's the most exciting and bewildering thing of all. If you enjoy fairy tale fantasy and love to adventure through the wilds of Scotland, you are very much in the right place. So when you are quite ready, lie back, take a deep breath, and welcome to Snooze with Sam.
The leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, creating a soothing melody that seemed to invite you deeper into the forest. The Highlands had been your silent companion for days now, your journey on foot a solitary affair amidst the sprawling wilderness. With the sun dipping low, casting long shadows through the trees, your eyes grew heavy with the weight of exhaustion. The scent of pine needles and damp earth filled your nose, a potent reminder of the world that existed just outside your own thoughts. As you stumbled through the foliage, a flicker of light caught your gaze. You blinked, wondering if it was a trick of the fading light. But there it was again, a hint of a path, hidden from the untrained eye. The trail beckoned, promising rest and perhaps a bit of adventure. With a newfound sense of purpose, you stepped onto the secret path, the forest floor springy beneath your feet. The path grew narrower, the trees seemingly closing in around you as you progressed. The canopy above thickened, the light filtering through in a dappled dance that painted the path in shifting patterns. You walked for hours, the air around you growing cooler and more fragrant. It was as if the very essence of the forest was changing, hinting at secrets long held in its embrace. Finally, after what seemed like days, the path opened up to reveal a serene pool, its surface unblemished by even the slightest ripple. Above it, a waterfall cascaded down from a great height, the mist kissing your skin with a soft yet invigorating embrace. The sight washed away your fatigue, leaving only a sense of wonder and curiosity. You couldn't resist the allure of the water, stripping down to your core and diving in. The chill was refreshing, to say the least, the liquid silken against your skin. As you swam closer to the waterfall, you felt an odd pull, as if the water itself beckoned you to climb through it. That roar grew louder, a symphony of power and grace that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. With a deep breath, you pushed against the current and climbed through the veil of water. On the other side, the whole world shifted, the light dimming and brightening in a dizzying array of colours. You emerged into a new reality, the waterfall now a gateway to a place untouched by the modern world. The forest around you hummed with a different rhythm, the trees stretching taller, and the underbush a tapestry of vibrant greens. The air was alive with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of unfamiliar creatures. Your bare feet sank into the soft moss, which felt as if it were welcoming you, urging you to explore further. The enchantment grew stronger with every step. The vibrancy of the world around you pulsing in time with your own heartbeat. You wandered through the enchanted forest, your eyes feasting on the fantastical sights. Butterflies the size of your hand flitted from bloom to bloom, their wings a kaleidoscope of colour that seemed to leave trails of light in their wake. The trees whispered secrets in a language you felt you could almost understand. Their branches, adorned with glittering leaves that shimmered like precious gems. In the distance, you spotted a peculiar treehouse nestled within the mighty branches of a towering oak. It was as if the very essence of the forest had coalesced into a home, a place where nature and whimsy lived in perfect harmony. The ladder leading up to it was carved from the same wood as the tree itself, spiralling upwards like a gentle invitation. Your curiosity piqued. You climbed the rungs with excitement, feeling the rough bark against your palms. The door to the treehouse creaked open, revealing an interior that defied imagination. It was a sanctuary of colour, light, and life, with flowers and plants from every corner of the enchanted realm thriving in a space that seemed to hold the very breath of the forest. Butterflies fluttered from petal to petal, their wings casting rainbows onto the walls. The scent of blooming blossoms filled your nostrils, overwhelming and intoxicating. The room was filled with a gentle warmth that seemed to emanate from a small stove in the corner, the crackling fire dancing in the shadows. In the centre of the room, a bed beckoned. A pile of quilts in a riot of colours and patterns that looked like they had been stitched by the forest's own fairies. You couldn't resist the urge, and so you collapsed onto it, the softness enveloping you like a warm embrace. As you sank into the plushness, you felt the tension of the world outside melt away entirely, leaving you feeling weightless and very much at peace. The treehouse was a bubble of serenity, a place where time held no sway over the rhythms of the natural world. Not quite ready for sleep yet, you took a moment to explore further, your eyes alighting on shelves filled with curious artifacts and trinkets. Each item seemed to tell a story, a piece of the forest's history frozen in time. There were crystals that glowed faintly in the twilight, feathers from birds of paradise, and books with pages that whispered of spells and incantations. The place was a treasure trove of wonder, and you felt like a child in a magical realm, allowed a glimpse of the secrets that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. In a corner, you discovered a small kitchenette, complete with a kettle that sang a merry tune as it boiled. You rummaged through a wooden chest, finding an assortment of teas, each labelled with the name of a mythical creature. Very much intrigued, because who wouldn't be? You chose one with a label depicting a strange Celtic mythical beast and a promise of tranquility, supposedly. The water grew dark and fragrant as it steeped, filling the treehouse with a scent that was both soothing and invigorating. The tea in hand, you settled into a chair by the window, watching as the forest went about its evening rituals. The light grew dimmer, the colours more muted, yet the enchantment remained as potent as ever. You took a sip of your tea, the liquid warming you from the inside out, and felt a gentle buzz of energy that seemed to resonate with the life around you. The taste was unlike anything you had ever experienced. A blend of earthy tones and sweet blooms that danced on your tongue like the flutter of wings. High above, the stars began to peek through the canopy, their light twinkling like the eyes of the creatures that watched from the shadows. The fire in the stove crackled, casting flickering shadows across the room. As you continued to sip your tea, you couldn't help but feel a profound sense of belonging, as if the forest had accepted you as one of its own. The warmth of the brew and the coziness of the treehouse lulled you into a state of complete tranquility that seemed to echo the deep slumber of the trees. The walls of the treehouse were adorned with intricate carvings that told tales of battles between ancient clans and mystical beasts. You traced the lines with your finger, feeling the stories come to life beneath your touch. The fire's glow painted the scenes in an ever-changing palette of orange and gold, each flicker revealing new details that had been hidden in the shadows. The whispers of the wind outside grew softer. The secrets of the forest lulling you into a state of complete relaxation. As you finished your tea, you felt a gentle nudge, a silent suggestion from the treehouse itself. You looked around, the warmth of the room enveloping you like a living blanket. With a yawn that seemed to stretch the very fabric of time, you decided to indulge in the inviting embrace of the magical bed. Each layer of quilt felt like it had been crafted from clouds, perfectly moulding to your body and offering a cushion that seemed to support every inch of you. As you lay down, the bed itself seemed to sigh in contentment, welcoming you like an old friend. With your eyes closed, the whispers of the enchanted forest grew louder, weaving into the fabric of your thoughts. The sounds of the night grew clearer, each cricket's chirp a note in a symphony only you could hear. The walls of the treehouse grew thinner, the lines between reality and imagination blurring. Your mind drifted, still aware of the warmth of the room, but the world around you began to change. The dreams that came were not your own, but the forest's. You saw visions of ancient battles, where warriors clad in leaves and vines fought alongside mythical beasts. The very air thrummed with the energy of spells cast and the clash of enchanted weapons. The treehouse shuddered with the echoes of these long forgotten moments, the carvings on the walls coming to life, their stories unfolding before your very eyes. Through the window, the forest transformed into a kaleidoscope of images, each more breathtaking than the last. You watched as seasons changed in the blink of an eye. The vibrant greens of summer giving way to the fiery orchestra of autumn, then the stark beauty of winter, and finally the gentle rebirth of spring. Creatures of myth and legend seemed to roam freely, their eyes meeting yours as if sharing a silent kinship. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices that sang of love and loss, of life and rebirth, of the endless cycle that governed their world. When you awoke, it was to the sound of laughter and music, the kind that seemed to resonate in the very air itself. The sun had risen, casting a soft, golden light across the treehouse. You sat up, and the bed reluctantly released you from its embrace. You lifted your teacup, moving to make another of these wonderful brews. But then you noticed, at the bottom of your empty teacup, the leaves had arranged themselves into an intricate pattern. There was no way about it. It looked exactly like a map, a path drawn in the language of the earth, guiding you to a place you hadn't known existed. Without a moment's extra hesitation, you soaked in the last of the treehouse before climbing down the ladder to the forest floor once more. The path led you through the forest, the trees whispering their secrets as you went. You felt as though the very ground was guiding your steps, urging you forward. The colours grew even more vivid, the scents more potent, and the sounds grew clearer. The entire world you were within was alive with magic, and you were part of it. As you followed the map made of tea leaves, the forest grew denser, the path more twisted. The air grew thick with anticipation, and the whispers of the trees growing to a crescendo. The vines and branches parted before you, revealing a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal light. In the centre stood a grand table, laden with foods that seemed to glow with an inner light. creatures of Celtic legend and lore mingled around it, their forms a blend of animal and plant, speaking in a symphony of clicks and chirps and even whispers that somehow you understood. The moment your eyes fell upon them, the gathering fell silent, their gazes turning to you. A total hush fell over the clearing, and you felt the weight of 1,000 years of secrecy and tradition pressing down. A small leaf-covered creature with a face that was both wise and mischievous stepped forward, extending a hand no larger than your thumb. "Welcome, wanderer," it said, its voice like the rustling of pages in an ancient tome. "You are the first of your kind to be invited to our celebration. Drink deep of our hospitality, for tonight we share our world with you." The table groaned with the weight of the feast before you. Fruits and vegetables you had never seen before, their skins gleaming with a light that seemed to come from within. There were meats roasting on spits made of living branches, the flames licking at them gently, and not a single animal in sight that looked harmed. The creatures of the forest had brought offerings of their own. Nectar from the rarest of flowers, honey dripping from combs that hung from the trees, and berries that sparkled like jewels. The air was thick with the scent of roasting meats and sweet blossoms, a symphony of flavors that tickled your nose and made your mouth water. You took a seat at the table, the wood warm and welcoming beneath you. The creatures parted to make way, their eyes filled with curiosity and respect. The leaf-covered creature that had spoken to you took its place at the head of the table, gesturing for you to start. You reached for a fruit, its skin as smooth as glass, and took a tentative bite. The taste was indescribable, a burst of sweetness that filled your mouth, followed by a hint of something tart, something wild. The celebration began in earnest, the creatures raising their voices in song and laughter. The music was unlike anything you had ever heard, a blend of flutes made from hollowed-out branches, and drums fashioned from animal skins. The rhythm was hypnotic, and you found yourself swaying gently to the beat. unable to resist the joy that filled the air. Plates of food were passed around, each one more tempting than the last. You tasted dishes that defied description, each bite a symphony of flavour that seemed to resonate through your very soul. As the meal wound down, the leaf-covered creature at the head of the table raised a small, delicate horn to its lips and blew a single clear note. The music faded away, and the voices of the forest grew hushed once more. Tonight, it announced, we shall have a contest of tales. Let us see what stories the human heart holds. A murmur of excitement rippled through the assembly, their eyes alight with anticipation. You felt a gentle nudge from the Treehouse spirit, reminding you of the stories you had heard as a child, the ones that had made you believe in the magic of the world. You took a deep breath, feeling the words bubbling up from within you. As you began to speak, the creatures leaned in, their eyes wide and eager. You told of heroes and heroines, of quests and battles, of love and loss. Your voice grew stronger with each syllable, the power of the ancient forest weaving itself into your words. The clearing grew still as the last note of your tale hung in the air. The creatures applauded, their leaves rustling and wings fluttering in approval. The leaf-covered creature at the head of the table regarded you with a knowing smile. Your story is a fine one, human, it said, its voice filled with warmth. It carries the scent of truth and the spark of the wild. The others murmured in agreement, their forms swaying to the rhythm of your words. One by one, the creatures of the forest took their turn, sharing stories that had been passed down through generations. Each tale was a thread in the vast tapestry of the Enchanted Highlands, weaving together a picture of a world where magic and nature were one. There was a whisper of a breeze that spoke of a fierce battle between the trees and the winds, a tale of a fox that outwitted a witch, and a heartwarming story of a lost fawn finding its way home. Each story was told with such passion and vividness that you could almost see the scenes unfold before your eyes. As the moon reached its zenith, the leaf-covered creature called for the final tale, and as an ode to their appreciation, their choice landed with you once more. You took a deep breath, feeling the power of the ancient forest resonate within you. The air grew still as you began to speak, your words painting a picture of a world that was both familiar and fantastical. You talked of a time when humans and the forest folk lived side by side, sharing in the bounty of the land and the wisdom of the ancients. The creatures listened intently, their eyes gleaming with wonder and hope. When the last syllable of your second story hung in the air, the clearing erupted into applause yet again. The trees themselves seemed to shiver with excitement, their leaves whispering in approval. The creatures looked at you with newfound respect, their voices a cacophony of cheers and congratulations. The leaf-covered creature at the head of the table stepped forward, holding aloft a goblet filled with a glowing liquid. You have captured the essence of our world, it announced, its voice carrying through the night. For your gift of storytelling, we grant you eternal youth in our realm. The liquid in the goblet shimmered like stardust, and you could feel its power thrumming through the very air. The creatures chanted in a language that resonated deep in your soul, and the earth beneath you trembled gently. You took the cup with a shaking hand, feeling the warmth of the forest's energy flow into your fingertips. With a single, unbroken motion, you brought the goblet to your lips and drank. The sensation was unlike anything you had ever felt before. It was as if the essence of the enchanted Highlands itself was coursing through your veins, rejuvenating every cell in your body. Your skin grew taut and fresh, your eyesight sharpened, and your hearing much more acute. The sounds of the night grew clearer, the whispers of the trees now a symphony of secrets. The fire in your chest grew to a warm, comforting glow, the same as the light that danced in the eyes of the creature around you. One by one, they approached you, laying gentle hands upon your shoulders or brushing their wings against your skin. each touch brought with it a feeling of kinship, a bond forged in the fires of shared stories and newfound understanding. The weight of the years lifted from your shoulders, leaving behind only the vibrant energy of the eternal now. The creatures of the forest saw in you a kindred spirit, one who could carry their tales into the mortal world and keep the magic of their realm alive. But amidst the joy of your newfound youth, a drawn pang of longing pierced your heart. The faces of those you had left behind, the comforts of the human world, the very essence of your past life called out to you. Everything you had ever known and loved came back to you in the only light you ever wished to see it in. The warmth of the forest's embrace felt like a gentle reminder of a cold reality that awaited you outside its enchanted veil. But in time, that cold feeling felt more like a pull to the life you know you could have in your own world. One filled with love, joy, gratitude, kindness, beauty and adventure. It was all there, waiting for you. Your adventure to this land had merely shown you the way. You knew you could not stay here forever, much as the thought of leaving filled you with a profound sadness. You approached the leaf-covered creature, the newfound vitality in your step, surprising even yourself. I must return to my own world, you said, your voice filled with both resolve and regret. But I will carry your tales with me, and I will honour the bond we have shared this night. The creature's eyes, ancient and knowing, searched yours, understanding the silent plea within your words. With a nod, it handed you a small pouch, the fabric woven from the same material as the quilts in the treehouse. Take this, it said. Whenever you feel the pull of the mundane, let the whispers of our world remind you of the magic that dwells within you. You took the pouch, feeling the warmth of the creature's hand linger on your own. Inside, you could feel the weight of something precious, a tangible piece of the enchantment you had experienced. You left the clearing with a heavy heart, tracing your steps through the forest. Each leaf and twig seemed to bid you farewell, the tree's whispers growing softer as you moved away from the heart of the woods. As you approached the waterfall, you felt a tug at your soul. But this time, it was one that pulled you through the waterfall, back to your world. It was exciting, and you couldn't wait to seize your life back once more. It was all up to you, and knowing that was the most incredible feeling you'd ever felt in your life. With a deep sigh and a step forward, the waterfall embraced you like an old and familiar friend. And just like that, you were gone. Welcome to Snooze with Sam. This time we are taking to one of the most iconic rail journeys one can possibly take. And that is the line that travels all the way up the west coast of Scotland, as well as through some parts of central Scotland, which you could argue are basically some of the most remote areas in the whole country. Not accessible by car, and only accessible by either train or foot. You've got to be very committed to visiting these parts. So we begin this journey in a tiny little place called Corrur, right near the banks of Lochside. So when you are quite ready, lie back, take a nice deep breath, and enjoy this story. This story is called the Highland Express. It has been a long and tiring few days. You have been exploring the rolling glens surrounding one of the most remote places in the whole of Scotland. Your boots are slightly soggy from the unreliable bogs underfoot, and your face bears the rosy tint of one which has braved not only the sun, but the wind and the rain also. Your time in Corrur and Lochside has been incredible. One filled with stunning glen climbs, intimate encounters with wild deer and grouse, and one of great company in the local hostel. Many drams were shared, as were many memorable dinners and tales from all over the world surrounded by campfires. The remoteness and wild nature of this part of the world is simply a tonic for the chaos most of us are used to. It's a timely reminder that a peaceful and therapeutic world is still out there to be experienced. Now though, it is time for your journey to continue. You are headed westbound to a part of Scotland equally as wild, but embraced by coastal seas and salty breezes. Clung tightly to your backpack, you are stood stoutly on the tiny wee railway station platform, with heather moors in every other direction. This place is like someone has simply dropped two small concrete platforms from height in the middle of nowhere, as if they put a pin in the map at random. Patiently waiting for the 11:21 train to arrive over the rolling hills from the south. You look skywards, where the dark grey clouds roll with sporadic blue skies above. There is a little drizzle in the air, and the gusty breeze makes it feel more like proper rain. You feel good about it though, as it seems to fit the scene. Even now, the sweet, sappy scents of the ancient earth fill your lungs and make you feel more alive than most will ever do in a lifetime. This is real and raw aromatherapy doing its thing, lifting your mood and elevating your outlook on life. A very distant rumble pulls your eyes down the tracks. A pair of faint headlights crawl lazily over the moors, obscuring the locomotive behind. With the curve of the hills, the glare changes trajectory, and behind it you can now see the industrious plumes of steam chuffing from an engine at the head of 5 or 6 carriages in tow. Should this have been a photograph from 150 years ago, it would bear similar resemblances to the present day. Over the course of a few minutes, the rhythmical rumbles get closer and closer, and almost deafening as the huge steam train pulls up to the platform's edge. In a place so far from any machinery or noise pollution, this great mechanical lump of iron is a shock to the system after such a time of tranquility. You are excited, however, as you've been waiting to ride aboard this train your whole life. Regarding the head of the jet-black engine train, you read a pretty blue pressed seal plaque that reads, "The Jacobite, 62005. Aside from a flash of crimson red on the buffer stops, this black bull of a train hisses and sighs, coming to a rest. Behind it, in tow, are a series of burgundy rail carriages, which are quite elegant, exuding a sense of timeless class from the exterior alone. A side door swings open on a carriage 2 down. The rain feels like it's getting a little heavier, so you waste no time in making for shelter aboard the train. Stepping aboard, the first thing you feel is the soothing embrace of warmth compared to the chill of the elements outside. Navigating the brass-latched wooden carriage doors, You slip down the aisle and seek out a free seat, complete with a little table and a brass lamp. Inside, the train is beautiful, suitably period correct, with glossy woods, complement copper and brass window fittings, small chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, and distinctively Edwardian fabrics in gold and Prussian blue. After stowing your bag up above on the luggage rack and taking your seat, you settle yourself and make yourself comfortable whilst admiring the pretty lace curtains and tartan table lamp. With the gloomy skies outside, rain now lashing against the window, the warm glow from the lamp is a welcome visual addition. After a mere few moments, the train pulls away from the platform's edge, and immediately you feel as though you are floating across a wild, uninhabited landscape, as if you are in a dream. In many ways, that is exactly what is happening. This railway line is the only thing in the moors on Ranach for miles and miles around. The gentle huffs and puffs of the Jacobite steam train get steadily faster and faster until it reaches cruising speed. Just the perfect balance for progress and appreciating the views around. Like a magic carpet, you float through the glens, watching the pockets of rain clouds drench the land below. Occasionally, the sun breaks through them, casting bright beams towards earth, before, a few moments later, losing their battle with the changeable weather again. Every so often, wee groups of red deer wander close to the tracks, brushing with civilization. If it weren't for the train passing by, these majestic animals would likely never see anything of human creation in their lifetime. You find the great stags most impressive, usually standing tall, asserting their status as alpha males. They look fit for postcards being sold in a tourism shop. Nestled in the golden bracken and lilac heather bloom, colourful pheasants and grouse get startled by the train approaching and flap furiously to escape it, though there's obviously nothing much to worry about. Try telling that to any bird brain, though. In time, you find yourself nice and dry, with a very comfortable heat inside, reaching your bones at long last. A lovely wee trolley lady passes by and offers you a cup of tea. You gladly accept this offer and promptly wrap your hands around the warm cup. Gazing out into the shimmering rain, you are glad for its comfort. As the train passes through the dramatic landscapes of Glencoe, you spot a golden eagle flying close to a cliff's edge. Even in the gusting winds, this incredible bird flies with elegance and the resilience of a brick wall. Eventually, it finds a place to land, perched on a precarious-looking rocky outcrop, hundreds of feet up. The scene reminds you of a moment from The Lion King, with the mighty Mufasa staring out over the Serengeti from Pride Rock. You name the golden eagle Mufasa, as it seems only right after all. The train descends from altitude a little, and soon reaches near sea level, although there is still no sign of coastal waters. But off in the distance, looming high above the land around it, is a mountain you recognize as the one and only Ben Nevis. A large, rounded dome of a mountain. This behemoth is the tallest mountain in the whole of the United Kingdom. Notoriously grueling to climb, it is the definition of a false hope climb. with many false summits which tempt you with the promise of nearing the top, only to find it is at least another crest away yet. From the shelter of your cozy carriage, you don't envy any climbers on this particular day, that's for sure. The rugged barrier of the Grampian Mountains eventually gives way to lush headlands, and finally your first glimpse of the sea. Here the rail track winds and meanders right up against the water's edge, almost brushing the waves in places. The engine train slows to a crawl around some particularly challenging headlands, where an enormous machine, such as the Jacobite, must take great care in navigating the waters. The pace is quite wonderful as the world swooshes past in what feels like slow motion. You see grey herons by the shoreline, lurking slowly and fishing with a patience that eludes most people. Huge black-backed gulls soar high and ride the breeze, seemingly just for the fun of it. Salmon and sea trout leap from the water where the river meets the sea in spectacular displays of acrobatics. The whole natural world seems to come alive where there is water. This is something you've always held close to your heart. The sea does something to the soul. It's where life flourishes. And that's a lovely thing to know. It feels like home. In time, the rain lessens and the skies shine brighter, with some sunlight striking the land in places, sending it into flaming colours of golds and greens. Set against the still grey skies on the horizon, it is a spectacular contrast of monochrome and colour. Rich forests line the track on one side of the train, and the sea laps away to the other. And then in the distance, along the coast a wee while. You spot the first glimpses of your final destination. Wee colourful fishing boats and dinghies bob about in the village bay, whilst tall palm trees decorate ornate gardens and scatter the tiny islands in a dash of oddly placed tropical flavour. In the middle of a row of quaint cottages nestles a lovely looking pub fronted with old brickwork, cross-pane windows and clusters of chimney stacks. You recognise this place as the Plockton Inn, the place you are staying tonight. Along the main street, a coral and sand beach spans the whole way, bordering this lovely wee place and adding to the sense of paradise. The train slows and nears Plockton Station. The anticipation of exploring this village is rather exciting, as is the promise of a proper pub dinner, with views of the west coast waters to die for. At long last, the Jacobite steam train grinds to a halt, with more massive plumes of steam and pressure released from its tank. Wasting no time at all, you take your bag and crack open the carriage door, and with a sensory volley, the scents and flavours of salt and seaweed overwhelm you entirely. You could be in no other place than the west coast of Scotland. It has been an incredible rail journey through some of the most gorgeous Highland scenery. But the Wild West beckons, and you cannot wait to absorb everything it has to offer. Hello, my friend. Did you know a fairy architect has a very important job? All across the fairy kingdom, houses are passed down between generations of fairies, and are often hundreds or thousands of years old. But like anything, over time, these houses succumb to the elements, or return to the soil as their magical world is threatened by other human realities. So, it is up to you, our very own fairy house architect, to keep the livelihoods of the elusive and secretive fairies intact, by building and creating homes in which they can live long and happy lives, safe and sound from the outside world. Are you up to the challenge? I have no doubts that you are. So tonight, bring with you your handy toolbox, your paintbrushes, and your twine, but most importantly, your most vivid imagination, as we venture into the lush and sacred fairy tale woodlands together. As always, lie back, take a deep breath, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. You stand at the edge of the ancient woodland, the cool, damp air of the Scottish Highlands enveloping you in its embrace. The towering trees, their branches entwined like the fingers of a giant hand, cast long, shadowy fingers across the mossy underbrush. The silence is almost palpable, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a solitary bird. The ground beneath you is a patchwork of vibrant greens and earthy browns, with the occasional burst of colour from wildflowers peeking through the dense foliage. You have ventured into these enchanted lands to construct a sanctuary for the fairy folk, a place where they can rest and play without fear of being disturbed by the clumsy steps of humans. The location you've chosen is a small clearing nestled in the crook of an ancient oak tree that stands sentinel over the rest of the wood. The base of the tree is gnarled and twisted, a perfect foundation for your fairy abode. With a gentle touch, you begin to gather materials, leaves that have fallen with the grace of a ballet dancer, twigs that have been shaped by the whispers of the wind, and pebbles that glisten with the secrets of the forest's hidden streams. The sun peeks through the canopy, casting dappled light across the clearing as you carefully select each piece. You feel a sense of purpose and connection to the land, as if you are part of an ancient tradition that has been lost to time. Each item you collect feels imbued with a faint, unspoken magic that hums in harmony with the whispers of the leaves and the distant echoes of the woodland. You find a small discarded bird's nest, its intricate architecture inspiring the layout of your fairy house. It's a reminder of the delicate balance between nature and the creations of the unseen inhabitants of this realm. Moving closer to the edge of the clearing, you spot a patch of bioluminescent mushrooms. Their soft, ethereal glow seems to beckon you, hinting at the enchantments they could bring to your project. You gently pluck a few, feeling the cool, velvety touch of their caps between your fingers. These will serve as both a natural light source and a protective barrier against any predators that might stumble upon the fairy sanctuary. The scent of the forest is rich and pungent, a symphony of earth and life that fills you with an invigorating energy. You notice that the sun has begun its descent, casting the woods in a soft, warm glow. The shadows grow longer, and the temperature dips, reminding you that you must work swiftly to complete the house before nightfall. The forest seems to hold its breath as you continue gathering. The only sound, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, and the distant hum of unseen insects. The first thing that you see that's on your fairy shopping list presents itself right before you. Some loose strands of strong spider silk. As it is an old web, you see it only natural that this silk finds purpose in a second life. You pick up a nearby smooth twig and begin to spin the loose strands around it that flow softly in the breeze. After a few minutes, you decide you've enough for the task at hand. Moving deeper into the woods, you come across a fallen log, its surface weathered by the elements, but still strong at its core. This is your treasure trove. With care, of course, you dismantle the decayed parts, revealing the aged, gnarled wood beneath. Each piece tells a story of the seasons it has seen, the storms it has weathered, and the life that has flourished and faded around it. The wood is not just a material. It's a piece of the forest's soul, offering protection and warmth to the fairy inhabitants. The leaves you seek are not ordinary ones. They are the ones that have danced in the moonlight and been kissed by dew. They come in a variety of shapes and sizes, a veritable palette for your fairy house's roof. You select the sturdiest ones you can, those that have clung to the branches longest, promising to shade the tiny inhabitants from the precarious Scottish weather. The leaves range from deep, earthy greens to fiery reds and oranges, a testament to the beauty of the changing seasons. As you lay them out, you cannot help but admire their delicate veins and the way they catch the fading light, casting intricate patterns on the ground. You decide to use the bioluminescent mushrooms as a border for the house, setting them at the edges of the clearing you've made. Their soft, otherworldly light creates a gentle boundary, marking the space as one of magic and refuge. You dig small, shallow holes with a stick, placing the mushroom caps in them with their stems pointing outwards. As you step back to admire your work, you realize the pattern you've created resembles an ancient Celtic knot, unintentionally weaving a protective charm around the property. Who would have known? Fancy that. The clearing is now ready for the foundations of your fairy house. With a handful of pebbles, you begin to lay a smooth circular path leading from the entrance to the base of the oak tree. Each stone is carefully chosen for its size and shape, ensuring that the path is not only visually pleasing, but also very comfortable for the tiny feet that will tread upon it. The sound of the pebbles clicking into place is a rhythmic melody that seems to resonate with each one. You then pull out a small hand trowel from your backpack, the metal glinting in the fading light. With it, you carefully scrape away the top layer of soil, revealing the rich, dark earth beneath. The scent of the turned earth fills the air, mingling with the aroma of the mushrooms and moss. The ground is surprisingly soft and yields easily to your touch, as if it, too, is eager to see the house come to life. With each scoop, you imagine the roots of the tree extending, offering a warm embrace to the new structure that will soon stand beside it. The stones you've collected from the nearby stream are smooth and water-worn, their surfaces gleaming with the remnants of their journey. You lay these around the perimeter of the clearing, creating a foundation for the house that mirrors the sturdy trunk of the oak. The stones fit together like a puzzle, their varied sizes and shapes creating a pleasing mosaic that seems to hold the promise of a cosy fireplace within the fairy abode. As you work, the sound of the stream's gentle flow becomes a lullaby, guiding your hands and steadying your breath. For the walls of the house, you turn to the twigs you've collected, which seem to have been waiting for this very moment, curved and bent just so, as if they were once the bones of some mythical creature. With a pocket knife, you trim and shape them, creating a sturdy yet whimsical framework. Each snip and scrape of the blade against the wood echoes through the clearing. The twigs are malleable and pliant in your hands, bending to your will as you weave them together, leaving gaps for windows and a doorway. The structure finally starts to take shape, a miniature castle rising from the earth. Next, you gather moss of varying shades, using it to fill in the spaces between the twigs. It clings to your fingers, damp and cool, as you lovingly mould it into place. The moss acts as both insulation and decoration, giving the fairy house an organic, lived-in look. You take special care with the door and the window frames, ensuring they are perfectly asymmetrical, as fairies are known to be quite particular about such things. The scent of moss fills the air, a faint musk that whispers within the forest floor. You take a step back for a moment's contemplation. You decide that a few more twigs are needed for the walls, just to provide a little extra safety and security. So, you begin to weave another delicate lattice of twigs and branches to secure the walls, and bind them with fine strands of the spider silk you found earlier. The spiders of the woods are known to be masterful craftsmen, and you hope the fairies will appreciate the added protection and detail. The lattice is intricate, allowing the light to filter through in the day and the moon's soft glow to kiss the interior at night. Each strand is placed with precision, creating a web of warmth and safety. The leaves you've collected become the shingles for the roof. You arrange them in a pattern that mimics the scales of a dragon, a creature of myth that's said to protect treasures in this land. Starting from the base of the house, you overlap each leaf carefully, building upwards in a spiral towards the peak of the structure. The colours of the leaves blend together, forming a beautiful pattern that shimmers in the dappled sunlight. As you work, you can almost feel the excitement of the fairies that will soon call this place home. The roof then takes shape, the leaves fluttering gently in the breeze, as if they are alive with anticipation. You tie them down with more strands of spider silk, ensuring that the roof is secure against the whims of the Highlands weather. Each knot is a silent promise to keep the fairy family dry and warm through the harsh winter months. You take another step back, looking at your watch, and ponder what to do next. Normally this would be time for a cup of tea, to mull things over and decide what you'd like to do next. However, the night was moving quickly, and you needed to finish before nightfall. Your eyes scan the clearing, now transformed into a cosy fairy domain. But the house needs a touch of magic, something to truly make it a place of wonder. A smile crosses your face as you recall the tales of fairy doors, tiny portals that lead to grand halls and mystical lands. You decide this is what your final touch will be on the outside. You search the woods for the perfect piece of bark, one that's been shaped by time and weather to form an arched entrance. After a short while, you find it, attached to a fallen tree. With care, you pry it loose, revealing a doorway that seems to have been waiting for this very moment. The wood is warm and smooth, the bark patterned like an aged piece of parchment with a mysterious script of nature. You return to the house and affix the bark with the last of the spider silk, shaping it into a miniature door with a tiny knob made from a polished acorn. The silk holds it in place, glimmering faintly in the fading light. If you don't say so yourself, the door is a masterpiece, a gateway to a world unseen by human eyes. You step back and survey your work, your heart swelling with pride. The fairy house stands complete, nestled in the crook of the mighty oak, surrounded by the bioluminescent mushroom border and the cobblestone path you've so carefully laid. Now, though, it is time for the most important of elements, the interior design. You know that fairies are drawn to beauty and comfort, so without a moment's more hesitation, you close your eyes, wishing hard. You wish and you wish, feeling every ounce of your body pour into your thoughts as you put your purpose forward and will yourself on. When you open your eyes, the fairy house stands before you, just as before, but now it towers above you. In fact, everything does. The huge oak tree, the forest floor twigs, and the blades of grass which shine beneath the sunlight. You have successfully shrunk yourself, a very important part in completing the task at hand. You wouldn't be much of a fairy house architect if you couldn't be the size of a fairy now, would you? You enter the house through the minuscule entrance, ducking your head to avoid the leafy canopy. Inside, the space is surprisingly large, a testament to the magic of your design. The walls are lined with velvety moss, giving the room a soft glow that's both soothing and inviting. You turn your attention to a staircase. For the staircase, you turn to the heart of the oak tree. Carving out a small spiral path with the tip of your pocket knife, you coax the wood to bend and twist into the desired shape. The scent of the oak fills the space, a warm, welcoming aroma that seems to echo the tree's approval. As you work and you work, carefully and delicately carving the perfect staircase for tiny fairy feet, you whisper ancient incantations, ones you've read about in dusty tomes and heard whispered in the night by the campfire. They are words of protection and blessing, a charm to ensure the staircase is not just a way up, but a conduit of goodwill between the worlds of humans and fairies. Each step is carefully hewn from a piece of the fallen log, sanded smooth with a small stone you found by the stream. You measure each step with a portion of a leaf's width, ensuring that even the tiniest fairy can ascend with ease. The steps curve around the trunk, a delicate dance of wood and imagination that spirals upwards towards the open, living space you've envisioned. The stairs lead to a small platform that overlooks the entrance, a perfect spot for a cosy reading nook or a place to entertain fairy guests. You can see the door below, the mushrooms framing it like a gateway to a hidden kingdom. For the living area, you collect soft feathers that have been abandoned by the birds of the woods. You weave them into a plush carpet that seems to float above the moss-covered floor. It's a simple task, but one that requires patience and a gentle touch. As you work, you imagine the delight of the fairies as they glide across the soft surface, their laughter filling the space. Next, you turn your attention to the creation of the seating. Using the downy feathers and the pliable stems of ferns, you fashion miniature chairs and sofas that seem to be plucked straight from a child's fantasy. Each seat is meticulously crafted, ensuring that even the most discerning fairy would find them comfortable. The ferns provide a natural frame, while the feathers form the cushions. You arrange them around a low table made from the cap of a mushroom, its surface polished smooth by the elements. For lighting, you notice the sap that seeps from the veins of the ancient oak. It's a sticky, amber substance that glows faintly in the gathering dusk. Carefully, you collect some of this precious material and, with a steady hand, you shape it into delicate lamps. The sap forms a translucent shell around tiny twigs and leaves, creating a warm, amber light that will flicker and dance on the walls of the fairy house. But they would dance more, with one more modification. You climb onto the leafy roof and use a sharp stone to gently cut a small circular hole, creating a skylight. The remaining light of the setting sun spills through, painting the interior of the house with a soft and heavenly glow. The fairies would be able to gaze at the stars from their cosy abode, a feature you know they would adore. But there's still more to be done. With the same stone, you carve a tiny chandelier from the wood of the fallen log. It's a delicate, intricate piece that would make even the most skilled artisan envious. You then collect some of the finest, most transparent leaves, and, using more of the strongest spider silk, you carefully attach them to the wooden frame, creating a dainty, shimmering canopy. The leaves are arranged so that, when the sun shines through the skylight, they'll reflect and scatter the light like a kaleidoscope, filling the house with a dazzling array of colours. Once in place, the ambience inside the home is truly breathtaking. The little resin lamps now shining like amber stars. The next phase of your creation is, of course, the sleeping quarters. With a sense of urgency, you set to work, using your newfound size to navigate the miniature world with ease. You collect soft, downy feathers from the underbrush, feathers that have been warmed by the sun and kissed by the morning dew. These will serve as the perfect filling for the fairy beds, ensuring that their slumber is as light and peaceful as the flight of a butterfly. You carefully weave the feathers into the shape of a mattress, the size of a thimble, using the strongest strands of spider silk to hold them together. The mattress is then placed atop a frame made from the thinnest, most flexible twigs, which you've bent and shaped to create a sturdy yet comfortable base. The springs of the bed are made from the delicate stems of clovers, which give a slight bounce with each tiny touch. It's a task that requires both strength and precision, but you are undeterred, your hands moving with the grace of a seamstress weaving an invisible thread. Once completed, you turn your attention to the kitchen. This is not a place for human-sized appliances and utensils, but rather a space where the magic of the forest can be transformed into fairy feasts. You find a hollowed-out section of the oak tree, perfect for the kitchen area. It's already equipped with small, naturally occurring shelves, carved out by time and weather, which you then line with more moss for a cosy, organic feel. For the countertop, you select a flat, smooth stone that you found by the riverbank. It's cool to the touch and has a slight sheen to it, as if it's been kissed by the moon's light. You clean it meticulously before sliding it into place. It's the perfect size for a fairy chef to prepare their meals. You can almost see their tiny pots and pans filled with the essence of wild berries and the whispers of the forest floor. You decide to create a water feature in the kitchen, a stream that flows gently from the outside world, bringing water, life and sound into the heart of the fairy house. You head to the nearby river, its banks lined with pebbles that sparkle in the twilight. You think carefully, planning about how you will achieve such a feature. After a few moments, you decide that using a small handheld shovel, you will carefully dig a channel that leads from the river to the base of the oak tree, ensuring it's shallow enough for a fairy to wade through without fear. The water, when diverted, will flow down a series of gutters and troughs through the kitchen, bringing a soothing sound of gurgling life to the otherwise silent abode. For the guttering, you turn to the blades of grass that line the edges of the clearing. With a deft touch, you peel them away from their roots, keeping them as intact as possible. The grass is supple and responsive in your hands, bending and shaping to your will. You weave the grass into a delicate trough, securing it with even more spider silk. The silk acts like an invisible adhesive, blending the grass seamlessly with the moss walls and keeping the water contained without any leaks at all. You then dig a small channel from the river's edge, guiding the flow of water to your new gutter. It's a precise operation, requiring you to work on your hands and knees, your eyes never leaving the path you're creating. The water is cool and clear, and it sparkles as it catches the fading sunlight. The water joins the guttering, and you hear the stream pour willfully into the kitchen area, becoming a valuable source of life, before the stream then returns from the base of the house and back out to the river. With the kitchen complete, you give the entire house one last admiring look. The sun has set, and the stars are beginning to peek through the gaps in the canopy. The bioluminescent mushrooms cast a soft, otherworldly light across the clearing, and you can see the fairy dust being drawn to the house like a magnet. It's as if the very essence of the enchanted woods has been captured and condensed into this tiny space. Your work here is done. So with a final little wave goodbye, you smile to yourself at the brilliance of your handiwork and what it will do to keep these fairy tales alive. So, beneath the starlight, still the size of a fairy yourself, you, the fairy house architect, turn back to the woodland and set out in search of your next adventure. What secrets might the enchanting Isle of Skye reveal about the legendary Heartstone? Join me as we embark on a journey of love, care and bravery, following the spirit whisperer Elspeth in a tale of secrets on the mysterious island of Skye. In the early 20th century, the Isle of Skye and the Heartstone has long been a magnet for adventurers and history buffs alike, shrouded in mystery and steeped in rich history. This enchanting island of Scotland's west coast is renowned for its rugged landscapes and quaint, quiet solitude. Legends swirl around the Heartstone, like the mist that often shrouds the island's steep glens and mountains. Some say it's a stone of great power, hidden away by ancient druids. Others claim it's a natural phenomenon, a peculiar rock formation that has captivated the imagination of locals and visitors for centuries. The truth, however, remains elusive, guarded by the island's rugged terrain and the secrecy of those who know it best. Will it ever be discovered? What would happen if it did? Tonight, as we settle down and get cozy together, maybe we'll find out. So as always, lie back, take a deep breath, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. It was the year 1901, on the mystical Isle of Skye in Scotland. There lived a lady named Elspeth MacLeod. Elspeth was known throughout the island for her kindness, her wisdom, and the gentle way she cared for the land and its people. Her home, a quaint stone cottage nestled between the rugged hills and the serene coastline, was a place of warmth and welcome. But what set Elspeth apart was her connection to the ancient magic that flowed through the very soil of Skye. Elspeth's days began with the first light of dawn, as she would rise early, her breath visible in the crisp morning air. She would tend to her flock of sheep, and of course the animals trusted her implicitly, following her with loyalty that spoke of years of gentle care. After ensuring they were fed and safe, she would gather herbs from her garden, a vibrant patch of green that stood out against the grey skies. The garden was, however, no ordinary one. It was enchanted with plants that glowed softly in the moonlight and whispered little tasty secrets of the earth. The people of Skye often sought Elspeth's counsel. Her knowledge of herbal remedies was unmatched, and her ability to listen without judgment made her a confidant to many, whether it was a child with a fever, a fisherman with a broken net, or a young woman with a broken heart. Elspeth had a way of making everyone feel seen and valued. Her remedies were infused with magic, ensuring swift and often miraculous recoveries. One particular stormy evening, a knock came at Elspeth's door. She opened it to find a young man, drenched and shivering, clutching a small bundle to his chest. "Please," he gasped, "my wife is ill, and the baby needs help." Without hesitation, Elspeth gathered her cloak and basket and followed the man through the howling rain to his modest home. She found the woman pale and weak, lying on a straw mattress. The baby, no more than a few days old, cried softly in the makeshift cradle. Elspeth set to work immediately, brewing a tea of chamomile and willow bark to ease the woman's fever. She prepared a poultice of comfrey and lavender to soothe her pain. And as she worked, she sang an old Gaelic lullaby, her voice a calm presence in the storm. But this time she also called upon the ancient spirits of the island, whispering incantations that filled the room with a soft, golden light. Days then passed, and Elspeth visited the family daily, bringing them food, medicines, and comforts. Slowly the young woman regained her strength, and the baby's cries turned to coos of contentment. The young man, grateful beyond words, offered Elspeth a beautiful carved wooden box, a token of thanks. She accepted it with a smile, knowing that the true reward was seeing the family healthy and happy. As the years went by, Elspeth's reputation as a healer and helper grew. She became a beloved figure of the Isle of Skye, her name spoken with respect and affection. Her cottage was always a beacon of hope and kindness, which was a real testament to the power of compassion and community. But there were always whispers of her magical abilities, tales of how she could summon the winds and speak to the animals, and even glimpse the future in the waters of the lochs. The whispers grew louder, not of fear, but of awe. Elspeth, though she never flaunted her abilities, couldn't hide the way the wildflowers bloomed brighter near her cottage, or how the sheep seemed to understand her every word. She was part of Skye itself, a conduit for the ancient magic that pulsed beneath the heather and stone. One day, a shadow fell upon the island. Not a storm of wind and rain, which the islanders were well accustomed to, but a darkness that seeped into the soul. A blight struck the crops, turning fields of barley into withered stalks. The fish vanished from the lochs and the sea, leaving the fishing boats idle and the nets empty. Fear gripped the community, like a gnawing hunger that threatened to consume them all. The people turned to Elspeth, their faces etched with desperation. Old Angus MacRae, his usual jovial face drawn and pale, spoke for them all. Elspeth, he said, his voice raspy with worry. The land is dying. We are all starving. Can you help us? Elspeth looked at their pleading faces, their trust a heavy burden on her shoulders. She knew the blight was no ordinary misfortune. It was a malevolence, a creeping darkness that fed on the life force of the island. She had felt it in the wind, a discordant note in the symphony of Skye. I will do what I can, she promised, her voice firm despite the tremor in her heart. So she spent the next few days secluded in her cottage, consulting her ancient texts and communing with the spirits of Skye. The air around her crackled with energy as she chanted in Gaelic, her voice weaving through the storm raging outside. she learned that the blight was caused by a corrupted earth spirit, a guardian of the land, twisted by bitterness and resentment. To heal the land, she would have to heal the spirit. The task was perilous. The corrupted spirit was powerful, its anger a tangible force. To confront it, Elspeth would need to journey to the heart of the island, to the ancient standing stones of Lochside, where the veil between worlds was thin. The villagers, hearing of her plan, begged her to reconsider. It was too dangerous, they said. The spirit was too strong. But Elspeth was resolute. She was a guardian of Skye, and she would not abandon her people. Under the pale light of the full moon, Elspeth set out for Lochside. The wind howled around her, carrying whispers of warning. The path was treacherous, the rocks slick with rain, the shadows alive with unseen eyes. But Elspeth, she pressed on, her staff her only companion, her heart filled with determination. When she reached the standing stones, the air was thick with an oppressive energy. The stones themselves seemed to hum with a dark resonance. In the centre of the circle, a swirling vortex of shadows pulsed with malice. "I know you're there," Elspeth called out, her voice echoing through the stones. "I know your pain and your anger, but this bitterness is poisoning the land. Let it go." The vortex of shadows writhed, then coalesced into a figure. A gaunt, spectral being with eyes that burned with resentment. Its voice, when it spoke, was like the grinding of stones. "The land has betrayed me," it hissed. "The people have forgotten me. They take and take, but give nothing in return. Why should I protect them?" "Perhaps they have forgotten, yes," Elspeth conceded. "But their hearts are not inherently cruel. They are struggling, and they are afraid. Show them kindness, and they will remember. Heal this land, and they will honor you once more." "Kindness?" the spirit scoffed. "There is no kindness in this world, only greed and selfishness. Elspeth stepped forwards, her eyes filled with compassion. "I know you have been hurt," she said, her voice gentle. "But holding onto this anger will only destroy you. Let me help you. Let me heal your wounds." She reached out her hand, offering a sprig of heather, a symbol of Skye's enduring beauty. The spirit recoiled, its eyes filled with suspicion. "Don't touch me," it snarled. "You cannot understand my pain." "Perhaps not fully," Elspeth said, "but I can offer you empathy. I can offer you healing. Please, let me try." For a long moment, the spirit remained still, its gaze fixed on Elspeth's outstretched hand. Then slowly, hesitantly, it reached out and took the heather. As the spirit touched the heather, a wave of energy surged through the standing stones. The shadows receded. The wind died down, and a faint golden light began to emanate from the spirit. Its gaunt features softened, its eyes losing their burning intensity. "Thank you," it whispered, its voice now filled with profound sadness. "I had forgotten what it felt like to be healed." Elspeth smiled, her heart filled with relief. "You are not forgotten," she said. "You are a part of Skye, just as we all are." With the spirit healed, the blight began to lift. The crops revived, the fish returned to the lochs, and the islanders rejoiced. They knew that Elspeth had saved them, not just with her magic, but with her compassion and her unwavering belief in the goodness of the land and its people. From that day forward, the people of Skye remembered to honour the Earth Spirit, leaving offerings of gratitude at the standing stones. They learned to live in harmony with the land, taking only what they needed and giving back in return. Elspeth continued to live in her cottage, her days filled with healing and helping, and she remained a beacon of hope and kindness, a testament to the power of compassion and community. And though she never sought recognition, she knew that her true reward was the love and gratitude of the people of Skye, and the knowledge that she had helped to preserve the magic of the island for generations to come. The whispers about her magic persisted, but now they were interwoven with stories of her courage, her empathy, and her unwavering love for the mystical Isle of Skye. She was, and would forever be, a legend etched into the very fabric of the land. The ferry churned the grey waters of Kyle of Lochside, the mechanical, steam-powered beast interrupting the age-old rhythm of the sea. From its deck, a figure stood out, not by any flamboyance, but by the sheer stillness he possessed. He was tall, shrouded in a long, dark coat that seemed to absorb the already muted light of the Skye afternoon. He watched the jagged peaks of the Coolin Mountains rise from the mist, their silhouettes promising a harsh beauty. He moved with purpose once the ferry docked, like a solitary shadow separating itself from the cluster of tourists and locals. His destination lay north, towards the quieter side of the island, where the land was a tapestry of heather and peat bog, stitched together only by a few solitary dirt tracks. He asked for Elspeth MacLeod in the small village of Cailachan, and the locals, weathered and taciturn, pointed him in the direction of a cottage perched on a hill overlooking the sea. It was a simple dwelling, stone walls softened by climbing ivy, smoke curling lazily from the chimney. Elspeth answered the door, her face etched by decades of nights spent under the starlight. Her eyes, the colour of the stormy sea, held a sharp intelligence. She listened intently as the stranger spoke, his voice a low murmur that barely carried over the wind. He claimed to be a scholar, a seeker of forgotten knowledge, drawn to Skye by whispers of ancient lore. He spoke of the Heartstone, a legendary artifact said to grant dominion over the elements, and his belief was that it lay hidden somewhere on the island. He needed her help. Elspeth listened, her expression unreadable. When he finished, she simply nodded and invited him in. Her home was filled with the scent of peat smoke and the comforting weight of old books. Maps of the island adorned the walls, alongside sketches of plants and birds. It was the home of someone deeply connected to the land. Days turned into weeks. The stranger, who introduced himself as Mr. Crow, remained. He spent hours poring over Elspeth's maps, consulting ancient texts he carried in a worn leather satchel. Elspeth observed him, her silence a watchful presence. She knew the stories of the island, the legends whispered in the wind. She knew the power of the land, both its beauty and its potential for destruction. Though she did not let on, the Heartstone was more than just a legend to her. It was a reflection of the island's soul. Finally, after weeks of studying, Crow declared that he had found a promising location. The Fairy Pools, a collection of crystal clear waterfalls and pools nestled in the foothills of the Coolins. He believed the pools held a secret, a gateway to the Heartstone. They set out early the next morning, the air crisp and clean. Elspeth led the way, her steps surprisingly steady despite her age. Crow followed, his long coat billowing in the wind. Together, they embarked on a journey across the island, facing trials and uncovered secrets long buried. They ventured into the Enchanted forest, where trees whispered ancient songs, and they crossed the treacherous peaks of the Coolin Mountains, guided by the stars alone. They walked in silence, the only sound the crunch of their boots on the rocky terrain and the distant cries of the seabirds. The fairy pools were a place of ethereal beauty, a series of crystal clear waterfalls and pools that shimmered with otherworldly light. Water cascaded over smooth rocks, forming pools of emerald and sapphire. Sunlight danced on the surface, creating shimmering patterns. It was a place that felt both ancient and alive, steeped in magic. Crow moved restlessly around the pools, consulting his notes, his eyes scanning the landscape with feverish intensity. Elspeth stood still, her gaze fixed on the water. She closed her eyes, her hand resting on a moss-covered stone. In doing so, she felt the energy of the place, the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. Then she began to chant, her voice a low hum that resonated with the sound of the water. It was an ancient Gaelic prayer, a song of the island itself. The air grew thick with anticipation, and the wind seemed to hold its breath. As her chanting reached its crescendo, the water in one of the pools began to swirl, faster and faster, until it formed a vortex. The swirling water parted, revealing a dark opening in the rock face, a hidden cave bathed in an eerie green light. Crow gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief and a disturbing glint of avarice. He pushed past Elspeth and stumbled towards the cave entrance. Inside, the cave was small and damp, the air heavy with the scent of minerals. In the centre, resting on a bed of moss, lay the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, pulsing with raw elemental power. Colours seemed to swirl within its depths, the blue of the sea, the green of the land, and the fiery orange of the setting sun. It was a microcosm of sky itself. Crow reached out to grab the Heartstone, his fingers trembling with greed. But Elspeth was faster. She stepped in front of him, her eyes blazing with a fierce protectiveness. "This power is not meant for you," she said, her voice devoid of any warmth. Crow sneered. "You can't stop me, old woman. With this power, I will reshape the world." He lunged at her, but Elspeth was ready. She raised her hand, and the cave seemed to respond. The walls trembled, the air crackled with energy, and the Heartstone pulsed with a blinding light. Crow cried out, stumbling backwards, clutching his head. Elspeth knew that the Heartstone was too dangerous to be wielded by any one person. It was literally a force of nature, meant to remain untouched, a part of the island's delicate balance. She made her decision, and with a final glance at the gem, she began to chant once more, her voice stronger this time, filled with the authority of the land itself. The cave began to shake violently, and the light from the heartstone intensified and then faded to blackness. As her chanting ended, the walls of the cave began to close in. Quickly, they turned their focus to escaping, and only just managed to scramble back up the marble riverbed. And with only moments to spare, the opening of the water vanished, crashing together until the pool returned to its tranquil state. The heartstone was sealed away once more. Crow stared at the still pool, his face contorted with rage and frustration. He turned to Elspeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You fool!" he screamed. "You've ruined everything." He lunged towards the pool, desperate to find the entrance again. He plunged into the icy water, searching frantically for a way in. But the water remained undisturbed, its surface reflecting only the sky above. Crow struggled for a few moments, then disappeared beneath the surface. The fairy pools remained silent, holding their secret once more. Elspeth stood by the edge of the pool, her face etched with sadness. She knew she had made the right decision, but it was a heavy burden to carry. She turned and walked away, leaving the fairy pools to their magic. Crow was never seen again. Some say he drowned, swallowed by the depths of the pool. Others whispered that he was taken by the fairies and punished for his greed. Whatever the truth, the island had claimed him as its own. Elspeth returned to her cottage, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what she had done. She continued to live a quiet life, tending to her garden, reading her books, and walking the hills of Skye. She never spoke of the Heartstone or the stranger who came seeking it. She carried the secret within her, a silent guardian of the island's magic. Years passed. Elspeth's hair turned as white as the snow on the Coolin peaks. Her steps grew slower, but her eyes remained sharp and clear. She became a legend in her own right, a wise woman who knew the secrets of the island. After the years that followed, and the rumours and speculation that grew from this wonderful woman, the story of Elspeth MacLeod and the Heartstone was passed down through generations. A reminder that even in the most remote corners of the world, one person's courage and kindness can make all the difference. And though the Heartstone remained hidden, its power continued to resonate within the island, a source of magic and wonder for those who knew where to look. The wind still whispers through the heather, carrying the ancient songs of Skye, a testament to the enduring spirit of the land and the woman who protected it.